Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
July 12th, 7 o'clock a.m., Lijiang, China. The first rays of morning light slipped through the curtains and spilled across Jai Minghuan's face. He slowly woke up, rolled over, and fell off the bed onto the tatami. Not long after, a hand suddenly reached onto the bed and groped around under the blanket for the remote control. With a beep, the air conditioner shut off. He had set the temperature too low last night, and the cold air made him sneeze. If it weren't for the non-stop chirping of summer cicadas in the trees, he might have mistaken it for winter. After washing his face and brushing his teeth in the washroom, Jai Minghuan wandered around the house for a bit. It was still early in the morning, but there was no sign of Gu Ke anywhere. Probably Lijiang's celebrity reality-altering Esper, Blue Arc, had gotten another emergency mission alert. Jai Minghuan tilted his head, wondering if his busy brother was once again dealing with that one certain troublemaker whose family name is Ghost, first name Bell. And then he headed up to the third floor and knocked on the door. When there was no response from Dad's room either, he pressed his binding restraints to the doorframe and channeled his senses through the wood. The room was empty, no sign of Gu Zhuan either. They both got up this early. Don't tell me they're already out there brawling again. Jai Minghuan muttered softly, walked downstairs, and entered the living room on the first floor. Taking over the soft sofa, he grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. The news anchor was broadcasting a breaking story. At 7:15 this morning, Lijiang Third Bank was violently robbed by superhuman criminals. Several security guards were injured or killed in the encounter. Currently, A-rank reality-altering Esper's Blue Arc and Silver Swallow are pursuing the superhuman criminals involved in the City Flying Ant and De Zhanghu. These two are internationally notorious thieves. Previously, museums in Japan, France, and several other countries have been. Jai Minghuan sat up from the back of the sofa, raising an eyebrow. Lijiang Third Bank. That's right near my place. If I hurry over, I might still catch the action. At the same time, on the other side of Lijiang City, screams rang out across the plaza. The police had formed a barricade with patrol cars to keep civilians back. Blue Arc stood at the base of a skyscraper, looking up. Under the sunlight, a giant 6-meter-tall gorilla was climbing up the building, its massive limbs smashing through layer after layer of glass curtain wall, shards raining down on the city like a storm. A huge pack was slung over its back, and banknotes flew from it nonstop. The strong wind whipped through the gorilla's fur, making it look especially savage, like a character drawn with exaggerated thick lines from a comic book. Confirmed. Dragon-level Esper, Da Zhanghu. Information on the criminal appeared in Blue Arc's lenses. The next second, Blue Arc shot up the side of the building like a bolt of lightning. All the bystanders saw was a streak of deep blue electricity tearing toward the sky. Even the morning light seemed to dim for a second. No matter how fast the gorilla climbed, it couldn't outrun lightning. In just 1 second, Blue Arc was already positioned slightly above it. Standing on the building's surface like a ninja from the movies, electric arcs screeching through the air around him. A frontal clash with such a massive creature clearly wasn't a wise choice. He crouched slightly, pressing his right hand to the glass curtain wall. Deep blue arcs surged from his fingers and rapidly formed a snaking net that spread wildly across the surface. The gorilla's limbs were instantly entangled by the electric net. Its body spasmed uncontrollably, and it roared as it plummeted toward the ground. With a ripping sound, the sack full of money tore open midair, unleashing a rain of bills. People below, half afraid of being crushed by the falling beast and half tempted by the storm of cash, pushed toward the police barricade, wanting to catch the money fluttering from the sky. The gorilla crashed into the ground, forming a deep pit. Its body began to shrink, transforming back into a ragged, skinny young man. He lay on his side in the crater, unconscious, unable to say a word. Blue Arc spoke into his helmet's built-in communicator. De Zhanghu is down. Silver Swallow, how's your side? De Zhanghu and Flying Ant were notorious international thieves. One of them could transform into a massive gorilla, breaking through bank defenses and smashing vault doors. The other could shrink down to the size of a thumb, grow wings, and look just like a flying ant. She usually scouted out banks, auction houses, and museums, then directed Da Zhonghu's actions. The pair, who had never failed, recently got married. They threw a globe-spanning wedding, traveling through countries like Japan, France, the US, and the UK. In Paris, they stole from BNP Bank, then climbed the Eiffel Tower, where Flying Ant, wearing a wedding dress, scattered bills across the city as if mocking its wealth and indulgence. Later in Japan, after stealing from the Tokyo National Museum, they climbed to the top of Tokyo Tower and used a spotlight with a flying ant and gorilla emblem to light up the sky, declaring to the city they had succeeded. The stunt enraged all of Japan, but the next day, the couple had already left Tokyo. No one knew where they'd gone. Not just Japan, the leadership of several major nations were infuriated by this thieving couple. Some even proposed dispatching Rainbow Wing to capture them, though that seemed like overkill. Recently, the couple arrived in China and even brazenly posted their travel vlogs online, drawing the authorities' attention. As luck would have it, during their very first heist, they ran into one of Lijing's top operatives, reality-altering Esper Blue Arc. If they delayed just one more day, Gu Kei would have already been vacationing in Japan. And just like that, one of the two international criminals, the brazen dragon-level Esper de Zhonghu, was captured effortlessly. "Silver Swallow, do you copy?" Blue Arc asked again. Soon, a frustrated voice came through the headset, reality-altering Esper Silver Swallow. "That dam flies too fast and too small. I can't find her at all." "Then forget it. Flying Ant's ability is perfect for escape anyway," Blue Arc said calmly. "She came to our turf to cause trouble. We can't just let her get away." "Wait, that person is..." Silver Swallow suddenly paused. "Who did you see?" Blue Arc frowned. "Black Cocoon," Silver Swallow said. Hearing that name, Blue Arc's heart skipped a beat. He immediately changed his tone. "I'm on my way." With that, his body turned into a streak of lightning and bolted toward the other side of the city. The gale he stirred swept electric arcs through every street, alley, and skyscraper. July 12th, 7:20 am, a corner of Lijing. The silver-uniformed reality-altering Esper, Silver Swallow, was now charging across the rooftops like a raging bull. His frame was tall and muscular. When he leaned forward, he looked just like a silver motorcycle. Reaching the edge of the rooftop, he stepped on the railing, warping it underfoot as he launched himself toward the next building's rooftop. Midair, a compartment on his metal glove suddenly opened, and metal shards began pouring out. He bared his teeth like a rabid dog and chomped down on the mass of metal shards in his palm. The wind high above the city was fierce, scraping black debris across his mask. As he devoured the metal, a jet nozzle suddenly formed on his back and legs, and then flames burst from the circular outlet, launching him forward like a Ferrari in a drag race. He was tightly tailing a tiny figure in his sights. Silver Swallow's visor had a locking function, but even with all systems pushed to their limit, the gap between him and the target was still widening. Flying Ant was fast. Unless Blue Arc showed up, no one could catch her. That's when Silver Swallow realized the mission assignment had been flawed from the start. He should have gone after Da Zhonghu, and Blue Arc should have chased Flying Ant. He wasn't built for this kind of speed chase. His brows knit together in frustration, his face twitching beneath the mask. Flying Ant was already on the verge of leaving his lock-on range, and he couldn't do a thing about it. "Silver Swallow, do you copy?" Blue Arc's voice came through the communicator in his ear. Silver Swallow clenched his teeth and barked back. "That DN flies too fast and too small. I can't even find her." "Forget it. Flying Ant's ability was made for running away," Blue Arc replied calmly. "She barged onto our turf to show off. We can't just let her go like that." "Wait, who's that?" Silver Swallow trailed off. Just then, a pitch-black figure swept past him, gliding through the air and latching onto a building's billboard with a dark ribbon. "Who'd you run into?" Blue Arc frowned. "Black Cocoon." Using his binding restraints to swing between the buildings, Black Cocoon turned to Silver Swallow and said, "Oh, what a surprise. Isn't this our dear Silver Swallow? I still have one of your fan t-shirts at home, the one with that little hamster hugging a piece of iron. If I could, I'd really love to wear it next time and show it off to you, In real life, you're just as adorably pathetic as that hamster. Makes people want to toss you snacks. He paused. Chew more metal, you've earned it. With that, Black Cocoon pulled a battery out of his trench coat pocket and casually tossed it at Silver Swallow. Silver Swallow froze for a full 2 seconds before realizing he'd been played. Fury surged through him. He roared at the figure darting through the sky. You little beatard. Get your asterisk back here. But in the next moment, Black Cocoon wrapped himself in his binding restraints and turned invisible before Silver Swallow's eyes. He plummeted toward the ground like a mummy surrendering to gravity. Closing his eyes, he pushed his binding restraint sensory to its peak. Car horns now roared like explosions in his ears. The cacophony of this steel city surged into his head, enough to make an ordinary person dizzy and nosebleed. A circumflex smallcapen Omicron betas. Flying ant shrinks to the size of a thumb when using her ability, but even creatures that size make noticeable wing flapping sounds. He could hear the hum of her wings. The frequency was unique, far beyond any common bird or insect. Picking it out from the noise wasn't hard. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Black Cocoon's eyes snapped open. From his black-gloved fingertips, the binding restraints spilled forward like ink, grabbing onto a nearby construction platform. He soared past a window cleaner midwipe, rising through the sky like a transparent bird. 3 minutes later, Lijiang District 5, deep in a quiet alleyway. Finally shook off those pests, wonder how Monkey's doing. A thumb-sized woman removed her mask as she murmured and returned to normal size. Her face was classically American, speckled with freckles. With a grunt, she retracted the translucent wings into her shoulder blades, then yanked off her hair clip, letting golden waves tumble down like a waterfall. At that moment, a pitch-black binding restraint suddenly dropped from the sky, tightly tying up her arms and legs. A figure slowly revealed itself. Wrapped entirely in a black trench coat, he hung upside down beneath the AC unit on the wall, suspended by a single restraint. The woman blinked, then looked up and gave the dangling figure a mocking smile. You don't actually think this thing can hold me, do you? Black Cocoon, still fiddling with his phone, answered in fluent English. Oh, I understand, Miss Flying Ant. Nothing can restrain a woman, especially an awakened woman. I'm a staunch feminist. I get it, I really do. This is the modern woman's struggle. He raised a finger and, with his binding restraints, handed her a copy of Misogyny from his coat pocket. Scratching his chin, he mused, why is it always the mom who dies in Rainbow Wing and not the dad? Totally anti-feminist. Clearly written by a male screenwriter. Why is it always dead mom and not dead dad? Just like Attack on Titan, does motherly love have to equal sacrifice? Absurd. He shook his head and looked at the stunned woman, then asked with dead serious gravity, do you support dead moms or dead dads? The woman stared blankly. What the F **K? Black Cocoon raised a hand to his forehead and sighed. Looks like you're not an awakened woman after all. Pity. I thought we had a connection. With that, he quietly pulled Misogyny away from her. She spat at him. He tilted his head and dodged it effortlessly. She'd had enough of playing with this lunatic. A glint of power flashed in her eyes. In the next second, her body visibly shrank, but the binding restraints twitched like a red and black serpent, yanking her back to full size. Why? She looked at her body, then up at Black Cocoon in total disbelief. Passive skill, binding restraint suppression activated. While bound by your restraint, the target is unable to use any extraordinary abilities. Forgot to mention, ma'am, I'm borrowing your ability for a bit, honestly. I'd love to turn into a little bumblebee and fly, fly, fly. No idea what that feels like. But I bet it's even better than your American teens high on weed. Black Cocoon spoke as he returned Misogyny to his coat and sent a text to Blue Arc. Active skill, Esper Theft, has been triggered. Your binding restraint has stolen the Esper ability of Flying Ant. It can be used within 24 hours, ability disappears after use or timeout. Not long after, Blue Arc arrived on cue like a deep blue bolt of lightning, the booming thunder shaking the alley. Sparks crackled as he looked up at Black Cocoon hanging upside down, then at Flying Ant tied up in restraints, momentarily at a loss for words. He caught Flying Ant for me. As the thought ran through Blue Arc's mind, he looked up at Black Cocoon, who was still playing Minesweeper on his phone, casually twirling a black restraint like he was waving hello. Just then, the woman suddenly turned her head and shouted desperately at Blue Arc, "Hey, what are you standing there for? Get this freak off me, save me." Blue Arc and Black Cocoon were clearly in the same alley, less than 10 meters apart, yet Black Cocoon didn't speak to him directly. Instead, he quietly sent a text message. "Black Cocoon, Mr. Blue Arc, no need to thank me. I'm always generous with my collaborators, just think of it as payback for the St. Dilly Orphanage incident." Black Cocoon, De Zhonghu, and Flying Ant may not rank very high on the official wanted list, but upper officials across many countries absolutely loathe them. If they could, they'd tear that criminal couple apart with their own hands. Black Cocoon, so for you to catch them both at once right now, the UN's opinion of you will surely rise. Congratulations, looks like you're getting closer to joining Rainbow Wing. Blue Arc took out his phone and glanced at the texts. Just as Black Cocoon had said, the reality-altering Esper Association was indeed paying close attention to De Zhonghu and Flying Ant. That's why Blue Arc had kept his comms open throughout the mission. At this very moment, all the top brass at the Lijing branch were probably listening in on his and Silver Swallow's conversation, waiting for a situation report. If he were to speak to Black Cocoon aloud now, the higher-ups would definitely hear it. If he shut off the communicator, it would come across as trying to cover something up, so texting became the best option. "Blue Arc, let's move. Silver Swallow's almost here." Black Cocoon, got it, but I suggest knocking her out first. My binding restraints suppress Esper abilities. Once I let her go, she might just buzz off like a little bee. Blue Arc walked silently over to the wall where Flying Ant was tied up, raised his hand, and struck with a hand chop so fast it was nearly invisible, knocking her out cold. Clean and efficient. Black Cocoon whistled softly, complimenting as he released the restraints binding Flying Ant, letting her slump to the ground. Just then, a black and white system panel popped up in Jai Minghuan's eyes beneath the mask. Main Quest 1, Phase 3 complete. Cooperated with reality-altering Esper Blue Arc for the first time. Increased his trust. Reward received. 1 split point, 1 skill point, 1 attribute point. Main Quest 1 updated. Help Blue Arc survive the Tokyo auction operation. Staring at the new quest content, Black Cocoon couldn't help but tilt his head. Huh. Still hanging upside down, he looked up from behind the mask to glance at Blue Arc, then at the panel text. He raised a finger, scratched his chin, and thought, "No way, bro, you're seriously going to get involved in that auction. What's the point of me even starting a new alias if you're blowing my cover already?" Blue Arc picked up the unconscious Flying Ant and texted Black Cocoon. "Blue Arc, not leaving. If Silver Swallow shows up, I can't let you walk in front of him." Black Cocoon, all right, I'm going." As soon as the message was sent, the binding restraint suspending him from the AC unit above flexed slightly and hoisted him upward. In midair, he flipped lightly into an upright position, landing on the railing with circus-like finesse, and in the next instant leapt up to the rooftop. Still texting as he went. "Black Cocoon, I've always been curious. If her ability is just shrinking her body, why does her clothing shrink too? This sounds more like a conceptual." He didn't finish typing before the message was sent prematurely, because in that moment, A-rank reality-altering Esper Silver Swallow had arrived. "So it was you little S***T, mouthing off at me." Silver Swallow charged in, jet thrusters on his back and legs flaring at full force. With arms stretched forward and legs straight back like Astro Boy, he blasted toward Black Cocoon. Still looking down at his phone, Black Cocoon said casually, "Mr. Silver Swallow, if I were you, I'd go back and retake basic public image management for Espers instead of embarrassing myself like this." He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Clingy men have zero appeal, you know. Veins popped on Silver Swallow's temple as he furiously crunched more metal shards in his palm. Clenching his hands together, he summoned a massive steel cage midair, instantly trapping Black Cocoon inside. The grid spacing was small, only a palm-sized animal could squeeze through. "You're done for." Silver Swallow snarled each word through gritted teeth. From the alley, Blue Arc looked up and sighed quietly. He deliberately looked away, lifting Flying Ant's body and heading toward the exit. Inside the cage, Black Cocoon asked, "Why didn't I get the memo?" Stored Esper ability released from binding restraint. Shrink your body and all carried items, and sprout dragonfly wings. Source, Esper flying ant. The next second, Black Cocoon's body shrank more than tenfold, becoming a tiny black figure still wrapped in his signature tailcoat, with a pair of transparent wings now fluttering behind him. Playing Minesweeper on his phone, he zipped right out through the cage bars. What? Silver Swallow froze. He looked from the tiny black cocoon to flying ant cradled in Blue Ark's arms, momentarily wondering if they'd somehow swapped clothes to trick him. Even Blue Ark was briefly stunned, pausing in his steps to glance back. He had assumed Black Cocoon was cornered and had even been thinking about how to cut ties with the guy afterward. But this? A hidden move. Was this ability duplication? He wondered. Farewell, Mr. Silver Swallow. I'll bring extra batteries for you next time. With that parting shot, Black Cocoon hummed I'm a Little Bumblebee, flying through the flowers, as he zipped into the urban jungle, vanishing among the neon signs. On the way home, he made a quick stop at Brawley Bookstore. Hanging upside down from the ceiling inside, he used his binding restraints to return the copy of Misogyny he'd borrowed. The shopkeeper took the book. You're pretty punctual. Black Cocoon didn't even look up. Always am. With that, his restraint-trapped body turned invisible and disappeared. 5 minutes later, Lijing, guy in my neighborhood. On the eaves of a second-story roof, Jai Minghuan slouched as he slipped back into his room through the open floor-to-ceiling window. Feet hitting the floor, his invisibility faded, and the binding restraints that had wrapped around him slithered down like a dead snake. He took off his tailcoat, raised his hand to his ear, and long-pressed the latch button. The mask loosened and clattered to the floor by the wardrobe. Just then, ding, a message came in. Jai Minghuan sat on the bed, used his restraint to pull the phone from his coat pocket, and glanced at the message. Blue Ark, do you know the White Crow Brigade? Black Cocoon. Oh, of course I do. After all, I'm a member, he quipped to himself silently. Blue Ark, you know someone from the White Crow Brigade. Hearing the message notification, Jai Minghuan reached for the remote on the tatami mat. As he turned on the TV with the remote, he extended his binding restraint from his fingertip. The black strap, like a little snake, gripped his phone in its mouth, typed, and replied to Gu Kea's message. Black Cocoon. No, I don't know them, but I do know the dirt on quite a few of them. If you need my help, I might consider sharing that intel with you. Jai Minghuan tugged at his collar and used the binding restraint to drag the upright fan from the corner of the room. He pressed the power switch, and the blades slowly began to spin, blowing across his flushed cheek. He popped a piece of gum into his mouth and looked up at the TV screen. The kids' animation channel was playing Black Cat Detective, with gunfire popping nonstop. He watched attentively for a while, then switched over to the Lijing News channel with the remote. At this moment, the host was beaming as she reported the news that Blue Ark apprehended international thieves, De Zhonghu, and Flying Ant at the same time. In the footage shown, Gu Kei, dressed in a blue combat suit and wearing a metal helmet, was being interviewed by reporters. He took the mic, responded perfunctorily with a few symbolic lines, waved to the camera, then turned into a flash of deep blue lightning and dashed away. Amid the roar, the camera flickered into black and white snow for 2 or 3 seconds before returning to normal. This was a breaking event from earlier that morning, and the station's reporter clearly hadn't had time to prepare a script in advance, so everything she was saying was on the fly. Her words were filled with admiration, nearly to the point of worship. She even made a point of using phrases designed to stir a sense of national pride in listeners, emphasizing that this criminal couple had stolen valuable artifacts from museums around the world, earning a notorious reputation internationally. That Blue Ark could represent China and throw them behind bars was, in a sense, bringing honor to the nation. With any luck, the police would recover each missing artifact during the interrogation process. Ding, a new message came from Gu Kei. Blue Ark, I hope you're not just playing games. Jai Minghuan slouched at the edge of the bed, eyes closed, letting the fan blow on him. He didn't even bother looking at the message, using the sensory feedback of the binding restraint to read it instead, then had it type a reply. Black Cocoon, you're heading to Tokyo soon to work security at the auction, right? Blue Ark. I seriously wonder if you planted a bug in my stomach. Next time I'll need a full body scan. Black Cocoon, I know more than just your business. No need to stress about it. Oh right, I'll be heading to Japan too. Contact me if necessary. Blue Arc, you're going to Japan too. Black Cocoon, of course, and I'm not the only one. While chewing his gum, Jai Minghuan thought, haha, my entire crew is going to Tokyo. If I don't go, I'd be like an orphan. Oh, I am an orphan. But the current problem is how the hell do I get this trench coat and mask through airport security? Thinking that, he glanced at the tailcoat on the floor. Forget it, too risky to bring it. I'll just wrap myself in the binding restraint when I arrive. Count that as the grand debut of Black Cocoon 2.0. Prescription A umlaut small capen, O acute letter 10331, E grave letter 23F. Blue Arc. We'll talk later. I need to report to the association first. Jai Minghuan blocked his number, then pulled up the character panel to allocate the attribute points he just earned from the main quest. Attribute change for game character number 1, Black Cocoon, speed. B right arrow B+. Current attributes for Black Cocoon, strength, B speed, B+, mental. C. He then opened the skill tree panel to check Black Cocoon's skill development progress. Branch 1, stealth. Binding restraint sensory. Learned right arrow binding restraint verity. Learned right arrow binding restraint camouflage. Learned right arrow binding restraint trap. Pending right arrow unknown right arrow. Branch 2, fury. Binding restraint extension. Pending right arrow unknown right arrow. Branch 3, malice. Binding restraint detection. Learned right arrow binding restraint suppression. Learned right arrow esper theft. Learned right arrow capacity boost. Pending right arrow unknown right arrow. Still haven't learned a single skill from branch 2, kinda sad. Without thinking, Jai Minghuan long pressed the icon for binding restraint extension. The skill text brightened from dim to vivid, then erupted in a hellish glow. 1 skill point consumed. Successfully learned branch, fury skill, binding restraint extension. Extends max range of your binding restraint from 8 meters to 15 meters. Next skill in branch, fury, binding restraint blade, is now available for learning. Honestly, this skill doesn't give me much of a boost. 8 meters is already plenty, but leaving that branch unused felt kinda stupid. As he thought this, Jai Minghuan bent down, pulled out a cardboard box from under the wardrobe, and opened it to take out a ballpoint pen. Back when Jai Minghuan, wearing his Black Cocoon mask, met Gu Ke alone in a secluded path near Lijing Plaza, he had this exact pen in hand, along with a newspaper from 5 years ago. At that time, Jai Minghuan doodled all over the newspaper with the ballpoint pen, using it to divert Gu Ke's attention. Gu Ke focused entirely on the newspaper's content and didn't notice anything unusual about the pen. In reality, it wasn't an ordinary pen, it was a voice recorder. Expressionless, Jai Minghuan picked up the recording pen and casually pressed its button. With a few beep-beep sounds, a recorded conversation slowly played in the room. Mr. Gu Ke, you were only 13 when it happened, right? Ever since that day, you've harbored resentment toward those reality-altering espers who abuse power in the name of justice. You want to gain enough prestige within the Reality-Altering Esper Association. Get recommended by the upper echelon for your unmatched performance, and enter the UN organization Rainbow Wing to find the Esper who crushed your mother like an ant. How do you know who I am? The recording cut off there. In his final line, Blue Arc's tone still held disbelief. That sentence, in essence, confirmed that he was Gu Ke. And of course, Jai Minghuan kept this recording for a reason. He turned the volume to minimum and played it on repeat, thinking, if I try to negotiate with my old man without leverage, either my No. 1 character gets insta-killed, or he rips off my mask and realizes I'm his beloved son, which would really screw up my future plans. So, I have to play the Gu Ke identity card right at the start. The problem is, how do I get my old man to quietly listen to the contents of this recorder? There's only one answer. I have to find him when he's not wearing the mask. The authorities still don't know that Ghost Bell is Gu Zhiwan, so if he's not in his combat suit and mask, there's no way he'd act recklessly in public. With that in mind, Jai Minghuan quietly put the recording pen back into the box and sealed it up. When he's in Lijing, his movements are hard to track. But once we're all in Japan, foreign country, unfamiliar turf, his actions will be a lot more restricted. That'll give me a better shot at finding the right moment to negotiate. Oh right, he suddenly scratched his head, almost forgot to text the old man. Jai Minghuan used the binding restraint to pick up the phone on the bed and sent a message to Gu Zhuan on WeChat. Gu Wenyu, Big Bro said the 9 p.m. flight tonight to Japan. Gu Zhuan, got it, I'm out buying groceries, be home soon. So he wasn't out causing chaos in his combat suit, just buying groceries. Jai Minghuan shifted his gaze. Speaking of which, how the hell is the old man going to get his Ghost Bell uniform through security? This old B** starred really ought to teach me a few crime tricks when he's got time. July 12, 7 p.m., Lijiang Capital International Airport. A yellow taxi stopped at the T3 arrivals level. The car door opened, and Gu Ke, Gu Zhuan, and Jai Minghuan stepped out one after another. To be honest, the family walking together was pretty eye-catching. Gu Zhuan's genes were strong. Gu Ke and Gu Wenyu, the two brothers, were both good-looking with slim, tall builds. Gu Zhuan popped open the trunk, pulled out a suitcase, and handed it to Gu Ke. Moments later, the three of them headed into the terminal. Gu Ke dragged two suitcases, one in each hand. Gu Zhuan pulled one with his left hand and had a backpack slung over his shoulder. Only Jai Minghuan had nothing to do, trailing behind them while playing with his phone. You two calamity-level big shots, hauling an extra couple suitcases shouldn't be a problem, right? It's not like you'll die from it, he said, completely guilt-free. The three passed through security and strolled into the T3 terminal. Moonlight streamed through the terminal's famous dragon-scale skylight, casting soft beams. The roof was densely striped, fading from red to orange. Travelers flowed back and forth like a school of fish, and many foreign faces were among them. A piano piece rippled through the airport like the tide. It was Chopin's Raindrop Prelude. The T3 terminal played it on loop around the clock. At this moment, a group of reality-altering espers from the Lijiang branch was stationed at the terminal exit. Dressed in eccentric attire, they smiled and occasionally signed autographs for passing fans. Strangely enough, Silver Swallow was among them. According to online rumors, some bigwig from another country was set to arrive at this airport tonight and leave through T3. To show hospitality, the Lijiang branch had deployed a lineup of its more well-known espers. Lijiang's star esper, Blue Arc, happened to be on assignment in Japan. Other espers of the same rank were either on vacation or out of town on missions, leaving only poor Silver Swallow stuck with the duty. Only Gu Ke knew that tonight, a member of the UN Esper organization Rainbow Wing would be arriving in Lijiang. He'd be working with specialists from the association to lie in wait in Lijiang for several days, with the goal of capturing the long-rampant S-rank criminal, Ghost Bell. According to higher-ups, this mission had to succeed. Even if Ghost Bell died in the process, it didn't matter. With Rainbow Wing involved, they needed a result, dead or alive. Gu Ke understood what the higher-ups were worried about. Every time Ghost Bell appeared, his power had clearly increased. That alone spoke volumes about how terrifying his growth potential was. If they didn't act soon to restrain Ghost Bell, it wouldn't be long before he evolved into a calamity-level esper, or even worse, something beyond that. Letter 211, letter 1D00, Agrev Cyrilicia, letter 1D. Just then, Gu Zhuan reached into his pocket and touched his cigarette pack. Gu Ke caught the motion and immediately said, "No smoking in the terminal." "I was just feeling for it." "I remember you can only take 2 cigarettes onto a plane," Gu Zhuan replied. A nearby scream drew Jai Minghuan's attention. He looked up from his phone, eyes following the sound to where Silver Swallow was being mobbed by fans. His eyes lit up slightly. Suddenly, he turned to Gu Ke and asked, "Can I go over there for a sec?" "What for?" Gu Ke asked. "To get Silver Swallow's autograph. I'm a fan, been following him for 10 years. I'm even wearing his rare fan t-shirt right now." Jai Minghuan faked an excited tone, lifted his drooping eyelids, and tugged on his t-shirt in front of Gu Ke, deliberately showing off the print. He looked exactly like a little fan meeting his idol, just missing the head-bobbing waddle of a penguin. Gu Ke glanced at the shirt. On it was a silver hamster munching on a chunk of metal. The hamster's expression was cold and menacing, practically shouting, "Don't mess with me." Gu Ke froze for a second, then couldn't help but laugh. He remembered that a year ago, Silver Swallow had ranted about this very t-shirt design. Late one night, he'd spent 20 minutes complaining over the phone about how the company completely ruined his image. Silver Swallow had said his persona was supposed to be tall and imposing, but because of this merch, fans kept calling him cute and baby hamster Silver Swallow. It drove him nuts. He'd wanted to storm into the design company and tear the place down. At the time, Gu Kei was still in high school. He'd been at home memorizing English lines while listening to this grown man vent, wondering how Silver Swallow would react if he knew that the famous Blue Arc was just a high school student. He reached out and patted Jai Minghuan on the head, deciding to let his little brother go harass Silver Swallow. "Go ahead, just don't take too long." Oh. Jai Minghuan slapped his hand away and slowly strolled toward Silver Swallow. Moments later, Jai Minghuan emerged from the noisy crowd. Now his t-shirt had a brand new autograph scribbled on it. The handwriting was crooked and ugly, as if it oozed resentment. Click. He struck a peace sign pose and snapped a selfie, making sure to capture Silver Swallow in the background, still swarmed by fangirls. Gu Kei glanced up at the densely packed flight information screens above. The large screen on the top left displayed flight numbers and departure times. The right screen looped through photos of wanted criminals, alerting airport staff and security to stay vigilant. If they'd arrived half a day earlier, De Zhonghu and Flying Ant would still be on that list. But now, Gu Kei had already thrown them into the Esper prison. Their photos had been removed from the board. "What now?" Jai Minghuan asked, stashing his phone and glancing around. "Check in for the flight," Gu Kei replied. "Oh," Jai Minghuan looked like he half understood, "but I've never been on a plane." "What do I do?" "I'll teach you how to check in. I'll take you to the counter." Gu Kei and Gu Zhuan spoke at the same time, then locked eyes. "You go." "No, you go." They locked eyes again. "What's wrong with both of you? Can't we just line up together?" Jai Minghuan asked. He glanced at the number on the screen and headed toward Gate 13. The two big men silently followed behind him. After checking in, the three of them found a restaurant in the airport and ate a little to fill up. During the meal, Gu Kei's attention stayed fixed on the terminal exit. He was deeply curious which Rainbow Wing member the UN had sent to capture Ghost Bell. Not long after, a figure emerged from the terminal. He wore a pure white, front-clasped traditional Tang suit. Nearby people gasped and whispered as soon as they saw him. With long, jet-black hair flowing down his back, sunglasses on, and a lean frame, the man made Gu Kei pause in surprise. Across from him, Gu Zhuan also caught sight of the figure out of the corner of his eye and froze. His pupils shrank sharply, and his right hand, resting on the table, began to tremble uncontrollably. Like a mad dog spotting its prey, Gu Zhuan locked his gaze on the man's side profile. In that moment, his expression turned ashen. He was suddenly filled with overwhelming regret. Regret for promising the two kids just 2 days ago that he'd go with them to Japan. No, regret wasn't enough. He wanted to go back 2 days and tear his former self in half for saying yes. Because the man now walking into view was none other than the only publicly identified member of Rainbow Wing, Fan Donking, the Vessel of Wrath. The legendary hero who, years ago, single-handedly stopped a falling meteor from destroying Lijiang, and also the one person Gu Zhuan had longed to meet for years with no success. July 12, 7:30 p.m. China time, Lijiang International Airport T3 Terminal. Gu Kei slightly turned his face, gazing at the figure surrounded by the crowd. He thought, "I figured Rainbow Wing would arrive in Lijiang without anyone noticing. Didn't expect them to show up this openly. Maybe it's a response to Ghost Bell's provocation." Ghost Bell said he wanted a Rainbow Wing member to come catch him, so Fan Donking didn't even bother hiding and just swaggered in. He'd heard people say Fan Donking had a very willful personality, did things his own way, and didn't really care about anyone. It was likely Fan Donking thought, if Ghost Bell hears my name and runs without looking back, then that so-called supercriminal is nothing but a joke. All his big talk on camera is laughable. A clown like that isn't even worth my time. No wonder the reality-altering Esper Association sent people to greet him. Gu Kei realized how ridiculous his earlier guess had been. From the beginning, the only Rainbow Wing member who could have shown up in Lijiang was this one. Fan Donking was the only person in Rainbow Wing whose identity was publicly known. He was the only one in the organization who had the privilege to appear on camera in broad daylight. Rainbow Wing? Why would someone from Rainbow Wing be here? Why now of all times? Gu Zhuan's trembling right hand gripped the glass cup, light flickering in his pupils. He lowered his face, staring hopelessly as Fan Donking walked right past him, as if he were a broken dog with its spine snapped, offering up its neck for slaughter, utterly stripped of dignity. If he just stood up from here, if he just walked over, if he could just speak with Fan Donking, then Gu Zhuan would have the chance to finally ask about that. Ask who it really was that mistakenly killed his wife years ago in the Gaiamai neighborhood. But even though this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was right in front of him, he couldn't move a single step. His lower body felt glued to the chair. His 2 kids were right beside him. This was an airport. There were surveillance cameras everywhere, countless eyes watching. If he lost control and charged forward in a moment of obsession, the consequences would surely spill over to his children. Gu Zhuan may have been selfish, but not to that extent. Precisely to avoid his actions hurting his 3 kids, he had left home for 2 years, hid his identity, and tried never to reveal who he really was in any of his crimes. Jai Minghuan sat silently beside the father and son, sipping orange juice through a straw with a blank expression, alternating his gaze between his old man and big brother. He thought, beautiful. Just beautiful. After fully enjoying their sequence of facial expressions, Jai Minghuan finally turned his attention to Fan Donking. He thought this guy's outfit looked a lot like the one Stephen Chow wore during the final showdown in Kung Fu, a full replica of that pure white Tang suit. That moment in the movie, when the Buddha's palm came crashing down from the sky, had stuck with him ever since. Back then, he'd secretly downloaded the movie files in the orphanage's computer room and watched the whole thing with Kong Yuling that same night. Not long after, Fan Donking left the airport surrounded by admirers. Silver Swallow and the other members of the Reality-Altering Esper Association moved in to escort him like bodyguards. Jai Minghuan didn't get the point. Fan Donking could probably slap them all into the ground in one shot. Maybe it was just for show, like in the movies, when the big bosses land and there's always 1 or 2 underlings for decoration. Gu Kei turned his head to glance at Gu Zhuan, only to see his old man calmly eating, spooning kanji into his mouth as if nothing had happened. He didn't know whether his father had moved on from what happened years ago. If possible, he hoped he had. As for what happened to their mother, Gu Kei believed he alone could find out the truth. An hour and a half later, the 3 of them walked to the boarding gate with their boarding passes, placing their suitcases on the security conveyor. Jai Minghuan raised his arms and obediently went through the full body scan, while sneaking peeks at his brother's and old man's luggage out of the corner of his eye. Ranya letter 1D594, letter 10331, Ehachek letter 1E69. Unfortunately, he didn't see what he'd hoped for. Everything passed inspection smoothly. It seemed like neither of their suitcases contained anything suspicious, or at least nothing the security staff noticed. Jai Minghuan hung his head and sighed, thinking that having connections abroad really paid off. No need to carry around the same combat suit. Especially for someone like Gu Kei, a big shot like him would definitely get a fresh set from the Japanese reality-altering Esper branch. Soon after, the 3 boarded the plane and sat together. The engines roared to life, and the plane slowly took off like a giant white bird soaring into the night. Jai Minghuan sat in the window seat corner, resting his chin on his palm as he looked out the window. The steady flow of traffic at the intersection below looked like a glowing river. Skyscrapers blazed with lights, and not far away, the SA logo atop the Reality-Altering Esper Association building gleamed in the dark. He yawned, then glanced sideways. Gu Kei was still reading The Stranger. To keep up with his Esper ability, Gu Kei had to possess insane mental calculation speed, otherwise, one overload at high velocity could be fatal. Yet the way he flipped through the pages was slow, like he was memorizing every word line by line. Gu Zhuan was seated in front of them, so Jai Minghuan couldn't see what he was doing. But in the window reflection, he could faintly make out that his old man was also staring out the window in a daze, just like him. With a light jolt, Jai Minghuan's eyelids slowly drifted shut. His consciousness felt like a sailboat drifting across the East Sea, arriving at a hotel in Tokyo's Minato ward. Tokyo time, July 13, 12 o'clock am. Since the creation of the Xia Pingzhu character, it had now been 3 days since he arrived in Tokyo. When he opened his eyes, a panel quietly floated in the dark. Player has stayed in the same city, Tokyo, Japan for 3 days. City event cards are now unlocked. Reminder, from time to time, a card event may appear somewhere in the city. Completing a card event will reward you with an event card. Been lying around the hotel for 2 days now. Jai Minghuan, controlling Xia Pingzhu's body, got out of bed and walked to the window. Outside, Tokyo Tower glowed in the night with a warm white light. Neon signs of every color filled the skyline. The streets of Minato Ward were quiet at this hour, but between power lines, he spotted a lone seagull that had lost its way. Probably flew in from Tokyo Bay. Following the seagull's fading figure, he looked up at the night sky and squinted slightly. Far in the distance, a huge red exclamation mark was standing tall in the sky. That was the direction of Roppongi, Minato Ward. Jai Minghuan raised an eyebrow and thought, a card event, huh? Should take around 10 minutes to walk there. Guess I'll go check it out. From the first morning that Xia Pingzhu was created, this character had been left idle in the hotel for a full 2 days and nights. During that time, Xia Pingzhu had been lying flat on the hotel bed. Sometimes Jai Minghuan would control him to get up and go to the bathroom, stretch his limbs, or call the front desk to extend the room, but all movement was limited to within the room. It wasn't that Jai Minghuan favored the first character, nor did he have any issues with the second character. If given the chance, he definitely wanted to try out this new character. But as a member of the brigade, the back of Xia Pingzhu's hand bore the mark of the White Crow Brigade, and just 2 days ago, Ki Kurui and Su Zimai had seen his face. At this point, the Exorcist Association was definitely searching for him. Given all these circumstances, wandering the streets in broad daylight would very likely get him caught by the Japanese Exorcist Association. That would be a real headache. Either be forced to switch sides on the spot or raise suspicions from the White Crow Brigade. The best-case scenario would be keeping the character alive but wasting the potential of the main quest. The worst-case scenario would be the second character dying on the spot, neither of which were outcomes Jai Minghuan wanted to see. Not to mention, the second character, the player, had abilities more suited to positional warfare, with very poor mobility. In short, he wasn't good at running away. He wasn't as agile as the first character, Black Cocoon, nor did he have a life-saving skill like invisibility. If he ran into a skirmish, the second character would most likely be in a very passive situation. So every move had to be planned cautiously, avoiding any conflict before his power level increased. One word: endure. The good news was, in Xia Pingzhu's character background, he had prepared a human skin mask and a fake ID before coming to Japan. So when he checked into the hotel, he was wearing the mask and using the fake identity. This way, even though Ki Kurui knew what he originally looked like, there was no need to worry about the Exorcist Association tracking him down at the hotel. Of course, if the brigade members were with him, there wouldn't be so much to worry about. With a bunch of villain big shots covering him, Jai Minghuan actually hoped those weaklings would come knocking. Then he could take advantage of the chaos, while the big shots went on a rampage and sneak a few kills to advance the Winter of the Hunt development system. Ah, this is the joy of riding coattails. Thinking this, Jai Minghuan reached for his phone beside the pillow and glanced at his messages. Origami Ice, number 4 and number 9 will arrive in Tokyo tomorrow. I'll take you to meet them. Xia Pingzhu, okay, see you then. After replying simply, Jai Minghuan took out a set of clothes from the suitcase, washed up in the bathroom, changed into a white hoodie, and put on the human face mask. Letter FF5 to letter 1D4EA, audible acute letter 1D401, yeah letter 1E67. Then he pulled the room card from the slot and tucked it into his pocket, heading toward the Roppongi Bar district. If not for the fact that wearing a human skin mask in front of the brigade members was pointless and would only make him look suspicious, he definitely would have put it on before meeting them. That way, Ki Kurui and her little sister wouldn't have seen his real face that day. He glanced at his right hand. The White Crow Brigade's signature, raven tattoo, was inked on the back of it. A black raven, a red number 12, and a white X running through the design. Jai Minghuan stuffed his right hand into his pocket, not wanting passersby to see the tattoo, thinking he'd wrap it up with bandages when he got back. Strolling through the nighttime streets of Tokyo, izakayas glowed brightly, and the scent of grilled salmon, alcohol, and yakitori wafted out. His nose twitched slightly, but he wasn't tempted. His eyes were fixed only on that giant red exclamation mark under the night sky. Before long, Jai Minghuan followed the exclamation mark to the location of the card event and looked up. Beneath the enormous stood a skyscraper. Judging from the giant spider sculpture on the roof, this was the Mori Tower in Roppongi Hills. The spider sculpture was created by French artist Louise Bourgeois, woven from black metal mesh. It symbolized maternal love and protection, and was one of the most recognizable landmarks of Roppongi Hills. Jai Minghuan surveyed the area, then headed to the entrance of the West Walk Mall beside the Mori Tower. He stopped at the entrance, pulled up his hoodie, and released the tank power from his body. A black and white Möbius loop appeared beside him. He slowly reached out and pinched the queen piece on the loop. The chess piece shattered, turning into a black and white halo that flowed to his side, then formed a regal and slender black iron colossus in the night. From memory, of the 4 basic chess pieces, 2 had special abilities. One was the king piece. The other was the strongest among them, the queen piece. The queen piece's ability was to phase out its body for a short time. In this phased state, its body became transparent and could pass through any object. This move could be used both offensively and defensively, truly an all-rounder. Not only that, the queen piece's phasing could affect anything it touched, including human bodies. The queen piece bent down, picked up Jai Minghuan, and in a flash of phased form, passed through the closed glass doors, entering the interior of the West Walk Mall. Jai Minghuan dropped from the queen piece's arms, lowered his eyes, and waited for his body to become solid again. Then he moved from the mall walkway into the Mori Tower. The entire building was deserted. Hands in his hoodie pockets, he deliberately avoided security cameras, wandering idly from the basement to the 4th floor, finally entering the interior of Roppongi Hills connected to the tower. He eventually stopped in front of a theater entrance. At that moment, a black and white prompt box popped up in front of his eyes. Card event number 5 of Tokyo City has been triggered. The Spider Dancer of Roppongi X Theater. This is the place. Jai Minghuan raised an eyebrow with interest and carefully examined the theater before him. At the entrance, a 2-meter-tall sign read X Theater in blocky 3D English letters. Neon tubes glowed an icy blue in the dark, outlining the letters. The side wall had a bilingual Japanese-English metal plaque reading Roppongi X Theater. He had the queen piece enter the ticket lobby first and slash all the security cameras in half, then move on to the ones in the entry passage. By the time Jai Minghuan entered the venue, even the interior cameras had been dealt with by the queen piece. The majestic statue, dual daggers in hand, calmly walked back to his side to await further orders. At a glance, the venue was no small space, probably about half the size of a Japanese J-League stadium. The ceiling lights flickered on and off. The surroundings alternated between light and dark. During the lit moments, one could make out the stepped audience seats ahead. The back rows had high stools and standing zones. Altogether, the place could hold 800 to 1,000 spectators. The wall displayed a schedule, with Roppongi Hills Street View as the background map. There were also a series of show posters. Aside from livehouse previews, most advertised musicals and plays, titles like Night Parade of 100 Demons and Madame Butterfly, with Roppongi Hills nightscape in the background. According to the schedule, unless it was a New Year's show or art festival, the venue usually closed by 11:30 p.m., with the latest being 12:30 a.m. So now, the place was completely empty. The next moment, the stage curtains suddenly drew back, and the spotlight on the dome thumped on, casting a beam onto a massive shadow center stage. Jai Minghuan, hands still in his pockets, looked up and saw a spider-shaped demon with a human face hanging upside down from the dome by its silk. It twisted and danced midair in a trance-like state, crooning an operatic tune in a deep, hoarse voice. Its 8 limbs bent at eerie angles, like a performer, like a lunatic. Sometimes it danced and laughed hysterically. Other times it shrieked in madness. Card event triggered. Eliminate the spider demon inside the theater within 5 minutes. Wait a sec. Did I start this dungeon too early? Jai Minghuan rested his hand on his chin, suddenly thinking, once my first character gets off the plane, if I bring him here to run the dungeon together with my second character, could I exploit a bug and get 2 event cards in one go? No time for regrets now. The silk on the stage gave a little twitch. In the next instant, the spider demon's body was yanked upward and vanished under the spotlight, but its shadow on the wall kept twisting eerily, as if it were still dancing. The lights went completely out. A chill wind swept through the Roppongi X Theater. Even Jai Minghuan couldn't help shivering in the pitch-black darkness. Meanwhile, in another corner of the venue, a tear ripped through space like a movie screen, suddenly embedded into the darkness. From the screen stepped a tall, slender woman. The movie screen vanished behind her. She had a pipe between her lips, leaned silently against the wall, arms crossed, quietly watching the hoodie-clad teenager in the center of the venue and the colossi surrounding him. The lights went out completely at that moment, and the entire Roppongi X Theater was devoured by the beast known as darkness. Only a faint candle flame flickered on the stage, casting the twisted shadow of the spider demon's movements on the wall. This is creepy as H*LL, Jai Minghuan thought. He stood in the aisle leading to the stage, with audience seating on both sides. The queen piece guarded at his side, cold flames flickering in its pupils. He remained alert to every stir of wind and rustle in the vast theater. Shadows on the wall clearly swayed, but the spider's limbs couldn't be seen in the dark. Only faint rustling sounds could be heard. At that moment, Jai Minghuan released Tiank from within. The blackened white loop formed around him. He raised his hand and touched the spinning chess pieces, summoning all the remaining ones at once: 3 pawn colossi, 1 rook colossus, and 1 king colossus. The reason there were 2 extra pawn pieces was that Jai Minghuan had unlocked the recruit pawn's skill in the skill tree, gaining 2 brand new pawn pieces. The iron pawns raised their greatswords and knelt by his side. The rook colossus spun, loading shells with a mechanical clatter from the barrel. The king colossus stood like a cripple, motionless, holding its scepter high. With Tiank active, Jai Minghuan's mind also gained an overhead view. He felt like he was standing on the ceiling, looking down at the center of X Theater, just like a player watching the moves on the board. This perspective covered a circle with himself at the center and a radius of 30 meters. Jai Minghuan's chess pieces could only operate within that circle, essentially, the board. The player could always observe the whole board, but could only manipulate pieces within it. Once outside the board's range, pieces would automatically return to the black and white loop at his side. The only piece exempt from this rule was the Queen Colossus. He had tested this earlier, and it matched Xia Pingzhu's memories. The Queen could act outside the board's range, which was why it could take out all the theater's cameras one by one. As the King Colossus appeared in the aisle, black and white light rose from its scepter and formed an invisible barrier that enveloped Jai Minghuan. This was the King Colossus's special power. As long as it remained on the board and wasn't destroyed, the player couldn't be harmed on any level. With the king's protection, Jai Minghuan could now observe the battlefield with the board perspective without concern. His vision was blurred in the darkness, and at this point, his eyes only got in the way. So he simply shut them and relied solely on the board perspective in his mind to perceive the theater. Like wearing night vision goggles, he could see every detail in the dark. The spider demon's body slid across the ceiling at times, crawled across the northwest seating area at others. She moved unpredictably, a phantom drifting from place to place, attack direction unknown. The hoarse singing still echoed through the theater. Chinese letter 3005, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. Though the twin butterflies are split, their hearts are one. She was singing a famous line from the kabuki play, The Diary of the Twin Butterflies of the Pleasure Quarters, a tragic tale of twin sisters in love. Interwoven with the singing were the crisp snaps of her joints twisting, click, clack. Jai Minghuan remained unfazed. He quietly calculated his next move. Each time the Queen Colossus used phasing, it needed about 10 seconds to cool down. Having the queen protect the king using phasing was certainly an option, but it would also be like cutting off his own arm, After all, the queen was the strongest of the four basic pieces. A player couldn't rely on defense alone. Sometimes the best defense was a strong offense. Letter 24D alpha Eng Armenian, Hu Ainus, letter 1D51F, open A letter 1D412. Suddenly, in his board view, the spider demon appeared. She was hanging upside down by a strand of silk from the ceiling right above Jai Minghuan's head, launching a dive attack, crashing down like a deformed mountain. Rook. Catching that instant, the iron rook subtly adjusted its cannon and aimed upward. Boom, a deafening blast. A dark shell shot out of the barrel and struck the demon midair. Fire burst out like fireworks. The spider demon shrieked, her hoarse crooning replaced by a piercing scream. Flames like liquid spread over her thick fur, engulfing her body. Every one of her limbs twisted with a crackling sound, like strings of firecrackers popping off. At that moment, the spider demon was less than a meter from Jai Minghuan. The explosion happened dangerously close. Under normal circumstances, he would have been caught in the blast, best case, scorched bald. But thanks to the king's protection and the black and white barrier, he was completely unharmed. Taking advantage of the momentum, Jai Minghuan commanded the Queen Colossus to leap from the audience seats toward the ceiling. Like a dancing swan, she spun midair, gathering momentum. The twin daggers in her hands drew a sharp arc, forming a gleaming crescent. Hiss! The spider demon suddenly opened her mouth midair and spat a mass of silk, wrapping herself in a cocoon. The move not only snuffed out the fire on her body, but also blocked the queen's assault. The queen's daggers only carved grooves into the cocoon. The sticky silk absorbed much of the impact like a circular swamp. The harder you struggled, the deeper you sank. Don't attack the cocoon, cut the silk that's holding her up. Jai Minghuan gave orders using his global view. Before gravity could drag the queen down to the audience seats, she flicked her right-hand dagger like a backhand throw. Riding a chill wind, the dagger drew a silver arc through the air and sliced the silk that suspended the cocoon. A screech echoed through the theater as the spider cocoon tumbled from the air, and waiting directly beneath it were the 3 iron pawns, ready in formation. The pawns raised their giant swords high, blades pointed toward the falling cocoon, like ancient soldiers poised with spears, ready to skewer a lone enemy. The demon inside would be riddled with holes. However, just as Jai Minghuan thought victory was assured, a malformed creature appeared in his board view. His heart jolted. He opened his eyes and looked up. There on the ceiling crawled a monster identical to the spider demon, except this one had a man's face instead of a woman's. What was the same were the twisted, grotesque expressions on both their faces, like vengeful spirits freshly dredged from hell's sulfur springs. Wait, there's more than one spider demon? Jai Minghuan murmured. Then it hit him, that line the spider demon had sung earlier. Though the twin butterflies are split, their hearts are one, the lyrics had foreshadowed it all along. Lurking inside the theater was a pair of twin spider demons. At this moment, the queen had just landed from the air, the pawns were surrounding the fallen cocoon, and the rook hadn't finished loading its second shell. That left the King Colossus completely alone. And from the shadows, the second spider demon dropped down, claws whirling on its 8 legs, shrieking as it dove straight at the king. The second spider demon descended from the theater wall, rushing toward the King Colossus with a vicious face. All 8 legs moved in unison, crawling with the speed of an afterimage, trailing a scarlet glow from the corners of its eyes in the dark. As it crawled, the human face embedded in the spider's head spun like a windmill. A chilling wind surged forward. The King Colossus stood isolated and defenseless, silently rooted to its spot. If the King Colossus were destroyed, the mysterious protection shielding Jai Minghuan would vanish with it, like losing a safety net. The risk of death would spike dramatically. Twin demons, this situation was mentioned in the character's memory. With that in mind, Jai Minghuan reached out and touched the black and white loop beside him, and suddenly, a shadow surged out from within. Contracted demon, shadow demon has been released. The shadow demon was the first demon Xia Pingzhu had contracted when he advanced to a first-tier exorcist. This demon could, for a short time, drag any object around the exorcist into the shadow beneath his feet. The shadow demon darted out of the loop and slipped into the ground, arriving beneath the king in a blink. Tusk, tusk, tusk. The shadow demon chuckled low and dark, lifting its shadowy arms to pull the king down into the shadow pool beneath it. Both of them sank into a black puddle. The spider demon with the male face slashed out with all 8 limbs, only to strike empty air. The demon stared blankly downward, its blood-red eyes fixed on the shadow at its feet. Within the shadow, the King Colossus's silhouette could be seen, along with the shadow demon's glowing red grin, mocking it. At that moment, the Queen Colossus sprang off a crimson theater seat, dashing toward the demon. The spider demon narrowed its eyes. 6 of its legs twisted together grotesquely, each claw fused into the next, forming a blooming flower, one shaped like a carnivorous plant. Each petal was a razor-sharp claw. With a deafening hum, the spinning blades whirled violently. Using its remaining 2 legs to step forward, it charged straight at the queen's blades. Seeing this from the board view, Jai Minghuan commanded, "Phase." As he spoke, he turned to the side and opened his phone's camera. He adjusted the selfie lens so the fearsome spider demon and the imposing side profile of the lunging Queen Colossus would be in the background. He hit the shutter, click, a flash burst in the darkness. In that instant, the Queen Colossus's body turned translucent. As if not a real object, she passed through the center of the carnivorous flower with her daggers, overlapping with the spider demon's form for a brief moment before landing behind it. A flicker of confusion crossed the spider demon's face. It hadn't realized what had just happened. Behind it, the queen reversed her grip on her dagger, sidestepped, spun her arm in an arc, and stabbed the blade into the demon's back, opening a gash. Aracute letter 1D608, letter 1033D, O circumflex letter 1D51F, E circumflex letter 1D668. Shunk, the dagger pierced through the demon's heart from behind. The queen gripped the handle with both hands and twisted hard. The sharp blade spun inside the demon's body. Just like that, she mercilessly shredded the spider demon's heart into a pulp of black blood. Amid the sound of flowing liquid, black blood gushed from the hollow in its chest. The demon roared, then collapsed to its knees in the puddle, its eyes blank. Its twisted limbs slowly unfurled, falling beside it like withered branches. The queen confirmed its death, then turned her head. 3 iron pawns were hacking away at the cocoon on the ground, one slash at a time. Their blades pierced the thick silk, and the other spider demon inside clearly didn't survive either. Its tortured screams faded, and filthy blood oozed from the ruined cocoon. Thus, both spider demons in Roppongi X Theater were eliminated. Jai Minghuan didn't even look up. He had already seen it all clearly through the board view. He glanced at the photo he'd just taken and opened an app to edit it. The Queen Colossus casually flicked her daggers, shaking off the filthy black blood, then walked back toward Jai Minghuan. Despite just finishing a brutal battle, her posture remained elegant and tall. Jai Minghuan turned slightly. She was a full 2 heads taller than him, so he flipped the phone screen around and raised it a bit to show her the selfie. "Did I make you look bad in this?" he asked, tilting his head curiously. The Queen Colossus paused, seemingly surprised her master would ask such a question. Then she lowered her head, her cold-flamed eyes carefully scanning the selfie. She touched her chin and thought for a moment, then shook her head, indicating she was pleased with the photo. "If it's not good, you can just say it. I'm still learning," Jai Minghuan said casually. Back at the orphanage, he never had a phone to play with and had never taken a photo before, so it felt new and fun. If possible, he wanted to travel the world with Kong Yuling someday and take lots of beautiful pictures along the way. The queen shook her head again, her expression sincere. "Oh, well, that's good then," Jai Minghuan replied. At that moment, tap tap, the sound of footsteps echoed inside the theater. Accompanied by the clinking of armor, the 3 iron pawns approached, slowly laying down their blood-stained greatswords and kneeling at his feet, awaiting orders. At the same time, a series of prompt panels floated before Jai Minghuan's eyes, all set against a chessboard background. Detected, player has slain 2 C-class demons. Secondary characters exclusive system, Winter of the Hunt, has been updated kill count, 1 right arrow 3. Current task progress, slay 310, extraordinary species or demons. Current progress of Tiank, international chess, advancement, 45%/100%. Upon reaching full progress, your Tiank will evolve into second stage form and allow a new demon contract, greatly enhancing your Tiank's abilities. Card event completed. Spider Dancers of Roppongi X Theater. You've received an event card as a reward. Twin stars on stage. Card has been added to your storage. Jai Minghuan opened the system panel, tapped Event Card Library, and clicked the first card in the list. The card's description popped up. Event card name, Twin stars on stage. Card effect. If the player has a twin brother, this card can instantly teleport your twin brother to your side and grant him a temporary attribute boost. Note: selling this event card grants 1 skill point. Staring at the card's effect, Jai Minghuan paused for half a second, then tapped. Event card sold. You've gained 1 skill point. Killing demons advances the development system and speeds up tank evolution. Looks like I can't slack off. This character needs to farm a few mobs. Jai Minghuan shrugged, thinking as he touched the black and white loop. The Soldier Colossi, Rook Colossus, and King Colossus all reverted to chess pieces and returned to the loop. Only the Queen remained at his side. He tucked his left hand into his pocket, toyed with his phone in his right hand, and started walking through the darkness toward the theater's exit. The Queen followed silently behind. Not long after, Jai Minghuan suddenly stopped and looked up. At the doorway stood a figure. She wore a khaki trench coat and a Lusk-style hat with a monocle over her left eye, its chain clipped to her collar. Ki Kurui leaned against the wall, arms folded. One hand held a pipe as she quietly took a drag, the faint light from the entryway casting shadows across her profile. After a while, she lowered her gaze and broke the silence. If you've got time, I'd like to talk. She paused, then slowly lifted her head to meet Jai Minghuan's eyes and softly said a name. Xia Pingzhu. Late at night, at the entrance of Roppongi X Theater. Keeping a short distance between them, Jai Minghuan and Ki Kurui locked eyes. The Queen Colossus stood silently by Jai Minghuan's side, the cold blue flames in her slender eye sockets burning fiercely. Ki Kurui, Jai Minghuan stared straight into her eyes, expressionless. I remember your name. Oh, I thought you would have forgot me, so, do you have time for a little chat? Right here is fine. After all, you've already taken care of the surveillance. As Ki Kurui spoke, she took another drag from her cigarette, smoke swirling around her fingertips. If I said I didn't have time, would you let me go? True. If that really happened, I might try to make you have time. Ki Kurui returned her pipe to her pocket, not denying it. But I'm a polite person, so I figured I'd ask first. Jai Minghuan stayed silent, his face blank. Keeping up Xia Pingzhu's cold persona was tiring. If he were playing as Black Cocoon instead, he probably would have already snapped back at her. The Queen Colossus stepped forward with her twin daggers, the blue flames in her sockets blazing intensely. My companion is nearby. Ki Kurui took off her monocle and gently wiped it with a cloth from her pocket. You're indeed a highly gifted exorcist. I watched the whole fight earlier. Despite having been out of practice for over a year, your strength still exceeds my expectations. But I don't think you can handle a fight outnumbered. She paused and, personally, I don't want to fight you either. Hearing this, Jai Minghuan couldn't help but picture Su Zimai's face, and silently backed down. He didn't know the others, but his own sister's personality and temper. Of course he knew. Su Zimai was the type who, growing up, would always win fights with her 2 older brothers by literally pinning them down. She didn't hold back, and once she got worked up, she stopped thinking entirely. If a chase broke out and Su Zimai suddenly pulled some deadly move and wiped out his second character, he wouldn't even be surprised. He asked, so, in the middle of the night, you guys followed me all the way here. Ki Kurui shook her head. No, we didn't follow you, and we weren't looking for you specifically. It's just fate between us. How fated, you ask? She chuckled. Every time I detect a demon in the harbor district and bring my people to check it out, I run into you. Maybe we should stop calling it fate. We met once 2 years ago. Since you still remember my name, you must remember what happened back then too. So, what are you trying to say? As he spoke, Jai Minghuan glanced at the crow tattoo on the back of his hand. Word was the leader's ability involved manipulating crows, so Jai Minghuan wasn't sure if this tattoo had some sort of surveillance function. If it did, he had to choose his words very carefully. Esekumflix letter tewin winfov, letter winadif of smolkappa us. Every sentence from here on out could be a matter of life and death. Ki Kurui was silent for a moment, then slowly took a file from her trench coat pocket. I spent some time today looking into what happened 6 months ago. I truly regret that incident. She thought for a second. Right now, I'm the only one in the entire association who knows what you're doing. Everyone else thinks you've disappeared. For your safety, I used my access privileges to delete your file. That way, no one can trace your background, not even them. The them she referred to was obviously the brigade. She knew full well, if the White Crow Brigade hacked into the Exorcist Association system and discovered Xia Pingzhu's background, the consequences would be dire. The file had some photos attached. In the photos was a rooftop. Bloody organs and flesh hung from a clothesline. Even a human face had been peeled off whole and now hung quietly beside the rest of the organs. Jai Minghuan rolled his eyes internally. Are we role-playing now? I'm playing Blue Ark, you're playing Black Cocoon under a street lamp. The tables really have turned. You've got the wrong person. He said this as he began walking toward the exit hallway. Call it off. This is dangerous. Ki Kurui looked away, but even so my gut tells me, you won't compromise. You've already made up your mind that I'm someone else, so what's the point in defending myself? Ignoring his words, Ki Kurui said expressionlessly, it's not too late to leave them. Even if the brigade sees you as a traitor and hunts you down, the Exorcist Association can guarantee your safety. It's better to come back to us than stay with that group of lunatics. You might not even survive a month with them. I said you've got the wrong person, Jai Minghuan replied, thinking, what, I'm just gonna ditch my main quest now? Yeah, I figured you'd say that, Ki Kurui said. We can exchange contact info. If you ever come to your senses, you can reach out to me. I refuse. Jai Minghuan's face was expressionless. Don't try to stop me. How do you know the rest of my teammates aren't nearby? Or do you think your people have a chance against us? With that, he silently brushed past Ki Kurui and stepped into the entrance hallway. He hoped Ki Kurui would understand. Their conversation was likely being overheard by the brigade. With those monsters, nothing was too bizarre. Continuing this conversation would only increase the risk. Fortunately, Ki Kurui never explicitly said anything, like Xia Pingzhu joined the brigade for revenge. Otherwise, Jai Minghuan might have had to fight her just to prove himself. The whole Roppongi theater was so quiet that only footsteps could be heard. Even those, though, were fading away. Ki Kurui didn't stop him. I sympathize with what you went through, but you don't have to do this. The dead can't come back. Throwing your life away is just stupid. I'm sure those dead people wouldn't want to see this. After a while, Jai Minghuan's voice came from the hallway behind her. How do you know I really lost my way the way you think, and not that I want to follow them? He said. We met once 2 years ago, and that's enough for you to assume I'm a good person. He paused. What if I actually enjoy being among them? You've never seen Jack the Ripper's work in person. Those faces and organs, swaying in the wind and sunlight, I thought they looked beautiful. Beautiful enough to make me wonder just how captivating the person who did it must be. Jai Minghuan knew Jack the Ripper probably didn't even remember killing that family in the alley 6 months ago. To him, it was just after-dinner entertainment, not worth a second thought. As long as he didn't outright say that the victims were Xia Pingzhu's family, even if brigade members were eavesdropping with some strange ability, these words wouldn't raise suspicion. Hearing this, Ki Kurui fell silent for a long time. She lowered her hat brim, her face hidden in shadow. Over the years, she'd seen too many lunatics, so she wasn't shocked or angry at his words, just felt regret. If Xia Pingzhu really was this far gone, she wouldn't hesitate to make a move on him right now. Before the auction even started, she'd take out one member of the White Crow Brigade. But just then, the Queen Colossus suddenly stepped in front of her, raised her hand, and blue flames burst from her fingertips. The Queen silently traced her finger through the air, and flames formed a line of words. I won't work with you, but someone else might. Ki Kurui stared at the words, stunned for a second, then whispered. Who? The Queen continued tracing in midair, flames forming new words. A black mummy. In the next moment, the flame-formed words faded into embers and vanished into the air. The Queen's figure began to turn transparent. She walked toward the theater wall, her body blending into it, and gradually disappeared. Black mummy. Ki Kurui rested her hand on her chin, silently thinking for a moment. For some reason, a figure suddenly popped into her mind. When she first arrived in Tokyo, back in the train demon's carriage, she and Suzimai had discussed that Esper who'd recently appeared in Lijiang. black cocoon. They had looked at a newspaper then, and in the photo was a figure hanging upside down beneath a billboard, his whole body wrapped in bands, looking just like a black mummy. That image had stuck with Ki Kurui so strongly that she even dreamed about it that night. A rainy evening, black cocoon hanging upside down beneath a streetlight, waving at her with a binding restraint. Could he be talking about? She muttered as she turned to look back. In the entrance corridor, Xia Pingzhu's silhouette was already out of sight. At the same time, on the other side of Rapongi's new district, the Queen Colossus cradled Jai Minghuan in her arms, bounding between the tall buildings. Though her body was forged from black iron, she moved as lightly as a sheet of paper beneath the night sky, reflecting the sharp moonlight. Every time she leapt, she would crouch down in advance to protect Jai Minghuan tightly. Jai Minghuan's hair was blown high by the Tokyo wind, exposing his forehead. His primary character, Gu Wenyu, had already arrived in Japan. After getting off the plane, he was currently looking for the hotel with Gu Zhuan and Gu Ke. Fortunately, his dad spoke Japanese, and his older brother knew a bit too, probably around an N4 level, so they hadn't run into any issues on the way. At the very least, asking for directions wasn't a problem. So multitasking isn't as hard as I imagined. Jai Minghuan stared dazedly at the brightly lit Tokyo Tower in the distance, his mind wandering. In just one more week, the brigade's heist at the auction will officially begin. This operation would involve a lot of complex relationships, and most of those were people connected to his primary character. The key problem was that even pulling a random one of them would be enough to instantly wipe out Xia Pingzhu. Thinking of that, Jai Minghuan sighed softly. Sensing his mood, the Queen Colossus lowered her head to glance at him, then continued striding through the moonlight. If I want my second character to not look completely useless in front of the brigade, I'd better act like he's actually capable. Looks like. The only way is to find a decent opponent during the auction and beat the S***T out of him. After mentally scanning through all the heavy hitters, Jai Minghuan really couldn't think of anyone his second character could beat at the auction. Maybe he could clean up some small fry at best. Well, except for one person, Su Zimai. Since the auction was being held by the Japanese Exorcist Association in collaboration with several major Yakuza families, Ki Kurui's reason for coming to Tokyo was clear. She was likely one of the auction's security detail. As a member of the Ghost Train Brigade, Su Zimai would no doubt be by her side. As her big brother, giving a little discipline to a runaway sister doesn't sound too out of line. Jai Minghuan gave a quiet, nodded silently, and readied himself to enforce justice even if it meant turning on his own kin. My foolish little sis, get ready to meet your end. I'm targeting you and only you at the auction. Right at that moment, also in Tokyo, Su Zimai sneezed. Ah, achoo. Got a cold. Ki Kurui turned her head while puffing from her pipe. In the middle of summer? No way I've got a cold. Su Zimai frowned, rubbing her red nose while fiddling with her phone. Someone's probably badmouthing me behind my back. Small kapar a umlaut letter 1D40D O grav S. I thought it was someone thinking about you that made you sneeze. Our little Mai really is popular. Shut it. Under the neon signs of the Tokyo streets, the two strolled forward chatting and laughing. As they passed a red and yellow paper lantern hanging outside an izakaya, Ki Kurui looked ahead and casually brought something up. Hey, aren't those your family? You, Su Zimai was about to say, Captain, you seriously think that's gonna fool me? But then she suddenly remembered Gu Wenyu had messaged her, saying they were coming to Japan for a trip. She froze slightly, looked up from her phone, and spotted three very familiar figures approaching from the corner. Su Zimai stared in shock, jaw nearly hitting the ground. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, No way, Dad. My brother's here too. Gu Ke, Gu Zhuan, and Gu Wenyu were walking down the street toward them. One was looking down at the GPS and leading the way, one was smoking and staring off at Tokyo's nightscape, and the last was fiddling with some crappy mobile game on his phone. Crap, totally screwed. Her eyelid twitched. How could things line up this perfectly? I still have your brother's contact saved in my phone. Can't really pretend we don't know each other, Ki Kurui said as she spotted Gu Wenyu and smiled. Want to go say hi? Captain, are you nuts? If they find out I'm in Japan, I'm dead meat. My big brother will nag me all summer. If you want to go, go by yourself. Su Zimai lowered her voice in a rush and, like a little hamster, scurried behind Kikurui, clutching the hem of her coat and peeking cautiously at the others. The moment she saw an opening, she darted into a nearby phone booth. With her back to the trio, she pulled out her phone and opened WeChat to send a message to Gu Wenyu. My, looks like we've already been spotted. Though only I've been spotted. Kikurui put away her pipe. Turning her head, she realized the kid had already ducked into the phone booth. She gave a helpless chuckle. Not far off, Jai Minghuan, controlling Gu Wenyu's body, looked up at Kikurui. Ah, isn't that someone you know? Gu Ke asked, glancing at his younger brother. Yeah, someone I know. Didn't expect to run into them in Japan too. What a coincidence. Right after speaking, Jai Minghuan saw a WeChat message pop up on his phone. Su Zimai, what are you doing here? Gu Wenyu, didn't I tell you? Big bro's taking us on a trip to Japan. Su Zimai must have missed it. Gu Wenyu, don't lie. You even replied shut up at the time. I remember it clearly. Su Zimai, help me out. Distract Dad and Big Bro, get them away from here. Gu Wenyu, not my problem. Su Zimai, hurry up. Jai Minghuan rolled his eyes, turned, and shoved his backpack into Gu Ke's arms. Bro, you and Dad head back to the hotel first and drop off our stuff. I'm starving. I'll grab something to eat nearby with my friend and call you later. Gu Ke said, but you don't have any yen on you, and I haven't helped you set up PayPal yet. My friend's buying. Jai Minghuan didn't even look back as he pointed at Kikurui. Following his finger, Gu Ke glanced over at Kikurui from afar. The mixed-race girl gave a calm, elegant smile and waved gently at Gu Wenyu. Kikurui's attire and aura came off as refined and sharp. She didn't look like someone dangerous. Gu Ke hesitated for half a second, then slung Jai Minghuan's backpack over his shoulder and reminded him, after you eat, go back to the hotel early. It's already late, don't wander off anywhere else, got it? Yeah, Jai Minghuan replied impatiently and shut off his phone. Gu Zhuan said nothing, quietly smoking and zoning out at the Tokyo nightscape. Jai Minghuan walked over toward Kikurui. Behind him, Gu Ke and Gu Zhuan stood still for a moment, watching his back, then picked up their suitcase and turned to head toward their reserved hotel. Before leaving, Gu Ke gave Kikurui's profile a quick sideways glance, but he still didn't notice Su Zimai hiding in the phone booth, back turned to them the entire time. Tokyo, the streets of Roppongi. As Jai Minghuan walked toward the phone booth, he asked Kikurui, so how'd you two end up in Tokyo? Kikurui smiled at him. I just happened to have work here, so I brought Mai along. She explained as she raised her right hand and lightly knocked on the glass door of the phone booth. Hearing the knock, Su Zimai turned her head nervously. Seeing only Gu Wenyu's silhouette outside the booth, she let out a breath of relief, slowly set down the red phone she had pressed to her ear, and walked out, pretending to be calm. She looked at Jai Minghuan blankly for 2 seconds, then said, thanks. What's my reward for getting you out of that jam? Jai Minghuan asked bluntly, hands in his pockets. I'll treat you to a sushi buffet. Me and my tea, Su Zimai paused. Team. Teacher, she corrected. My teacher and I were just about to eat sushi. You can come with us, she's paying. Don't make it sound like I'm some sugar mama spoiling an underage girl. Kikurui took a pipe out of her pocket and held it between her lips, brushing it off casually. I'm only a 19-year-old young woman myself, not that much older than you two. A pipe, Jai Minghuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, not something you see every day. Especially on a 19-year-old girl, even rarer. Kikurui didn't know how to respond for a moment. In the end, she spoke like a kid caught sneaking toys by an adult, looking all innocent. Oops. Guess I got exposed. She turned to Su Zimai. What do we do, Mai? Think your brother's gonna give me a lecture and drag you home first, ask questions later. Her tone was half sulky, like a spoiled child. If Jai Minghuan hadn't had a serious conversation with her earlier at the Roppongi Theater, he might have been fooled by her act. She was as sly as a fox. She vapes. Su Zimai twitched slightly at the corner of her eye, dryly covering for Kikurui in her mind. Captain spent all that time pretending to be a sweet, innocent teen, only to expose herself as a chain smoker anyway. Using a pipe to vape? I almost bought it, Jai Minghuan said. But hey, I'm not my big brother, so I don't care if you smoke or trip on leaf dust or whatever. Honestly, handing my little sis over to you is perfect. No one left at home to fight me for the TV or raid the fridge for drinks and ice cream. R cute letter 1D622, letter 1D40D, O circumflex yos retroflex. You're really asking for a slap, Su Zimai frowned. Jai Minghuan ignored her and asked Ki Kurui, Miss Ki, aren't you still in college? Interning, Ki Kurui replied calmly. My work's kind of unique. I take photos for rich people, stuff like them throwing money around at auctions or getting perfect shots for their socials when they're out and about. These past few days I've been tagging along with one of them in Japan, so I dragged my Mai with me. She raised a finger and poked Su Zimai's scrunched nose. Right, Su Zimai said while pushing her finger away. Oh, sounds like a promising career. Jai Minghuan tilted his head, deciding not to push Ki Kurui any further. So which sushi place are you two heading to? Su Zimai checked her phone. A branch of Sukiyabashi Gyro, supposedly run by the second son of the sushi god. It's at 6 to 12 to 2 Roppongi in the Minato district. Just turn onto the next street and you'll see it. This place is all over Ziohangshu lately. I brought my teacher here to check in and eat our way through Tokyo. Lucky for you, you scored a free meal. No wonder you ran away from home. Must be nice getting spoiled by a sugar mama. Jai Minghuan sighed with mock envy, hands still in his pockets. A trip to Japan, free food, free fun. If it were me, I'd leave home too. Let those two old dudes sulk at home by themselves. I'm not a sugar mama. You're the one being spoiled. Ki Kurui and Su Zimai shot a glance at Jai Minghuan, both speaking at the same time with the exact same flat tone. I surrender. Jai Minghuan pulled his hands out of his pockets and raised them. No messing with lesbians, got it. Now he understood why Su Zimai's vibe was so androgynous. It was learned from her teacher. Now I get why my Mai always says her brother has a mouth that deserves a slap. Ki Kurui said with a smile, putting the pipe back in her pocket. Su Zimai sighed. Stop wasting time talking to this guy. He's either holed up in his room saying nothing or opening his mouth and making everyone mad. Jai Minghuan didn't react, as if he hadn't heard, hands behind his head in a lazy stretch. You're the one who secretly dug into my second character's background and came out swinging with that, my teammates are nearby line. How could I not give you a hard time? Fair is fair, right? With Su Zimai leading the way, the three of them soon arrived at the sushi spot she mentioned. The restaurant was hidden among the gray-toned buildings behind Roppongi Hills. Above the stone steps hung a 30 cm wide cypress plaque, engraved with the black lacquered characters, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. With a rattling slide, the cypress door opened half a meter to the right. The three stepped inside. A chorus of Japanese letter, 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 welcome, from the staff greeted them as they sat down at a 10-seat cypress counter. Su Zimai took the menu from a server to place the orders, while the other two focused on eating, clear division of labor. Jai Minghuan placed his phone on the counter, resting his chin on one hand as he aimlessly glanced around the sushi bar. One moment, he watched the chef skillfully slicing raw fish into thin pieces. The next, he stared up at the TV mounted above. He picked up the remote and switched to a news channel. The Tokyo news anchor was speaking in Japanese about recent esprit crime cases cropping up in cities like France and China. When the anchor mentioned a series of recent events in Lijiang, they started with a widely reported one. Blue Ark has arrested international thieves, De Zhonghu and Flying Ant. The Lijiang Esper subdivision has already located the antique treasures from the Tokyo Museum and will be returning them to Japan soon. Because of this, Blue Ark's popularity in Japan had skyrocketed. Social media was flooded with praise, and the news station aired several thank you videos from Japanese citizens and museum staff. Su Zim closed the menu and looked up at the TV screen. Didn't think that big blue electric rat was actually useful. Jai Minghuan replied nonchalantly. If you posted that online, Blue Ark's rabid fans would tear you to shreds. That's exactly what I hate. I had a female classmate who said she didn't like Blue Ark and got ostracized by the other girls. Su Zimai paused. So dumb. Ki Kurui sipped her tea and said calmly, it's hard for public figures to control their fan bases. The group's too big. Blue Ark couldn't possibly manage everyone. And he's a national hero. Insulting him is practically seen as insulting a people's champion. That's why the public reaction is so extreme. Oh, and when he doesn't take responsibility, who's gonna take care of that ostracized girl? Su Zimai asked. School is basically a microcosm of society. Learning to read the room and adapt is important, otherwise, life only gets harder. Consider it a life lesson. At that, Kikurui gave her a little smirk. Besides, wasn't that girl lucky? She met you. I remember you flipped the desks of those bullies. And to keep your brothers from worrying, you made me pretend to be your older sister and go meet with the head teacher. Su Zimai looked away. I just couldn't stand Blue Ark's fans, not doing it for her. She leaned in close to Kikurui and whispered. And afterward, you even summoned the movie demon to scare those girls' parents so bad they didn't show up to school the next day. That's what really got the principal to drop it. Captain, you're the worst one of all. What can I say? I hate kids who bully others. Kikurui whispered back, don't mention demons out loud. What if your brother hears? As she said that, she subtly glanced toward Jai Minghuan. He was sipping ramyun soda while staring at the TV, face blank, clearly hadn't caught their conversation. Su Zimai and Kikurui backed off from each other, sighed, shook their heads, and returned to normal volume. She said, it's all Blue Ark's fault. I told you, it's not about Blue Ark, Kikurui replied flatly. Listening to the two of them bicker, Jai Minghuan shrugged. He couldn't help wondering if Su Zimai ever found out that the Blue Ark she curses every day was actually Guke, what kind of face would she make? In Jai Minghuan's mind, Su Zimai wasn't some heartless, unfeeling kid. Ever since their mother passed, her emotions had rarely been cared for, which led her to develop a kind of tsundere nature, pretending to be indifferent around family. Kids who grow up with neglected emotions often end up withdrawn and aloof. But deep down, she cared a lot about her older brother, Guke. If she ever found out that Guke was Blue Ark, she'd probably start by fiercely condemning her own heart, and maybe, just maybe, she'd do a total 180 and become one of those Blue Ark extreme fans she always complains about. Online or offline, the moment someone insulted Blue Ark, she'd charge in saying, my brother has to look after 2 younger siblings and save the world. If you hate him, you might as well kill me first, you dumba. Thinking of this, Jai Minghuan couldn't help but chuckle. What he was even more curious about was how this overly righteous little sister would react when she found out their dad was a super criminal. Would she team up with their older brother to serve justice within the family, or would she sit at the dinner table and try to talk dad into turning himself in? There he is again. He's really popping up a lot lately. Kikurui murmured while looking up at the TV. Her words caught Jai Minghuan's attention, and he followed her gaze. After covering the Da Zhonghu incident, the news anchor moved on to the green wing case. Blue Ark was again the central figure, but this time, a strange silhouette appeared on screen, a man hanging upside down beneath a billboard, looking like an insect cocoon. Su Zimai glanced at the black cocoon on TV, her eye twitching, and said with clear disdain, I don't even want to look at that thing. It's been trending everywhere lately. What's it doing chasing me all the way to Japan? Huh? Can you mind your language a little? That thing is sitting right next to you, mooching off your sushi, Jai Minghuan thought, rolling his eyes at her. Right, wasn't it my brother who said this bug guy's look was cool and attention-grabbing? What do you think, Captain? Su Zimai asked with a sideways glance at Jai Minghuan. Her expression was somewhat expectant, like she was waiting for her captain to roast her good brother's taste. But to her dismay, the answer was completely not what she hoped for. Kikurui stared at the man in the trench coat on the TV, thoughtful. I think his design has a kind of symbolic beauty to it. The binding restraints, the cocoon. Like someone trapped, trying to cry for help through this form. The tailcoat, the books, the absurd and casual way he speaks, it all feels like he's hiding something real behind those props. She added offhandedly, all these elements are fragmented and contradictory, yet there's a strange aesthetic to them. It's like something you'd see at an art exhibition. It makes you curious about what kind of person lies behind that mask. Cough, cough, cough. Jai Minghuan choked on his water, coughing a couple of times before grabbing a peanut with his chopsticks and stuffing it into his mouth. He casually mumbled, great taste. He thought, though the person under the mask is literally sitting next to you right now, so maybe tone down that curiosity. Still, he hadn't expected someone to so accurately guess his inner state, even by accident. Maybe Kikurui studied art psychology or something. Suzimai cradled her face with both hands and sighed deeply. Sigh, you too are hopeless. A giant flapping moth gets you all impressed. Is there a single normal person around me? There really isn't, Jai Minghuan thought to himself. Kikurui sipped her tea and said calmly, if I had the chance, I'd really like to meet this black cocoon. Her gaze dropped to the reflection in her teacup, recalling the message Queen Colossus had relayed to her back at Roppongi X Theater. I won't work with you, but a black mummy might consider it. Jai Minghuan glanced sideways at Kikurui's distracted expression and thought, don't worry, Black Cocoon will come find you in a few days. Suzimai said expressionlessly, well, I hope I don't. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from spraying his face with bug spray. And that big moth guy, what's his name again, Black something, talks too much. I might just shoot him in the throat on instinct. Geez, sis, could you be more violent? Jai Minghuan shivered beside her. He thought, but don't worry, we'll have plenty of chances to fight it out at the auction in a few days. Soon, the food arrived. It was a massive spread. Suzimai had practically ordered enough to fill the entire bar counter. The fatty pink flesh of bluefin tuna glistened with oily sheen. The live Arctic surf clams curled slightly at the edges. The seared salmon wore a caramelized glaze, and across the counter were sea urchin, foie gras sushi, and more. Letter 213, A ring, letter 1D40D, letter 231B, open A, letter FF53. Seeing it all, Jai Minghuan finally understood what a gourmet feast really meant. Whether it was a feast or not, he wasn't sure. What he did know was that he was about to turn into the glutton. He picked up a gunkin sushi roll with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. The orange-red fish roe sparkled on the white rice, each one bursting with juice. As he chewed, Jai Minghuan spaced out. He had known Kikurui was rich, but not this rich. This meal alone had to cost over 1,000,000 yen, around 50,000 RMB. And the food kept coming, no sign of stopping. Before the food arrived, Jai Minghuan had been mentally pumped. I'm gonna eat them broke. Sushi after sushi, I'll make that sugar mama suffer. But now, who knew if they were going broke? His dignity certainly was. I'm just some orphanage brat, how do I even deserve this? The gap between people is too damn wide. Maybe the world should just go ahead and end already, he thought. Sis, are you trying to bankrupt your teacher? Jai Minghuan asked while blankly chewing sushi, turning to Suzimai. Heh, my teacher has plenty of money, Suzimai replied proudly, like it was her own wallet on the line. So what kind of teacher is she to you, exactly? Jai Minghuan asked curiously. None of your business. She didn't teach you how to hit on girls, did she? Shut up. Hearing the exchange, Kikurui's clear eyes narrowed with amusement. She turned to Jai Minghuan and said slowly, sounds like. You've got the wrong idea about me. I'll have you know, even though I look like a lesbian, my orientation is totally normal. Then she smirked and teased with deadpan seriousness. So if your sister really is into girls, that's definitely not my fault. Captain, you shut up, Suzimai muttered, chopsticks still in her mouth. Who's paying for our dear Mai Mai's dinner then? Pay first, shut up after. Suzimai surrendered to the power of money. Whether or not Kikurui actually shut up was unclear. But Jai Minghuan, after eating his fill, definitely rolled out on his own. He was exhausted. Controlling two bodies all day was a mental drain no normal person could handle. Even he was starting to feel the fatigue. He said goodbye to the two and left the sushi place, then pulled out his phone to navigate to the hotel Gu Ke had booked. After Jai Minghuan left, Kikurui pulled her phone from her trench coat pocket, glanced at a message, and said, by the way, I just got a notification from the association. They say Blue Ark has arrived in Japan. Suzimai asked carelessly, oh, so when are we meeting them? In a few days, probably. Kikurui paused, speaking of which. Don't you think it's a bit of a coincidence? Suzimai tilted her head. What do you mean? Kikurui was silent for a moment. Your brother just happened to arrive in Japan tonight. And right after that, the association tells me Blue Arks landed in Tokyo too. Don't you think? It's a bit too coincidental. Suzimai blinked, thinking for a moment with her chopsticks still in her mouth, then asked, Captain, you're not trying to say my second brother is. Blue Ark, are you? By the end, she couldn't hold back a laugh, as if she'd just heard the biggest joke in the world. But Ki Kurui didn't laugh. She turned her head, calmly looked at her, and slowly nodded. The smile faded from Su Zimai's face. And for a moment, the entire world seemed to go quiet. Su Zimai thought again and realized something was off. Maybe she'd been misled by the captain again. So she asked with a cold face, "What's the reason? You can't seriously think my brother is Blue Arc just because they arrived in Japan at the same time, right?" "Of course that's not the only reason." Ki Kurui shook her head. "Actually, a few days ago in the park, right after I shook hands with your brother, I had a vague feeling that something about him wasn't right. But considering his feelings, I didn't tell you at the time." "What's not right exactly?" Su Zimai was unimpressed. She took a swig of ramyun with the same energy she had when drinking alcohol, raised an eyebrow, and stared directly into this sly fox's eyes. She slammed the soda bottle down on the bar, just wanting to see how long it would take for Ki Kurui to crack a smile. Every time the captain tried to keep a straight face while joking, she usually gave herself away after just a few extra looks. Ki Kurui recalled the details from the park while glancing at the palm of her right hand. She said, "It seemed like your brother used some kind of ability to test me. He moved really fast, I didn't even react at first. The feeling was very subtle, like I got shocked or something." Ki Kurui paused. "And Blue Arc's ability just happens to be manipulating electricity." Su Zimai had a chopstick in her mouth, stunned as she listened. The captain didn't look like she was joking. She usually had a sly fox-like smirk when she cracked jokes. But right now, Ki Kurui's expression was completely different, too calm, so calm it was scary. If the captain wasn't joking, how was she supposed to face this truth? What kind of expression should she have the next time she saw Gu Wenyu? Ki Kurui continued, "Exorcists need to release tank power, and anecdote envoys have to summon their anecdote codex. Neither of them can use their abilities instantly. So, I suspect your brother is in a spur." Hearing that, Su Zimai completely lost her appetite. She opened her mouth, about to speak, but suddenly remembered she had felt a similar odd sensation that day, so she just looked quietly at Ki Kurui. Staring into Su Zimai's eyes, Ki Kurui slowed her tone and continued, "If your brother is Blue Arc, then it all makes sense. That electric shock feeling I had, maybe it's because Blue Arc can read a target's background by transmitting electricity. So he was testing me with that move. Blue Arc's ability is extremely versatile. With his strength, it wouldn't be surprising if he developed his power to that level." Su Zimai lowered her head in thought for a moment, then took a deep breath and looked up. "But if my brother is Blue Arc, then when he debuted he was only in middle school. Don't you think that's a stretch? The youngest Esper the reality-altering Esper Association has ever accepted is at least 16, high school age." As if she had finally found a breakthrough, she stared hard at Ki Kurui, like a proctor glaring at a student suspected of cheating, hoping the other person would just come clean and stop trying to lie. That way, she could convince herself this was all just a joke. "Think about it. Who says middle schoolers can't wear tights and fight crime?" Ki Kurui said. "Besides, if I remember right, Blue Arc only joined the association after acting solo for a year or two." She paused and looked away. So, by the time Gu Wenyu was officially invited to become an Esper, he should have already met the minimum age requirement. Su Zimai couldn't find any arguments anymore. After a while, she said softly, "Say no more. I feel like my worldview is falling apart." Ki Kurui glanced at her, seeing she looked like she was about to cry. She opened her mouth and gently comforted her. "But I'm only saying it's a possibility. Maybe what happened in the park was just my imagination, in which case all my later guesses fall apart." If they weren't about to work with Blue Arc, Ki Kurui never would have told Su Zimai these thoughts. But if she didn't say anything now, and Su Zimai recognized her brother Gu Wenyu during the operation, she'd be even more devastated and shocked. That would definitely affect the Tokyo auction operation to some extent. That's why Ki Kurui wanted to prepare her mentally in advance. Right now, Su Zimai couldn't say a word. She just froze, then put down her chopsticks and slowly lowered her head. Her eyes were hidden by her bangs. A brief silence settled between Su Zimai and Ki Kurui. So quiet, it felt like they could only hear the hushed murmurs of the customers and the crisp sound of the chef chopping fish against the cutting board. Letter 1D64D, A umlaut ang, a letter 1D587, E circumflex. She lowered her head in deep thought for a while, her face bathed in the gradually shifting orange-yellow light, and her eyes shimmered faintly. Going over all the strange things from the past few years, Suzimai finally remembered where that odd feeling from Gu Wenyu had come from. That day, Gu Wenyu had taken a Coke out of the fridge for her, and when he touched her shoulder, she also felt that electric shock Ki Kurui had described. She thought it was just the Coke chilling her neck, but thinking back now, it might have been a cover. And then there was that time Gu Wenyu handed chopsticks to Dad, and Dad suddenly grabbed his wrist really hard. That was seriously weird. Thinking about it now, a whole chain of strange incidents seemed to connect, all pointing to one truth in Suzimai's mind. Her second brother really was in a spur, and just like the captain said, he might really be Blue Arc. Ki Kurui might not be great at logic, but her instincts were scarily accurate. Her guesses rarely missed. Most of the time, even by relying on intuition, she still landed right. At least, ever since Suzimai had known Ki Kurui, she hadn't seen her get it wrong. But if her second brother really was Blue Arc, then why did Dad also sense something was off back then? Could it be Dad is also hiding something, just like second brother? Why? Why? We're family, but I don't know them at all. Were they just pretending this whole time? Since Mom died, Big Brother shut himself in his room and wouldn't talk to the family. Was it because he was busy being in a spur? Has Dad's behavior over the past 2 years not been about giving up on us, but rather hiding something from us? The more she thought about it, the more chaotic it became. Her thoughts were like a ball of yarn rolling on the floor. The further it rolled, the more threads scattered, messier and messier, endlessly spreading in all directions. In the end, they tangled up the whole world. Suzimai felt like her brain was swelling to the point of bursting. She raised her wrist and pressed it to her ear. Her eyes were slightly red, and tears of frustration began to well up and spill out, one by one. If Gu Wenyu really was Blue Arc, then this dumb brother had been hiding such dangerous stuff from her the whole time. Why didn't he say a single word to her? Was it because he didn't trust his own little sister? Thinking that, Suzimai suddenly remembered why she had always refused to let Gu Wenyu get involved with the exorcist world. She just didn't want him to get hurt. He just didn't want me to get hurt either, she muttered quietly, staring blankly at the table. Suzimai kept her head down, not saying a word for a long time. The store was still full of clinking glasses and cheerful chatter. The guests wore the joy of an all-night party after getting off work, while only the two at the bar remained frozen in silence like a still from a movie. The waiter had stopped bringing dishes. Plenty of sushi still sat untouched on the table. Ki Kurui raised her defined right hand to prop up her cheek and ask sideways, "You full?" "Yeah. You okay?" "I'm fine. We're meeting Blue Arc in a few days. If he really is my brother, I'll definitely recognize him." Suzimai's voice was a little hoarse. "Not necessarily." Ki Kurui shook her head. "Blue Arc usually wears a helmet while working with the association, and it comes with a voice changer. After playing that role for a few years, he's gotten pretty good at it. Even if you saw him in person, it'd be hard to link him to your brother." Suzimai asked in a low voice, "Then what do we do?" Ki Kurui thought for a moment, then suggested, "Before the auction starts, let's try to meet with your second brother again. Afterward, I'll have Su Sanyan tail him. Sanyan's the best at tracking in our team, she rarely messes up." She let out a low chuckle. "But if your brother really is Blue Arc, with his skills he'll definitely notice Sanyan following him. Once he catches her, you can just jump out and do the whole dramatic sibling reveal." "All right, let's go with that," Suzimai said, slumping in her seat like even talking was exhausting. Ki Kurui nodded and suddenly added, "Oh, right. For the mission, I've prepared a face mask and a voice changer for you. Is that really necessary?" Suzimai looked up at her. "Absolutely. You can't afford to let your guard down during the operation. The White Crow Brigade is a bunch of evil scum. If they saw your face, your family might be targeted for revenge. Not to mention your family just so happens to be vacationing in Japan, so better safe than sorry." "All right then, Captain, don't you need a disguise too?" "I don't have family. Except for the chairman who adopted me." Ki Kurui smirked. "The chairman's health is so bad, if nothing unexpected happens, he'll probably kick the bucket in a year or so. He's lived long enough anyway. If the White Crow Brigade really comes knocking, maybe those villains will do him the favor of sending him off." Suzimai rolled her eyes. "Captain, you're way too filial. Is that really how you treat your adoptive guardian? She asked. Sanyan and Zhengquan haven't arrived in Japan yet. They're tied up with things back home, arriving a bit late. Should be here in the next couple days. Once they arrive, we'll settle your brother's situation first, then formally meet with the Yakuza. Ki Kurui said as she took a pipe from her trench coat pocket, intending to take a puff, but was interrupted by the chef knocking the cutting board with a knife. She raised an eyebrow, gave an awkward grin, and remembered the restaurant was non-smoking, so she put the pipe away. Su Zimai nodded. This mission's tough. If we can pull it off, the association will give us a serious boost in ratings. The Ghost Train Brigade could officially level up to a third-tier Exorcist squad. Letter 1D445, a letter Winda 6 Win 6, letter Win 6 Data, a Eganek letter Winda Fawinta. Kikurui raised a hand and patted her head. Just do your job well, everything else is a bonus. Okay, Suzumai said. Then once Sanyan arrives in Tokyo, I'll ask my brother out to meet. She paused. But he's so lazy, it's gonna be hard getting him to come out. Then ask in advance, better chance of success that way. True, he can dodge me for a while, but not forever. I'll get him to come out eventually. Su Zimai took a deep breath, pulled her phone from the pocket of her jumpsuit with determination, eyes drooping as she opened her WeChat chat screen. Staring at Gu Wenyu's profile photo, a blue hedgehog in running shoes, Sonic, her finger hesitated for a moment. For some reason, Su Zimai almost hoped Gu Wenyu would just stay holed up in that hotel room forever and never come out. But in the end, she still moved her finger, typed one word at a time in the message box, and hit send. Su Zimai, big bro, can we meet up in a couple days? At the same time, elsewhere in Tokyo. Roppongi Grand Hotel, 4th floor. Jai Minghuan was walking down the dimly lit hotel hallway. He looked up from his phone screen and saw Gu Kei leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, idly playing with his phone as he waited. Had fun with your friend? Gu Kei asked while handing over the room card from the adjacent room. Yeah, she's loaded. Total sugar mommy. We ordered a ton of food, even finish it. Giving a half-hearted reply, Jai Minghuan took the room card from his older brother, glanced at the number, and scanned the hallway until he found room 4105. The three of them were in neighboring rooms, Blue Ark on the left, Black Cocoon in the middle, Ghost Bell on the right. Maybe Gu Kei did that on purpose, putting Black Cocoon right between Blue Ark and Ghost Bell. Not sure what the other two thought, but Black Cocoon was definitely satisfied. He figured with binding restraints pressed against the walls on both sides, he could easily monitor what his brother and dad were up to, super convenient. Right now, Gu Zhuan's room was silent, not a sound, probably already asleep. Good, get some rest, Gu Kei smiled. Okay. Jai Minghuan tapped the keycard on the door handle sensor. Beep, the door unlocked. He slotted the card into the power slot, took a shower, then collapsed on the hotel bed wrapped in a towel. Too lazy to even change clothes, he lay there motionless, chin on the pillow, thinking. Need to move my sister's main quest along before the auction starts. Try to get Black Cocoon to work with her. Would have been easier if the target were Ki Kurui. But no, it had to be my irrational sister. But those two are like conjoined twins, glued together 24/7. When I show up, even if Su Zimai doesn't listen, Ki Kurui will get her to calm down. In that case, it might actually be possible to talk to her peacefully without a fight. Just then, the phone by his pillow buzzed with a text. He used binding restraints to pull the phone from under the covers and held it up to read the message. Su Zimai, big bro, can we meet up in a couple days? Gu Wenyu, what's this? Trying to scam me into a free meal. Su Zimai, well, thing is, Miss Kikurui, she fell in love with you at first sight. Jai Minghuan's eye twitched. That message hit him as hard as the one Gu Kei sent him before. You're my dad. Crap, did I just get roped into a lesbian marriage scam? Jai Minghuan, being who he is, instantly saw through the trick. Ki Kurui must be trying to marry into our family just to get close to my sister, huh? He lifted his head from the pillow, just thinking about how one room ahead lay a terrifying clock tower man, and behind him a terrifying lightning man. Jai Minghuan let out a long sigh for Ki Kurui's future. So many flowers in the world, why fixate on my sister? This road leads straight to hell. If Ki Kurui really did marry into their family, the terror she'd experience would probably rival that of an otaku gleefully booting up what he thought was a fluffy dating sim, only to discover he'd downloaded a hell-difficulty spy thriller. With that in mind, for everyone's sake, Jai Minghuan Googled how to prevent a lesbian marriage scam. Clearly lacking experience in this area, he stared at the screen where it said in bold text, "In cases of lesbian marriage scams, to avoid all adverse consequences and malicious retaliation, the best approach is fight poison with poison." Jai Minghuan expressionlessly read those 4 words out loud, nodded in agreement, and exited Su Zimai's chat. He pulled up Ki Kurui's contact and sent a message. "Gu Wenyu, miss, I'm gay." Soon she replied, "Ki Kurui." After using the bathroom, Jai Minghuan came back to find his phone still vibrating nonstop in the dark. The ding-ding-dong-dong of message alerts hadn't let up for even a second. If this weren't the middle of the night, it'd sound like a haunting. Helplessly scratching his ear, Jai Minghuan ignored the barrage of messages from Su Zimai. With a flick of his finger, a binding restraint extended to grab the phone from beside his pillow. After a few quick swipes, he enabled Do Not Disturb mode. If it were Blue Arc, he might have blocked her straight away. But this was his sister, and he had no idea what she'd do if she got mad. She was not someone to provoke. He lay back on the bed, speechless. He really didn't get what was up with her tonight. Normally Su Zimai either wouldn't say a word or would disappear for months like she was dead. But now, it was like someone stamped, "Family must love each other," onto her brain, afraid she wouldn't bother him enough, like she'd suddenly developed bipolar disorder overnight. Jai Minghuan closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness into Xia Pingzhu's body. At that moment, number 2 body, Xia Pingzhu, was also lying down in a hotel near Shiba Park in the Port District. He remembered he'd just sold the event card, Twin Stars on Stage, to the system in exchange for 1 skill point. He opened Xia Pingzhu's character skill tree and looked over the 3 skill branches. Branch 1 Troop. Recruit pawns, learned right arrow pawn training. Requires 1 skill point, right arrow unknown. Branch 2 Valor. Chess piece evolution, condition. Can only be learned after spending 3 total skill points on other branches. Learning this skill requires 1 skill point, right arrow unknown, right arrow unknown. Branch 3 Soul. Demon Hunter. Requires 1 skill point to learn right arrow unknown, right arrow unknown. The second branch needed conditions met to learn. It'd definitely be his first choice, but he hadn't unlocked the permissions yet. The third branch felt underwhelming. Demon chess pieces were one-time use and didn't seem very practical, plus he probably wouldn't have time to hunt demons in the near future. So, if he wanted to boost combat power quickly, focusing on the first branch was the safest short-term path. With that in mind, Jai Minghuan raised his hand and long pressed on the text for pawn training. The text shifted from dark to light, emitting black and white light that lit up his pupils. Spent 1 skill point, successfully learned branch troop skill, pawn training. Your pawns now equip shields and gain the command Shield Guard during combat. Notice, the next skill in branch troop is now available to learn. Jai Minghuan really wanted to test the pawns right there in the hotel, but the iron pawns were bulky, nothing like the nimble queen, and frankly clumsy. Summoning them might cause a racket, so better to try them out in live combat in a couple days. He closed the series of panels floating before him and minimized the options bar into a gear icon. Then he thought, Dad is officially rated as quasi-calamity level. I remember when I used binding restraints to scan him. His attributes came out as Strength A++, Speed A, and Mentality A. My besties in the Royal Court Squad, which is basically the strongest group among Anecdote envoys. But even his stats are similar to Dad's, so if that's the standard for quasi-calamity level, then the next tier, calamity level, must be insane, with every attribute nearing S rank or even surpassing it. So putting aside China's strongest exorcists, the 4 Lake Hunters, Rainbow Wing really is the strongest known organization globally, seeing as they have 12 calamity-level powerhouses. Omlet, a symbol thrifada, letter win de winba s. Each of my game character bodies has a built-in skill tree system. The skill mechanics can make up for stat gaps. But even so, getting each body up to calamity level would take at least 1 or 2 months. Sigh, if I hadn't been hit with the Asper suppressant, I could have just created a calamity-level character with maxed base stats. But that's exactly why they hit me with it. No way they'd let me do that. Jai Minghuan tucked his arms behind his head and stared blankly at the ceiling. The instructor said he'd let me meet the other kids in the research facility sometime soon. Not sure if he's bluffing, but what kind of freaks are these kids they're keeping locked up? This damn place better not turn into a final boss farm later. With that thought, he slowly closed his eyes. The low hum of the air conditioner lulled him into deep sleep. A restricted level Esper, ID number 1002, Jai Minghuan, instructor is here, prepare for immediate questioning. Yet another identical voice called him out from the darkness. Jai Minghuan opened his eyes and slowly turned his head to see a figure in a white lab coat entering through the open metal door. He asked the instructor, "Didn't you say I'd get to meet the other kids?" "Haven't seen a single one. They're still being prepared," the instructor said as he walked. Jai Minghuan sat up on the bed, rubbing his groggy head, and mocked, "Makes sense. The kids you've got locked up here must be real pieces of work. If one of them slips out, we might be looking at several countries disappearing from the map." The instructor sat down at the table, placed a thermos on it, clasped his fingers together, and smiled. "You're underselling it. It wouldn't just be a few countries. Half of humanity could vanish." "You're surprisingly honest." Jai Minghuan raised an eyebrow and pressed on. "Actually, I'm a bit curious. If you guys say Kong Yuling is also an Esper, then in your system, what level is her ability?" The instructor replied, "She's currently the most promising psychic type Esper we know of. If she matures normally, she'll be at least quasi-calamity level." "And what's quasi-calamity level supposed to mean?" Jai Minghuan asked knowingly, got out of bed, and sat in the chair opposite the instructor. The instructor patiently explained, "Restricted level is the top. Below that is calamity level, followed by quasi-calamity level. Then come dragon level, QE level, quasi-level, and finally harmless level. This ranking system was established by the United Nations." "You guys with the UN." No need to guess. When the time is right, we'll tell you who we are." Jai Minghuan didn't mind. He knew exactly why the instructor was hiding the organization's name. He was a reality-altering type Esper. If he ever broke through his limits, he might literally erase the entire organization from existence. They might not even realize what was happening before they were wiped out like a name secretly erased from the pages of history. In fact, he'd already figured out who they were through his own digging. Salvation Society was, in all likelihood, the name of the group running this research facility. The instructor smiled. "Normally, we wouldn't take in someone like Kong Yuling, but her ability type is so rare, she's an exception here. There's another reason too. You wanted to use her to control me, so that's why she's an exception." Jai Minghuan tapped his fingers casually on the table. "More like protect you than control. The outside world is dangerous for people like you. Not only that, your own powers are dangerous to yourself. Giving a kid too much power leads to self-destruction. So we protect you, guide you. That's what adults should do." Sure, you're always right." Jai Minghuan couldn't be bothered to argue. "What about the other kids here? Anyone brought here must at least have the potential to grow into a calamity-level Esper." "Then I'm the strongest one here?" Jai Minghuan asked, tone like a kid fishing for praise. "You absolutely are." "Oh," Jai Minghuan glanced up at the instructor and took the chance to fire off a string of questions. "Then, why is my designation restricted level Esper 1002? Who's 1001? Are there other restricted levels locked up in this place? How many of us have ever existed?" "Only 2, the instructor sipped his tea. "The last restricted level appeared 100 years ago. He also came to us for help." "Wow, your organization's got some serious history," Jai Minghuan said, realizing any further probing was pointless, so he changed the subject. "Tomorrow. Which kid are you planning to let me meet?" "The first one we want you to interact with is called Filio. He's quite special, born with a half-demon, half-human constitution." Jai Minghuan blinked. "Half-demon, half-human." "That's right, a child born from the union of a human and a demon," the instructor said slowly. "We call them Demonkin." When Jai Minghuan heard the word Demonkin, the first image that popped into his head was Majin Buu from Dragon Ball Z. As a kid, he really loved that anime. It was one of the few sources of entertainment in the orphanage. Whenever the children behaved well, the nurses would reward them with an episode of Dragon Ball Z. Everyone would crowd around the TV, arguing over which Super Saiyan form of Goku was the coolest. Unfortunately, anime was just anime. If Demonkin existed in real life, they probably wouldn't look like a chubby, squinty-eyed villain that was so cute you'd want to pinch his cheeks. They'd likely be ugly, monstrous things. Sounds wild. How do a human and a demon even mate? The boy in the coated inmate uniform clicked his tongue, asking a question that sounded a bit NSFW. The instructor took a sip of water to moisten his throat, then explained, "Some high-level demons possess intelligence. They can even take human form and disguise themselves as ordinary people living among humans. In their human form, it's entirely possible for them to mate with humans. Filio is a child born that way." "So you're saying there are a lot of Demonkin?" Jai Minghuan asked. "No," the instructor shook his head. "Filio is the only Demonkin we've discovered so far. His father must have been an exceptionally powerful demon. Otherwise, we can't explain how Filio had such terrifying power at such a young age." Hearing that, Jai Minghuan quietly thought, "So if Filio's father is still roaming human cities, I might get a chance to meet this demon someday. What parent doesn't love their child? Maybe I can lead it to the Salvation Society's base and get it to break him out." According to the instructor, even though Filio's father is a demon, it still has human intelligence. So communicating with it shouldn't be an issue. If the demon's leading a demon army too, even better. "Oh, mighty demon lord, I'm counting on you to break me out of this hellhole. Demon lord, I'm putting all my hope in you. Please, help me out, mighty lord." Jai Minghuan looked up and asked with a blank face, "So what does this little Demonkin look like?" As the name implies, half demon, half human, he has both demonic and human features. "No wonder he's locked up in here," Jai Minghuan muttered, then asked, "What about his parents?" The instructor went silent for a while. "By the time we traced the leads back, his mother had already been eaten. All that was left in the house were some body parts. As for the demon father who fathered the child, still missing to this day." Jai Minghuan raised an eyebrow. "You're not saying the one who ate his mom was his demon dad, right? That was our initial assumption too. And then we realized we were wrong. The one who ate his mother," the instructor paused, lowering his voice, "was Filio himself." Jai Minghuan froze. He stared at the instructor, silent for a moment, and repeated, "You're saying Filio ate his own mom?" "That's right. When we found him, there were undigested human body parts in his stomach." The instructor lowered his gaze and spoke slowly. "Young demons are like pure beasts. Even his demon father only developed a stable consciousness after maturing. So one day, when the demon father was out hunting, Filio ate his own mother." He paused again. "When we found him, he was still crying out, 'Mom, where are you?' None of us expected that he had eaten her himself. Of course, to him, it was more of an unconscious, instinct-driven act imprinted in his genes." Jai Minghuan went quiet. Naturally, he hadn't expected to meet some kind, red scarf-wearing model student in a place like this. But starting off with a heavy hitter who had eaten his own mother alive, yeah, that shook his worldview a bit. After a moment's hesitation, he said quietly, "My mom taught me to choose my friends wisely. Maybe I'll skip making friends with this one. Not making friends is boring." "You seem like someone who really wants someone to talk to." The instructor raised an eyebrow. Jai Minghuan leaned back in his chair and sighed. "I just care whether this Filio kid might suddenly open his mouth and eat me mid-convo." "Impossible," the instructor smiled and cut in. "Don't worry, we found Filio when he was very young and brought him to the lab. He's been well educated. His human side is much more dominant than his demon side. In his mind, he sees himself as a human, so he'd never commit something like cannibalism again. So he knows he ate his mom. We originally planned to hide it from him, but as he grew older, he remembered on his own." "What was his reaction?" "He choked himself, lying on the ground vomiting for a long time. He cried, dug at his throat, and with a face full of despair asked me, 'Why was I even born?'" Jai Minghuan was quiet for a while. "Yeah, I'd probably mentally collapse too if that happened to me. Makes sense. It's normal to fear Filio. But think about it, if even you are afraid of him, how do you think the rest of the world sees him? He's such a lonely kid. If we can't accept him, no one else in this world will. If you're willing to be his friend, that would be ideal." The instructor said this quietly, his voice tinged with a faint sorrow. Jai Minghuan tilted his head slightly, staring at him in silence. He couldn't tell whether this guy was putting on a show or being genuine. "So tomorrow, it'll be the three of us meeting in this room?" he asked. "Yes, Kong Yuling will be there too," the instructor smiled. "I know you're eager to see her." Jai Minghuan paused, then met the instructor's gaze. "You know the only reason I'm even sitting here talking to you is because you haven't actually harmed her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said a single word to you, and I sure as HL wouldn't be helping you find some nuclear switch." He paused. "If we do find it, I'll be the first to press it." The unspoken meaning was, if that Demonkin hurts Kong Yuling in a moment of lost control, then F it, everyone goes crazy. Let's see who the real monster in this prison is. We're not villains. Why would we use someone a child cares about as leverage? The instructor chuckled. You really do misunderstand us too deeply. Jai Minghuan looked away, but he understood in his heart. What the Salvation Society really feared was that if Kong Yuling were ever injured or killed, his powers would spiral out of control in an instant. That's why they had always treated her as his emotional stabilizer. Jai Minghuan stayed silent for a while. He was starting to get confused about what these people really wanted. If the Salvation Society was a benevolent organization, then why did the exorcist known as Traffic Light suddenly go berserk one night, losing all reason and butchering innocent exorcists, leaving behind a deliberate mark from the Salvation Society at the crime scene? That didn't seem like something a good guy would do. Could it be there were two factions within the Salvation Society, and the one that drove Traffic Light mad was the darker half, while the instructor was on the side of the good? Jai Minghuan's mind was a storm of tangled thoughts. There were still too many unanswered questions about the Salvation Society that he had to figure out. But one thing he was certain of. No matter whether their intentions were good or evil, whether they wanted to use him or protect him, he would definitely take Kong Yuling out of this godforsaken place. So, what if the world ends? Better that than being caged forever in this sunless cell. People like them, with no place to belong, could only keep running. Even if the whole world had no space for them, they had to keep running forward. It's just that what they once wanted to escape was that orphanage, and now it was this research facility in front of them. After a long silence, he said quietly, "I'm tired. I want to rest. All right, we'll stop here for today." The instructor stood from the table and turned toward the exit. Just before leaving, he suddenly paused and turned back, hesitating for a moment before asking, "By the way, aren't you curious?" "Curious about what?" Jai Minghuan picked at a scab on his index finger, not even lifting his head. "Your parents, the ones who abandoned you, wonder what they're up to now?" the instructor said. The detention room fell into complete silence. A dead quiet that lasted 10 full seconds. After a pause, Jai Minghuan looked away from his scab, slowly raised his head, locked eyes with the instructor, and said almost word for word, "Those two sons of B*** Ches, they're still alive." Previous chapter, next chapter. After awakening his Esper ability, Jai Minghuan had also thought about this question more than once. Since I'm a restricted level Esper, could my parents also not be ordinary people? After all, looking at Gu Ke's family, it was clear. The genetic lineage of Espers was incredibly strong, often affecting the entire family. By contrast, the cases of those whose ancestors didn't carry any Esper genes but still spontaneously awakened abilities were extremely rare. But when it came to the word parents, Jai Minghuan just couldn't bring himself to care. So even though there was still a lot of room to explore in this question, he had never really thought deeply about it, not even once. "I'll tell you about your parents next time we meet," the instructor said. "I don't care. I just want to know, are they still alive?" Jai Minghuan said, "They're alive." "That's enough. Good night." One second the detention room was brightly lit. The next, the lights shut off level by level from top to bottom. Footsteps stopped at the door. The instructor's silhouette stood motionless in the doorway's light. He slightly turned his head and glanced through the crack at Jai Minghuan sitting in the chair. The door closed. Then a system prompt lit up in the darkness. Worldview development progress for Exorcist branch has changed. 55% right arrow 60%. If the worldview progress bar hits 100%, what kind of reward will it give? Demons, huh? I didn't think creatures like that really existed. You learn something new every day. Jai Minghuan looked up at the prompt box, quietly thinking in the dark. They're alive, but never came for me. So what's the difference from being dead? Expressionless, he tried to summon his parents' faces in his mind. But after so many years without seeing them, he could barely recall what they looked like. Only vague outlines and a few hazy scenes remained. The instructor suddenly bringing up his parents had caught him off guard. But in Jai Minghuan's view, his only family now was Kang Yuling. She was his only family. If one day the instructor tried to use his parents to threaten him, he would give them up without hesitation. Their lives or deaths had nothing to do with him. Letter FF5 to letter 1D63C letter 1033 bar S. Time to sleep. I still have to meet with the brigade members tomorrow. He lay back down. Gradually, his eyelids closed and consciousness slipped into sleep. Because he had to control 3 bodies at once, he had to make sure he got enough rest to stay mentally sharp. Otherwise, if he ever entered the mental world while exhausted and looked up only to see those 2 corpses hanging in the library suddenly come back to life, that would really be the end. The night passed silently. Due to sheer mental fatigue, Jai Minghuan slept deeply. Who knew how much time had passed when an annoying phone ringtone pierced the darkness and woke him? Still groggy from sleep, Jai Minghuan couldn't even tell which of his bodies had heard the ringtone, or maybe this was just a dream. Ever since activating full split mode, he'd started dreaming again. On instinct, Jai Minghuan sat up from the stark white bed. Pitch black all around. He quickly realized he'd made a dumb mistake. There's no way there'd be a phone in the detention room. Smacking his forehead with a smack, he flopped back down. Then he closed his eyes and switched to Gu Wenyu's body, fishing a phone out from under the pillow. Only Su Zimai's wall of messages filled the screen, nothing else. Finally, Body 2, Xia Pingzhu opened his eyes in a hotel room, staring motionlessly at the ceiling. Lying flat on the bed, with the shrill ringtone blaring in his ear and his hoodie pocket vibrating nonstop. He quickly pulled out the phone from his hoodie, glanced at the screen, and confirmed it was this body receiving the call. Relieved, he pressed the answer button. The annoying ringtone stopped. Jai Minghuan tilted his head, phone to ear, and muttered a single word, "Who?" Soon, a cool and slightly childlike girl's voice came through the receiver. It was clearly Origami Ayase's voice. She said, "Come out. Abandoned building on the west side of the Port District. I was going to introduce you to number 4 and number 9, but number 10 and number 2 showed up first. They said they wanted to meet you." And just like that, she hung up. Didn't sound like there was any room to refuse. Jai Minghuan scratched his messy hair and glanced out the window at the dim, gray morning sky. Might as well be dead. Muttering, he got up, washed up in the bathroom, and not long after, put on his human face mask and left the hotel. He caught a morning train. Leaning against the window, he stared blankly at Tokyo bathed in the first rays of sunlight. The distant rice fields shimmered dimly, and wind from the horizon made the rice stalks sway gently. The clatter of the train filled the silence as time passed quietly. Before long, he arrived at the meeting place. After getting off the train, a short walk brought him to a deserted area filled with abandoned buildings. He entered one of them, where ruined factory equipment littered the floor. 5 figures sat among the rubble. Jai Minghuan recognized 3 of them from before. Team member No. 11 Arlins, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Brit, and a spur whose power seemed to involve summoning a slot machine. He was the one who blew up that underground bar last time. Team member No. 3 Origami Ice, a girl in a brick-red kimono, and a spur who could manipulate paper, stoic and delicate like a Japanese doll. Team member number 7 Robert, the man with a robot box head, and a spur whose power was opening doors in walls that led to other places. Aside from those 3, there were 2 unfamiliar figures. One was wrapped head to toe in a beige cloak, with only his head showing. A man with messy hair and a scruffy beard. A scar slashed across his left eye, which was clouded with a white film, his gaze vacant, focus unknown. The other wore a Japanese high school uniform in light gray, with a ribbon tie. A long-haired girl with jet black eyes like a polar night. She was playing with a short knife with a dark red hilt. When Jai Minghuan saw that blade, Xia Pingzhu's research notes flashed through his mind. The shape of the knife matched the memory of the tiank used by Jack the Ripper, overlapping with the real thing before his eyes. No doubt, this was the knife. Jack the Ripper is a girl? At that thought, Jai Minghuan raised an eyebrow. Main quest 2 complete. Locate the evil exorcist who killed your family, Jack the Ripper. Reward, 1 skill point, 1 attribute point, 1 split point. Main quest 2, updated to phase 2. Lie low within the White Crow Brigade and wait for a chance to kill team member number 2, Jack the Ripper. Reward, 3 attribute points, 3 skill points, 3 split points. Jai Minghuan glanced at the quest log, eyes drifting toward the school uniform girl. Arlen's, still in his British-style suit, cheerfully jumped down from the rubble and greeted him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Raising the other hand, he pointed at the long-haired girl and smiled. That beautiful black-haired maiden is Jack the Ripper, ranked no. 2 in the team. She's an exorcist, and that little knife is her tiank. He shrugged and added, Jack the Ripper is a name others gave her. Jack was her gaming handle. Put together, you get Jack the Ripper. She's kind of famous. A lot of outsiders have heard of her. How about you? How about me? My main quest is to kill her. Of course I've heard of her. Jai Minghuan joked inwardly, though his face gave nothing away. Heard of her? Arlen's nodded, then pointed to the man in the cloak and said, that shady guy over there, we call him White Greedy Wolf. He's number 10 in the team. What's his ability? Arlen's shook his head, teasing. He's not an Esper, not an anecdote envoy, and not an exorcist either. Jai Minghuan raised an eyebrow, guessing. A muggle can join the White Crow Brigade. Nope. He's not an ordinary person, Arlen said in a low, eerie voice. He's a demon. Jai Minghuan blinked in surprise, muttering, a demon. Yep, Arlen's whispered. He joined the brigade to look for his child. Rumor is, this guy took human form and had a kid with a human woman. Then the kid ate the mom. That pissed him off, so he abandoned the kid and left. At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle. But soon, he regretted it. Searched everywhere but couldn't find the kid. Finally came to us, said he wanted to travel the world with us to find clues about his child. The flood of information washed over Jai Minghuan's brain, leaving it momentarily blank. Then he slowly turned his head, belatedly looking at the scarred man with the white film in his eye. White Greedy Wolf, your flesh-eating, lost child wouldn't happen to be named Filio, would it? He thought, what a coincidence. Tomorrow, I'll be seeing your darling little boy at the lab. Only now did Jai Minghuan finally understand a question that had bothered him for a long time. Why did his Esper system arrange for Body No? To join the White Crow Brigade at such a high risk of death. In the character creation stage, there was no other path available. It was as if the role of Xia Pingzhu was born solely to join the brigade. And now, after learning that there were people within the brigade who also had connections to the Salvation Society, Jai Minghuan was immediately relieved. He thought to himself, team member number 10 of the brigade White Greedy Wolf, that card will definitely come in handy. If one day I can't stay in the brigade anymore, or if I manage to kill Jack the Ripper and get hunted down as a traitor by the others, I can use the intel on his son to work with him, make him my shield. Expressionless, Jai Minghuan swept his gaze over the 5 brigade members in the ruins. Of course, the ideal outcome would still be to turn the brigade into usable combat power. 12 powerful individuals with different abilities could definitely play a major role. If they really value White Greedy Wolf, maybe they'd even help him rescue his son and follow him to the Salvation Society's base. Thinking of this, Jai Minghuan's eyes paused on White Greedy Wolf's face for a second and met his clouded left eye. At this moment, Arlen's patted Jai Minghuan's shoulder with a cheerful grin. Don't let his look fool you. White Greedy Wolf's actually pretty interesting. Every day we hear all sorts of fun stories from the demon world out of his mouth. He said the demon boss in China is a Nyan beast, super powerful, but hiding deep in the mountains because of the lake hunter's name. We used to hear about that Nyan beast every day. Apparently, he was once the Nyan beast's subordinate, then fell in love with a human woman and ran off to the human world. Perfect. Sounds like White Greedy Wolf also has some demon world connections. That's worth using, Jai Minghuan thought. Wait, China's strongest demon is a Nyan beast? Never heard of that before. Shut up. White Greedy Wolf opened his eyes and stared at Arlen's. Slap machine boy, one more word and I'll rip your mouth off. Fight, fight, fight. Jai Minghuan kept a poker face, but was cheering them on in his heart. I was just telling the newbie nice things about you, Arlen said. Why so worked up? Wanna fight? White greedy wolf asked slowly, word by word. Wouldn't say no. Arlen still had a smile on his face, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Fighting among members is forbidden. Robert adjusted his robotic head helplessly. His voice still carried a strong metallic tone. That said, I support the occasional beating of Arlen's. I'll pretend I didn't see it. The Ripper girl didn't even lift her head. She sat atop an old piece of machinery, her pale calves swinging in the morning light under her school uniform. Origami Ice sat on the upper ruins, hands braced behind her, watching the squabble like a play. Beside her, a yellowed newspaper suddenly tore apart, and pages of printed text swirled midair into Japanese characters. +1 doesn't count as infighting if he's not dead. Seeing the outcome settled, Arlen spread his hands in reluctant surrender. He said, You guys really have no heart. Only time you show team spirit is when bullying me. What's the newbie's name? Jack the Ripper asked, turning her thin cheek, her pitch-black eyes staring at Jai Minghuan. Number 12, Xia Pingzhu, Jai Minghuan replied. In the blink of an eye, Jack the Ripper's figure flashed and appeared right in front of him. Fast. This speed's just a notch below my brother's, Jai Minghuan thought, raising an eyebrow subtly. The Ripper girl stared into his eyes and calmly said, Standard rule to join the team, hand over a heart first. As she spoke, she twirled the red-bladed knife in her right hand. A heart. You can let someone else keep that. Just as he finished, a dark red arc flashed before his eyes, and then Jack the Ripper was already holding a thump-thump beating heart. He touched his chest belatedly. He could still hear his heartbeat, but also felt something missing inside. Jack the Ripper explained, It's my tank ability. Your heart looks like it's in my hand, but as long as I don't destroy it, it's essentially still in your body. It won't affect your physical functions. Letter 1E5F, letter 1D51E, letter 1D40D Armenian, Hu Aenus Betas. Hearing this, Jai Minghuan slowly lowered his hand from his chest and met her gaze. He asked, When do I get my heart back? Jack the Ripper said, Once we're sure you're not a mole, I'll return it. Think of it as an entry deposit. She paused. Until then, I won't do anything to your heart, unless we all vote and decide you are a mole. Then I'll slice your heart in half. Jai Minghuan stared into her eyes expressionlessly and asked, But if I haven't betrayed anyone, and you just decide you don't like me one day and crush my heart? Jack the Ripper didn't answer. Arlen's shrugged and replied for her, Then we'd kill her. Because that would break the most important rule, no killing among members. Jai Minghuan frowned, but I'd already be dead. How would you even know you got revenge? I'll personally cremate her ashes and offer them to you, Origami Ike said coolly. Jai Minghuan was silent for a moment. Your rules are real casual. His face was blank, but he felt the loss keenly. Even though this game body was expendable, he could always save up split points and create a new one, but Xia Pingzhu was a rare body. No guarantee he'd find another template this good next time. Don't worry, don't worry. When I first joined, I handed my heart over to Ripper-chan too. Arlen's patted his shoulder and casually added, Oh, right. Once we had a mole in the team, but everyone kinda liked the guy. You know what happened? What? Jai Minghuan asked indifferently. He died, White Greedy Wolf said. Clean death. He knew he couldn't win against us. I turned his ribs into antennae, Robert said with his crackling electromagnetic voice, pointing at the antenna on his robot head. My earrings are made from his skull. Origami Ice brushed her black hair aside to reveal pale bone earrings. I kept his heart. Still haven't crushed it, Jack the Ripper added. As if performing a magic trick, a heart suddenly appeared in her palm. She paused and said calmly, What could we do? Everyone was so upset when we found out he was a mole, so we let him stay with us this way. And you, Jai Minghuan turned to Arlen's mocking, didn't keep his pelvis or something. Pelvis is a bit much. Arlen smiled with his hands in his pockets. I'm not into dead people, especially not traitors. I stayed in the brigade because of a promise with the captain. What promise? Jai Minghuan asked. Jack the Ripper explained, he calls himself the #1 gambler in Britain, but he gambled with the captain and lost. We originally didn't want to let him meet the captain, but he offered a deal. If he lost, he'd kill himself on the spot. She paused. We let him meet the captain out of curiosity. In the end, he lost. Then why's he still alive? Jai Minghuan glanced at Arlen's with a smirk. Origami Ice idly played with a paper crane as she said blandly, "The captain gave him a chance to live by joining us and becoming a member of the White Crow Brigade." White Greedy Wolf scratched the scar on his eye and sneered, "What a clown. Just thinking about his cocky tone at the start cracks me up." "No need to go into such detail, okay?" Arlen's clearly felt a little embarrassed, shrugging again. "So, all this talk was just to remind me not to be a mole," Jai Minghuan said calmly, glancing sideways at the two hearts in Jack the Ripper's palm, his own still thumping with vitality, the other heart motionless, a strange iron gray like a preserved organ. "It's fine if you betray us," Origami Ai said without looking up, playing with her phone, face expressionless. "But if you lie to our hearts, we'll be really mad." That kimono girl's cool, slightly childlike voice said something so naive, it was like pouting, but sent a chill down the spine. Jai Minghuan was silent for a while. "First, I don't plan on it. Second, my heart's still with you, so I couldn't be a mole even if I wanted to." Jack the Ripper temporarily stashed his heart away. Who knew where it went? In any case, it vanished. He knew full well there was a massive power gap between himself and the other members, so top priority now was to earn their trust and get the number 2 body's heart back from Jack the Ripper. "So, I absolutely can't screw up during the auction operation. If I get marked as a mole, I'll never escape." Thinking this, Jai Minghuan looked up and asked the others expressionlessly, "The captain's not in Tokyo yet? I'm really curious. What kind of person is he?" Origami Ai swung her pale legs and answered coolly, "In a few days." "The captain's always like that, hard to track, hard to contact." Arlen scratched his forehead. "I wanted to take him to Tokyo's underground casinos to play." "Well, since I can't meet the captain, and my heart's been handed in, I'll head back for now. Call me if something comes up." With that, Jai Minghuan turned and walked out of the abandoned building under the team's watchful eyes. Before long, he took the train back to the hotel, lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and switched his perspective to body number 1, Gu Wenyu. All right then. Next step is figuring out how to find Su Zimai and establish a working relationship with them early. Thinking this, Jai Minghuan produced a bit of binding restraint from his fingertip. "Didn't bring a mask or coat. Guess I'll go light and use binding restraint to wrap myself up." He tugged at the corner of his mouth. "With that dumb sister of mine, no way she'd recognize me anyway." Yuli 13th, Tokyo, Japan, Roppongi Grand Hotel. In the large hotel room marked 4105. Jai Minghuan was controlling body number 1, standing at the bathroom sink, holding a disposable toothbrush in his left hand. While slowly brushing his teeth, he was also playing the rhythm game Piano Tiles 3 on his phone. The level he was attempting was the highest difficulty, Crazy Tap Arena. But instead of using his fingers, he was using binding restraint. This was to train his precision control of it. The mirror above the sink reflected his bowed head and focused expression. The black binding restraint extended from his fingertips, tapping lightly and rapidly at the screen, striking every piano tile without missing a beat. Jai Minghuan picked up the rinse cup and drank from it, his pupils reflecting each vanishing black tile. With the light melody and reward notification sounds, the score at the top of the screen soared upward. But just as the score finally hit 10,000, a WeChat message popped up at the top, breaking his concentration. He thought it might be Su Zimai, but then remembered he had set her account to Do Not Disturb. So he glanced over. The message wasn't from her, it was from his old buddy Li Qingping. Li Qingping, image. If it had been someone else, Jai Minghuan might have ignored it. But this was the vice captain of the Royal Court Squad, Red Dragon, and one of the upcoming participants in next week's Tokyo auction. He was curious what Li Qingping wanted at this moment. He paused the game and opened the chat. The photo Li sent was of Tokyo Tower. "Gu Wenyu, what's this supposed to mean? You on vacation in Japan too?" Li Qingping. "Haha, came to Japan with a friend, first time seeing Tokyo Tower. We're heading to Shinjuku next, gonna check out Kabukicho." Their messages came almost simultaneously. Jai Minghuan even beat him to it, which showed just how slow Red Dragon typed. "Li Qingping, what do you mean?" "Gu Wenyu, what do you think?" "Li Qingping, you're in Japan too." "Gu Wenyu, yeah, I'm in Tokyo. Wanna meet up?" A long silence followed, no reply. Jai Minghuan shrugged and was about to exit the chat when the notification tone pinged. Lai Qingping, never mind, I'm with my foreign friend and can't get away. Gu Wenyu. Oh. Lai Qingping, wait no, he said it's fine to meet up. Gu Wenyu, hus. Lai Qingping, I'll bring him along. If you don't speak English, I'll translate. Gu Wenyu, what were my English scores? And yours? Lai Qingping. Haha, fair point. Gu Wenyu, so when are we meeting? Lai Qingping, tomorrow morning. He's curious what my friend looks like. Just remember to dress impressively. Jai Minghuan thought. Li Qingping is currently acting as the second prince's bodyguard in the anecdote Codex's Whale's Garden. So the friend he mentioned in the message is probably the second prince himself. Right. Letter 1E5B, a circumflex small capen, letter 1D594 Bess. He pulled up the main quest log. Main quest for Phase 2. Form a partnership with Royal Court Squad's Vice Captain, Red Dragon, to develop connections within Whale's Garden. If it were just Li Qingping, Jai Minghuan might have approached him using his Black Cocoon identity. But since Li Qingping was currently guarding the second prince, likely glued to him at all times, and the second prince's influence within the anecdote envoys was still unclear, having Black Cocoon show up now could bring trouble. To be safe, Jai Minghuan decided to wait until after the auction to make moves on this quest. Of course, if Li Qingping died at the auction, that would be a different story. Jai Minghuan put away his phone and looked up at the numb face in the mirror, toothbrush still in his mouth. For some reason, the scene felt strangely familiar, so familiar it made his scalp tingle. After a moment, he sighed. Seriously, how many times do I have to wash up in one day? He swished the water in his mouth, did a quick mental count. Body number 1 and number 2 each required morning and evening routines, plus showers in between. That made 6 times in total. The only exception was his true body at the lab. The bathroom linked to the detention room was only available at certain times. But it was just a bathroom, only allowed for normal bodily functions, hand washing, or splashing water on his face, and nothing else. So the Salvation Society would deliver food, toiletries, and a fresh inmate uniform to the detention room while he slept. Each day, Jai Minghuan simply wiped his face and body with a towel, brushed with a cup and toothbrush, put on a new uniform, then collapsed onto the bed and shut his eyes. Even showering seemed like an unattainable luxury. Still, other than bodily secretions, that detention room was so clean it seemed completely dust-free, like it existed in a vacuum. Strictly speaking, there really was no need for a full shower. Wiping down with a towel was plenty, saving both time and energy. Jai Minghuan spat the rinse water into the sink, wiped his mouth with a towel, and walked back into the room. Just as he sat down on the soft double bed, a message came from his big brother. Gu Ke, I'll be busy in a couple days. Didn't you say you wanted to go to Akihabara? I'll teach you how to get there by train. Gu Wenyu, no need. I looked up guides online and even learned some sketchy Japanese. Worst case, I'll use a voice translator. I can go on my own. Gu Kiss, all right. Then how about today? Want to walk around nearby with me? Gu Wenyu. Not today, just got to Tokyo and I'm tired. Didn't sleep well last night either. Gonna rest at the hotel. After sending that, Jai Minghuan pulled out a voice recorder and began prep work. Even if Su Zimai was clueless and kind of slow, the girl with her, Ki Kurui, definitely had a brain. So to avoid suspicion during the negotiation, he had to prepare ahead of time. For that, he'd even need to use body no. 2. That same day, evening, Shiba Park, Minato Ward, Tokyo. Su Zimai and Ki Kurui sat on a public bench near the fountain. The one with the high ponytail had her head down, playing with her phone, while the other smoked a pipe and casually stared at the nearby Tokyo Tower. 7 p.m. Tokyo's sky hovered between deep blue and fiery crimson. The sun slipped beneath the horizon, its afterglow fading. Tokyo Tower's lights shifted from orange red to soft white, casting a warm glow in all directions. One of them broke the long silence filled with cicada cries. My brother hasn't replied to me all day. Su Zimai frowned and muttered, voice tinged with menace. The phone screen showed her last message was sent 30 minutes ago. I'm with my teacher at Shiba Park. Are you coming out or not? Naturally, Gu Wenyu had ignored her. He hadn't blocked her, but he let her spam him freely. Ki Kurui tucked the pipe back into her trench coat pocket and asked casually, What about calling him? He blocked my number. What a wonderful brother, Ki Kurui chuckled. Su Zimai mumbled, so what do we do? Looks like we can't lure him out. Should we go find him ourselves? But we don't even know which hotel he's staying at. I can't just ask my big brother or dad. They don't know I'm in Japan. Ki Kurui thought for a moment, then asked, want me to have someone at the Exorcist Association use their access to check? It'd be easy to find out where he's staying. Su Zimai shook her head. Forget it. Honestly, whether he's Blue Arc or not won't affect our mission, Ki Kurui said softly. You can set this aside for now. Su Zimai nodded. Let's take a walk around. I've never been to Shiba Park, Ki Kurui said, standing up. Su Zimai silently followed, clearly distracted. The two strolled through the park. The cicadas chirped brightly. A little girl in wooden clogs clacked along the path ahead. Under the ginkgo trees, a quiet stone path stretched out. They chatted and laughed, walking through the patchy moonlight scattered across the pavement. Suddenly, Ki Kurui raised an eyebrow. She noticed the shadow ahead wasn't shaped like a tree. It looked more like a mummy. So she calmly looked up and saw, hanging upside down beneath a tall ginkgo tree ahead, a massive, pitch-black cocoon. Previous chapter, next chapter. Along the secluded paths of Shiba Park, tall ginkgo trees lined both sides, their branches and leaves forming dense green canopies. Not far away, the lights of Tokyo Tower slanted through the gaps between the ginkgo leaves, scattering mottled shadows across the stone-paved road. As an evening breeze blew past, thousands of leaves rustled gently. However, in this pleasant and serene setting, a massive, pitch-black cocoon suddenly appeared, hanging upside down from a branch of a ginkgo tree. Moonlight poured through the leaves, flowing across the cocoon's surface like mercury, casting a cold and eerie sheen. It was so completely out of place. Like an alien egg from the Alien movie had wandered onto the set of a breezy art film, rudely tearing everyone from their dreamlike state back into harsh reality. Anyone who saw such a scene would surely feel a chill run down their spine. What's wrong? Seeing the captain suddenly stop walking, Su Zimai halted as well. She looked up from her phone and froze in place. What is that? Her pupils narrowed as she murmured, eyes fixed on the black object. Ki Kurui looked up, gazing at the giant cocoon hanging from the tree branch, and slowly uttered its name. Black cocoon. Oh, I think I heard someone call my name. A faint voice came from inside the giant cocoon, and then the binding restraints, which had been expanding outward, suddenly contracted inward, clinging tightly to a humanoid figure and rotating around him like flowing water. Black Cocoon hung motionless from the tree. A moment later, he raised his right hand, wrapped in binding restraint, holding a Japanese original copy of I Am a Cat. Falling ginkgo leaves brushed against the sunglasses on his face. He doesn't really look like the one from TV, Su Zimai squinted as she observed him. Yeah, not quite. Looks like his mask and coat are gone. Ki Kurui rested her hand under her chin, watching him with interest from beneath her hat brim. If the black cocoon they'd seen on TV still counted as a weirdo in eccentric attire, barely within the human category, then the one hanging in front of them now was completely like a black mummy. His entire body was wrapped in black binding restraints. Not even his eyes were exposed, yet he still wore sunglasses, as if to point out where his eyes should be. Miss, this is called When in Rome. Black Cocoon adjusted the sunglasses on his nose bridge as he flipped open the book and said, I'm cosplaying as a native Japanese ninja, so I've temporarily ditched the coat and mask. Please refer to me now as Ninja Mode Black Cocoon. That's so lame. Su Zimai was chilled by the joke. For all that chatter, you're still using the same voice changer, Ki Kurui remarked teasingly. Behind the mask, Jai Minghuan curled his lip inwardly, thinking, that's because I removed the voice changer from the mask and packed it in my backpack to bring on the plane. It's the only thing I could bring on board. Everything else would get caught at security. He couldn't exactly meet his sister in disguise and still use his real voice. With how familiar Su Zimai was with his tone, just softening it a little wouldn't be enough to fool her. Ki Kurui continued, you really have the leisure, huh? Every time you show up on camera, you're holding a book. If I remember right, I once said I wanted my image to appear in elementary school textbooks. Black Cocoon said absent-mindedly as he flipped a page. So reading books clearly helps my public image. One day, people who imitate me will carry books too, even if it's just for show. And when the literary types eventually write me into the textbooks, if they've got nothing else to praise, they can at least say I helped the younger generation form the habit of reading. Letter 211 D letter 1D656 small cap N, O grave letter FF42, E grave letter 1E69. I see. Ki Kurui smiled slightly, pulling a smoking pipe from her trench coat pocket. She looked up and asked in a slow, measured tone, "So, Mr. Black Cocoon, who's become quite the name lately, what business do you have with us too?" Black Cocoon raised a finger wrapped in binding restraint and slowly said, "My friend said someone among you seems interested in working with me." Hearing this, Ki Kurui bit down on the pipe and recalled last night's conversation at the theater. She immediately spoke a name, Xia Pengzhou. "Correct," Black Cocoon said playfully, "but we usually call him the player." "Using his full name like that is a bit unromantic, wouldn't you say, Miss Ki Kurui?" "Your so-called we. Who exactly is that?" Ki Kurui caught the word and followed up. Black Cocoon adjusted his slipping sunglasses with a binding restraint and said in a ghostly tone, "Who knows? We could mean thousands of people, or just a lonely little boy. Or maybe we never existed at all. Just a hallucination born from a madman's repression and insanity." So long-winded. Suzumi frowned and asked coldly, "What exactly do you want?" She was clearly annoyed by Black Cocoon's cryptic tone. For some reason, she seemed to really dislike wordy people, especially Blue Arc and Black Cocoon. One's a hero, the other a nobody, but both hit her nerves perfectly. "Ask her," Black Cocoon tilted his head, "though. I wouldn't mind working with you either, Miss Suzumi." With that, he raised his sunglasses slightly, peeking below the lenses toward Suzumi standing under the tree. Though his eyes were hidden, he used binding restraint sensory instead. "How do you know my name?" Suzumi's voice dropped, her tone now identical to how Blue Arc sounded when his real name was exposed. Black Cocoon shrugged, "Because I see through every face behind the mask." He shook his head and closed the book, grabbed the wrong one. "Should have picked a bilingual edition. Looks like I overestimated my Japanese." Ki Kurui fell silent for a moment, then suddenly turned to Suzumi and said, My, I've changed my mind." "About what?" Suzumi met the captain's gaze. "Your brother isn't Blue Arc, he's Black Cocoon." Suzumi froze, then squinted and dragged out her words. "Huh, you're saying this big flapping moth is." Before she could finish, Ki Kurui looked up and addressed Black Cocoon directly. "You're Gu Wenyu, aren't you?" Behind the mask, Jai Minghuan raised an eyebrow and thought, "This woman's instincts are scarily sharp. I never should have tested her with binding restraint that day. She definitely sensed something. Thankfully, I have a backup plan." Black Cocoon went silent for 2 seconds, turned his head, and whistled, "Sorry, I don't know who that is, but I think the little girl next to you might know." "Is that so?" Ki Kurui let out a dry laugh. "Then why do you two give me the same vibe? My intuition's rarely wrong." She paused, her tone sharpening. "Covering your ears while stealing a bell isn't something a smart person would do. Gu Wenyu, take off your mask, and we'll talk about working together." Suzumi stood by, stunned, her mouth open but speechless, mind seemingly short-circuited. A few moments later, she came to and raised her right hand, pointing her index finger at Black Cocoon hanging from the tree. She turned to Ki Kurui and asked, "Him?" Ki Kurui nodded, "My brother." Ki Kurui nodded again. Silence was the Cam River tonight. "Ho, why don't you tell me why you mistook me for this Gu Wenyu fellow?" Black Cocoon tucked the book into the inside of his binding restraint, speaking with great interest, his tone betraying no trace of panic. Ki Kurui said, "Besides the other members of the train brigade, very few people know both me and my Mai. Gu Wenyu is one of them, and he just so happens to be in Tokyo too." She paused. "It's a simple reason, but I think it's enough. Him, my brother, him, my brother." Suzumi muttered, her finger still frozen midair, pointing at Black Cocoon hanging upside down beneath the ginkgo tree. If last time, when the captain analyzed that her brother was Blue Arc, she felt a tangle of indescribable emotions, then this time, all she felt was shock and absurdity. It was so ing ridiculous that Suzumi even wondered if the captain had gone nuts overnight, seeing anyone and calling them Gu Wenyu. Besides, this thing wasn't even human, it was a giant flapping moth. They weren't even the same species. At least have some respect for biological boundaries. No way Blue Arc and Black Cocoon could produce a Gu-Wenyu. If that were the case, then I must be the child of a blue rat and a black moth. At this moment, Su Zimai's mind was a total mess. With the person right in front of her, she decided to take a direct approach and cut through the chaos. You. Take off the mask. She lowered her face, speaking to Black Cocoon word by word. I'm wearing a mask? How come I didn't know that? Black Cocoon touched his face, which was only covered by a layer of binding restraint. Then, take off those stupid straps. Isn't it a bit rude to make such demands of someone you just met? I suggest you treat Blue Arc the same way, walk up and say, Mr. Blue Arc, could you take off your mask so I can admire your handsome face? With that, Black Cocoon tilted his head, not bothering to respond further. Su Zimai ground her teeth in frustration. One moment she was deep in thought, and the next her phone rang. Her ringtone was the theme song of Happy Star Cat, cheerfully echoing down the quiet path of Sheba Park. I am a cat, Happy Star Cat Tilda. Classy ringtone, really suits you, one of those girls who's all bark and no bite, cold outside but soft inside. Black Cocoon mocked casually, pulling out a phone from inside his binding restraint and idly playing the built-in Minesweeper game. Hearing the ringtone, Su Zimai belatedly looked at her phone screen and was stunned for a moment. Displayed clearly on the caller ID were the 3 white characters. Gu-Wenyu, that's right, no one else. It was her second brother, the one who was both a rat and a moth. Letter FF52 A-ring Udabilikiat S. She stared blankly at the Black Cocoon reading upside down in the tree, then looked back at the name on the screen. A deep breath escaped her lips, and the overheated, short-circuited brain cooled like a bucket of ice water had been poured over it. Captain, my brother's calling me. With that, Su Zimai shot a sharp glare at Kikurui. Your brother? Kikurui raised an eyebrow. That's right, my brother's calling. Su Zimai turned the phone screen to Kikurui. Her tone was noticeably colder, none of the earlier panic remained. She sounded like a stern female judge, rendering her final verdict in her heart. Captain, you're full of it again. No way my brother is this giant flapping moth. Black Cocoon didn't even lift his head as he mumbled, Miss, you can go ahead and take your call. I don't mind waiting here. And just so you know, I'm a very respectful man, always respectful to women. I'm also a feminist. I read Misogyny by Chizuko Yuno every morning when I wake up. And finally, I am, without a doubt, a self-aware woman. I'm one of you. If I believed you were a woman, I'd rather disembowel myself right here. Su Zimai said it with the tragic courage of a samurai. Black Cocoon shook his head, raising a black finger. While my biological sex is male, how dare you assume my psychological gender? What if beneath this mask, I'm actually a delicate schoolgirl in a sailor uniform? Should I hang up? Su Zimai asked Kikurui. Her ringtone was still going strong, but clearly, now wasn't a great time to take a call from her second brother. Kikurui rested a hand under her chin, thinking for a moment. No, you can go into the movie demon's curtain to answer it. No one will interrupt, and no one can eavesdrop. Saying that, she pulled an old-fashioned monocle from her trench coat pocket and slowly placed it over her left eye. A glint flickered across the lens, and then a crack opened up behind her, gradually expanding into a movie screen. Black Cocoon silently watched. He remembered Kikurui's retro monocle contract bound 2 demons, Train Demon and Movie Demon. This spectacle clearly belonged to the latter. The inside of the curtain showed an empty long street in black and white, like the set of a silent film. You, big flapping moth, don't run off. I've still got things to ask you. Su Zimai raised her head and commanded the Black Cocoon hanging from the tree. Yes, ma'am, Black Cocoon replied without looking up. Su Zimai glanced at him, then stepped into the movie curtain. Her body immediately lost all color, becoming black and white like a 2D character. Inside this silent film street, she answered the phone, holding it to her ear, and began chatting with Gu-Wenyu on the other end. Since the movie demon created a silent film scene, no one outside the curtain could hear any sound from within, ensuring Black Cocoon couldn't eavesdrop, and no outside noise could reach inside. Kikurui stood quietly, watching the scene with her peripheral vision. A moment later, Su Zimai emerged from the movie curtain, regaining her 3-dimensional form. She said, My brother said he can meet us tomorrow afternoon. He just arrived in Tokyo today and is too tired to go out. Her tone was indifferent. She even glanced at Kikurui, clearly still annoyed. Kikurui thought for a moment and asked, "You're sure it was your brother's voice?" Suzimai said each word clearly. "Of course I'm sure. Didn't notice anything strange." "Nope, you can fake a voice, but his annoying tone, I'd recognize that anywhere." Kikurui stayed silent. During Suzimai's call with Gu Wenyu, she had her eyes glued to Black Cocoon the entire time. He couldn't possibly have called her under her nose and chatted for minutes. She curled her lips and said, "Looks like I misjudged Mr. Black Cocoon." Suzimai glanced sideways at Black Cocoon. A heavy weight lifted from her heart as she muttered in relief. "I knew my brother couldn't be this giant flapping moth. Otherwise, I'd jump off a building right now. Even if he were Blue Arc, that'd be better than this giant moth." "Sigh, then go ahead and jump already. How come I don't even measure up to Big Brother now?" Jai Minghuan said sourly to himself. He looked up from his phone screen, gazing upside down at Kikurui, savoring the confusion on her face. And the reason he'd been able to pull this off went back to the series of preparations he made earlier that day. That noon, Jai Minghuan controlled Unit 1, Gu Wenyu's body, to record a series of audio clips on a mobile phone inside the hotel. By the time evening rolled around, Suzimai sent a text to Jai Minghuan telling him her current location. After receiving it, Jai Minghuan immediately left the hotel. He wrapped himself fully in pitch-black binding restraints, flew toward the hotel where Unit 2 was located, and handed Gu Wenyu's phone to Unit 2. After that, he swung off using the restraints and headed for Shiba Park. On the way, he made a detour to a mobile phone store. He scooped up a phone using his binding restraints to play games and casually grabbed the owner's copy of I Am a Cat from the counter, considering it a bonus gift for fully paying for the phone. Surely the owner would be delighted. Finally, maintaining his camouflage mode, he silently entered Shiba Park and cocooned himself into a giant insect pupa, hung upside down from a tree, used his binding restraint sensory to monitor all surrounding activity, and quietly waited for Suzimai and Kikurui to arrive. Of course, if the two didn't show up after a long time, he'd have to pick another tree to hang from. As the saying goes, 10 minutes on stage takes 10 years of training behind the scenes. The whole scene was absurdly comical. 3 minutes ago, on the other side of Tokyo. In a dimly lit hotel room, Jai Minghuan was controlling Unit 2, Xia Pingzhu's body. As he picked up the phone Black Cocoon had left, connected it to the computer via USB, and uploaded all the recorded voice clips into a local folder. Then he opened the phone's contact list, found Suzimai's number, and clicked to call. Staring at the densely packed list of recordings in the folder, Jai Minghuan let his thoughts drift. Even though Jai Minghuan believed he understood Suzimai very well, even to the point of guessing every line she might say on the phone, and felt almost certain he wouldn't slip up. To be safe, he still recorded over 100 voice lines to prepare for every possible scenario. Once the call connected, Suzimai's voice came from the other end. "Big bro, you finally stopped playing dead." In the dim light, Jai Minghuan's face was lit up by the computer screen. He held the phone close to the speaker and clicked the 5th recording with the mouse. Gu Wenyu's voice played. Can you stop bothering me? I just want to drag you out to have some fun," Suzimai grumbled. "You're the annoying one. Not answering calls or texts all day. I almost thought you got roped into being a host by the Yakuza." Hearing this, Jai Minghuan clicked the 3rd recording. Gu Wenyu's voice played again through the computer speaker. "Whose idea was that stupid joke last night? It totally screwed me over. You're the one who's nuts. Telling my teacher you're gay, I laughed so hard I nearly ended up in the hospital. You gonna pay for that?" Suzimai said irritably. Jai Minghuan clicked the 15th recording. "So what do you want? Wanna hang out tomorrow afternoon? I'll treat you to Japanese food. Or the day after works too. Since you're being so sincere, tomorrow night then." Suzimai was silent for a moment. "All right, oh, by the way, I think my teacher's gone crazy missing you. She sees anyone on the street and says it's you. Just now, she even called your name at a bug on a tree. I suggest you come fix her mental state before your poor sister drops dead. Small cap R, a letter FF4 letter 183 small cap B, open a letter 1E65. Dumb asterisk SS." Jai Minghuan played the final recording, just 2 concise words. Then he hung up, shut down the hotel computer, lay down on the soft bed, closed his eyes, and focused his consciousness on Unit 1 Black Cocoon. At the same time, inside the silent film street, Suzimai closed her phone, stood in silence for several seconds, then held her chest and let out a deep breath, staring blankly at the long, monochrome street. This place gave her a suffocating feeling. She didn't want to stay long. Knew it. There's no way my brother is that big flapping moth. The captain is awful. With that thought, she stomped out of the movie curtain, a frosty expression on her face as she returned to Shiba Park's path and gave Kikurui a brief explanation. Well then, since our misunderstanding is cleared up, shouldn't we talk properly now? Black Cocoon asked. Kikurui said, of course, I made the wrong judgment earlier, my apologies. Suzimai mumbled, Captain, you really have a crush on my brother, huh? What makes you say that? You're seeing shadows in the wind, calling everyone you meet him. I thought it made some sense when you said he was Blue Arc. But now you're saying he's a giant flapping moth. I'm speechless, just one step away from disemboweling myself to make him take off the mask. Come on, if you did that, I really would have to unmask. How could the main quest continue otherwise? Black Cocoon thought silently, then said to the two of them, let's start with my terms. If you have any intel on traffic light, share it with me. My friend is interested. Kikurui considered it. Your friend's name is Xia Pingzhu, isn't it? She had looked into Xia Pingzhu's background the day before. He had joined an Exorcist squad, and one day, his close friend, Traffic Light, went berserk and slaughtered the whole team before vanishing. That's why Xia Pingzhu left the Exorcist Association. Seems you know him well, Black Cocoon said ambiguously. Kikurui spoke slowly. He's a tragic figure, blinded by obsession. Misfortune after misfortune has trapped him in darkness. I don't think Mr. Player is someone who enjoys pity, so you'd better not approach him with some savior complex. Black Cocoon paused. Do you think he's blind? Or a fool? How could he not know the risks and pain his choices bring? Your behavior might just push him off a cliff. I just want him to return to us, Kikurui sighed. That's the safest path. With his talent and potential, he could become a top exorcist in a few years. Then he could take revenge on the White Crow Brigade. It would be a safer option. But you know that's impossible. Kikurui took a pipe from her pocket and bit down on it. So, what's your relationship with Xia Pingzhu? Black Cocoon spread his hands, proudly saying, Mr. Player and I go way back. In fact, I'm the one who helped him find the White Crow Brigade's captain's contact info. Without that, he wouldn't have had the chance to join them. So you're the real culprit, Kikurui said. So, will you work with me? Black Cocoon stashed his phone back into the binding restraint and looked up at Kikurui. If you work with me, I can give you intel on the White Crow Brigade. He paused. Of course, only if it doesn't endanger Mr. Player. I hope you understand, if I give you too much, he'll be in serious danger. I get it. If he's labeled a traitor, the brigade would kill him on the spot. After a moment, Kikurui looked up from her pipe and said to Black Cocoon, I can work with you, but there's one condition. What condition? You have to answer one question first. Black Cocoon nodded. Of course, ask away, Miss Kikurui. If I know the answer, I'll tell you the truth. Kikurui curled her lips and asked calmly, Gu Wenyu is Blue Arc, isn't he? She put her pipe away. I suspect you and Blue Arc also cooperate. That's why, when I suspected you were Gu Wenyu, you contacted him right away and had him call his sister, to clear our misunderstanding. Otherwise, there's no explaining how that call came so conveniently. Suzimai froze. Black Cocoon stayed silent for quite a while. Then, in a serious tone, he said, Oh, didn't expect you to figure that out. Incredible, truly impressive, Miss Kikurui. He paused, then nearly word for word said, That's right, your brother is Blue Arc. Never thought we'd figure out Gu Wenyu's identity before even meeting him. Kikurui said with a sigh, Aren't you ashamed for selling out your partner's secret? Black Cocoon shook his head in denial. You're both decent people. Sooner or later, you'd come into contact with Blue Arc, and one of you is even his sister. Now, if I sold his identity to someone in the brigade, that would be called selling out. Kikurui let out a small sigh and asked, Then how do I contact you from now on? I'll get in touch when needed. Maybe I'll call, maybe I'll text, or maybe I'll just pop up in front of you out of nowhere. Though of course, never when you're showering, I'm a gentleman. As Black Cocoon spoke, he slid his phone back into the binding restraint, clearly getting ready to make his exit. Thanks, now I'm guaranteed to have nightmares tonight. Kikurui quipped then asked. So, if I want to reach you, my only way is through Guwenyu. Exactly, that's one way to look at it, Black Cocoon said vaguely. Good then. I just happen to have his contact info. As Kikurui said that, she turned her head to glance at Suzimai, who hadn't spoken a word since earlier. She looked exhausted, pale as a paper-cut figure clipped from a textbook, teetering in the wind that carried fallen ginkgo leaves. Black Cocoon scratched his chin beneath the binding restraint, silently watching his dazed sister, thinking, did I break this kid? My, what do you think? Kikurui raised a finger and poked her cheek to test for any reaction. Suzimai expressionlessly muttered, I don't want to think about anything anymore. Let's just cooperate. A wise choice. Black Cocoon said slowly, while in his pupils appeared a task completion panel. Main Quest 3, Phase 2 completed. Established cooperation with Exorcist Suzimai of the Ghost Train Brigade, thereby expanding social connections within the Exorcist Association. Quest reward obtained. 1 split point, 1 skill point, 1 attribute point. Current split points, 7 2 more needed to create the next game character. Main Quest 3 updated. Cooperate with Exorcists Kikurui and Suzimai, and ensure their survival during the auction operation. Raising his sunglasses and reading the panel text through binding restraint sensory, Jai Minghuan's eye twitched slightly. He thought, you two really are a pair of conjoined twins. First time I've seen a main quest that binds two people together like this. From the bottom of his heart, he believed that he and Kikurui were cosmically incompatible. Best to stay away from her in the future. Thank goodness he'd come prepared today, or he'd be in deep trouble. Well then, I take my leave, ladies. With that, Black Cocoon's body was lifted upward by the binding restraint. Like a professional diver, he stood tall and straight on a tree branch, gently leaning back and plunged into a sea of ginkgo leaves. A breeze blew through, scattering leaves around, and his figure vanished into the twilight. Tokyo's Shiba Park remained as breathtaking as ever, but the mood of its visitors had changed. Kikurui was just about to comfort Suzimai when she suddenly turned and saw a Japanese child frozen in place. The boy had apparently glimpsed Black Cocoon in the last second and was now sitting on the ground in shock. The wet patch under him said it all, and seconds later, he burst into tears. R letter FF41, new letter FF42, E circumflex letter 1D634. Kikurui silently watched the scene, suddenly recalling what Black Cocoon had done to a hostage child back in Lijiang Plaza. Child killer, huh, she muttered, shaking her head. Jai Minghuan controlled Black Cocoon as he drifted through Minato City's skies in Tokyo. Transparent binding restraints crawled across billboard signs covered in Japanese text. The evening breeze carried the salty, moist scent of the harbor. Seagulls lost in the city floated past him, white feathers drifting to the streets below. If Black Cocoon shed like they did, his binding restraints would litter every alley. Truth be told, without that tailcoat, he felt much more nimble. Whenever he used to appear in the tailcoat, hanging upside down always required one extra restraint to keep the coat's hem from flopping over his face. But now, wrapped entirely in binding restraints, that was no longer an issue. The restraints clung to his body like a second skin, fusing with him. Breathing, moving, it was all perfectly seamless. Before long, Black Cocoon reached the hotel where Xia Pingzhu was staying. He retrieved his phone from Xia's hands with a restraint, then set off toward Roppongi. On the way, he returned the borrowed phone and book to the shop, giving the shocked shopkeeper a little wave with his restraint. Scared another person into peeing himself. Soon, Jai Minghuan slipped through the open glass window and re-entered the hotel room. He walked toward the bed and, without looking back, extended his right arm. The jet-black binding restraint slithered along the floor like a snake, closed the window, and drew the curtains. With a soft shhhh, he flopped onto the bed and opened Black Cocoon's skill tree panel. Branch 1, Stealth. Binding Restraint Sensory. Acquired Right Arrow Binding Restraint Verity. Acquired Right Arrow Binding Restraint Camouflage. Acquired Right Arrow Binding Restraint Trap. Leaves a trap that inherits the effects of sensory, camouflage, and detection. Branch 2, Frenzy. Binding Restraint Extension. Acquired Right Arrow Binding Restraint Blades. Attaches sharp edges to your binding restraint when the skill is active. Right Arrow Unknown. Unknown. Branch 3, Malice. Binding restraint detection. Acquired right arrow binding restraint suppression. Acquired right arrow esper theft. Acquired right arrow capacity boost. Allows you to store 2 stolen powers in your binding restraint at once, and extends max storage time to 48 hours. Jai Minghuan's chin rested on the pillow as his eyes scanned the 3 branches, pausing at the description for binding restraint trap. He had tested it before. Once a restraint was severed and lost its connection to the body, it became useless, a worthless strip of cloth. But the binding restraint trap skill was made to fix that flaw. It let Black Cocoon leave behind a living trap. Once an enemy approached, it would spring to life and ensnare them. Even better, the trap would inherit the effects of sensory, camouflage, detection, and suppression. That meant it could scout, stay hidden, and suppress enemy esper powers. Theoretically, it was a highly valuable skill, like an upgraded version of a vision ward in a MOBA game. Who plays without wards? But Jai Minghuan's attention wasn't on that. He was thinking. Normally, skills get stronger the deeper you go in a single branch. If branch 1's already developed this far, maybe I can dig up some really high-level abilities next. With that in mind, he pressed and held on the text for binding restraint trap. As it lit up from dim to bright, it finally burst into a vivid, dark vitality. Consumed 1 skill point. Successfully learned binding restraint trap from branch 1 stealth. Next skill in branch 1, stealth, is now unlocked for learning. He looked up at the skill tree and saw that a new skill had appeared under the stealth branch, binding restraint clone, and its description made Jai Minghuan raise an eyebrow. This skill is pretty interesting. Jai Minghuan thought to himself, raising an intrigued eyebrow as he lightly tapped the skill name, binding restraint clone, with his fingertip. Immediately, a detailed description popped up. Binding restraint clone. Peel off a portion of the binding restraint from your body and form it into a humanoid figure. Note 1. The binding restraint clone can use all skills from the branches. The binding restraint clone cannot use binding restraint clone. Only 1 clone can exist in the world at any time. Note 2. You may use the power of binding restraint camouflage to render the clone with human skin appearance and freely adjust its looks. Note 3. The binding restraint clone only possesses 30% of the attributes of the original body. His eyes scanned the skill description. Jai Minghuan's pupils lit up for the first time in a while. In that moment, countless exhilarating scenarios flashed through his mind. Like making the clone look like Ki Kurui, tricking Su Zimai into thinking she's being taken out to dinner, and after the meal, just ditching her and leaving her alone with a bunch of bills, confused and looking around. Or using the clone to impersonate Gu Wenyu, and then putting on a live death performance in front of his dad, brother, and sister. Severed limbs, crushed skull, torn apart like 5 horses dismembering a corpse, making it as gruesome as possible, then secretly hiding behind a grave to watch those tough guys sob like babies. Jai Minghuan twisted and rolled on the bed like a ball, then curled up under the blanket, letting out a sinister and bizarre chuckle just like the newly wanted criminal, Black Cocoon. For a moment, he seemed a few years younger, even though he was only 12, any younger and he'd be crawling back into the womb. What a great thing. He muttered softly, already fully aware of the value this skill held. It was practically made for a double-agent lifestyle. Only now did he truly understand how much potential the Esper system's skill tree, custom-built for Black Cocoon, had to offer. Most importantly, he was still agonizing over what to do after meeting Su and Ki tomorrow. Honestly, he never really intended to work seriously with Ki Kurui. His original plan was have Black Cocoon casually trick Su Zimai and Ki Kurui to secure the main quest reward. Then when they started questioning things, he'd simply say he didn't know any Black Cocoon or Blue Arc. It was all Black Cocoon's self-directed act. Completely cut ties and pin nothing on Gu Wenyu. But even so, Ki Kurui and Su Zimai wouldn't just let it go. They'd try all kinds of ways to verify that Gu Wenyu is Blue Arc. So now, using binding restraint clone might just be the perfect way to get out of this mess. Jai Minghuan scratched his chin thinking, this way, I can have the binding restraint clone pretend to be Gu Wenyu, while I continue acting as Black Cocoon. If needed later, after I get the heart back from Jack the Ripper, I could even make the clone look like Xia Pingzhu and send it to die, then find a way to free Unit 2 from the brigade. Eagerly, he held down the skill icon with his finger. Current skill points, 0. Staring at the line of text, the light in his eyes dimmed, like he had aged right back after just getting younger. Before long, he quietly opened the event card deck and emotionlessly looked at the only card inside. Caged Bird. Caged Bird. When you're hit by any control-type ability, you can discard this card to escape the effect. Don't really need this card for now. With Binding Restraint Clone, I can use it to probe enemies and take control-type hits. Once it's done, I'll just come out myself. Finding a reason to convince himself, he raised his finger and tapped the panel. Event card, Caged Bird, has been sold in exchange for 1 skill point. Without hesitation, Jai Minghuan raised his right hand and jabbed the Binding Restraint Clone skill icon with his index finger. 1 skill point consumed. Successfully learned the Hidden Branch skill, Binding Restraint Clone. Next skill in the Hidden Branch is now available for learning. He jumped out of bed excitedly and activated the skill, Binding Restraint Clone. Immediately, strips of binding restraint slipped out from the cuffs of his coat and fell to the floor with a swish. The restraints slowly merged together like a pile of little snakes twitching and writhing on the floor, eventually rising upward and piecing together into a crooked humanoid figure. R cute letter 1D41A, letter FF4 letter 1ED9, ve open A. Jai Minghuan stared blankly at the shadowy black humanoid. What the heck? He quickly realized he hadn't used it right. In the next moment, he mentally tried to activate the clone's camouflage. The dark figure gradually took on human skin tones. Every contour of its body became clearer, like an artist adding skin and bone structure details to a sketch. Seconds later, it turned into a completely naked human. Jai Minghuan silently moved his finger, guiding the human-shaped binding restraint to walk around the room. Then he stretched out his hand and lightly pushed its chest, only to see the humanoid stumble backward a few steps. He raised an eyebrow, lowered his head to look at his palm. The clone even simulated a human's weight. The push felt just like touching a real person. He curled his lips into a childish grin, so handy. Now I can use the clone to talk with Dad, don't have to worry about Uncle Ghost Bell twisting my head off on the spot. Dismiss clone. He muttered the command in his heart, and the binding restraint clone instantly wilted like melting ice cream, slumped to the ground, and evaporated into hot vapor in midair. Binding restraint clone has been dismissed. Note, max duration of the clone is 12 hours. Jai Minghuan hummed happily, plopping into the chair behind him. He pulled up the attributes panel and quickly tapped the plus sign, assigning his only available attribute point. Primary game character, Black Cocoon, strength attribute changed. B right arrow B+. I should be able to beat quite a few people now. At the very least I qualify as a dragon level Esper, right? Can the reality-altering Esper Association upgrade my rating already? Being stuck at QE level is such a joke. He thought as he lay back on the bed, arms behind his head. Unit 2, Xia Pingzhu, had completed the Find Jack the Ripper main quest earlier this morning, still had unspent attribute and skill points, but Jai Minghuan didn't have the energy to deal with that now. He'd sort out the stat distribution tomorrow morning before Xia Pingzhu met the other team members. No need to rush, there wasn't much going on with Unit 2 at the moment anyway. Tonight, I'll get to meet Kong Yuling. And that half-demon brat, White Greedy Wolf, sounds like that demon's original form might be wolf-related, so his kid with a human must be a little werewolf. Doesn't seem so scary when I think of it like that. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, then put on his headphones and played Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence on his phone. As Ryuichi Sakamoto's piano began to play, he slowly closed his eyelids. Listening and listening, he drifted into a deep sleep. Restricted level Esper, ID no. 1002, Jai Minghuan, get up and prepare immediately, the instructor has a message to deliver. He blinked. What entered his sight was the same silver-white ceiling and the same surveillance camera. The harsh, cold lighting poured down like a bug net over a dinner table, only it was hard to tell whether he was the bug or the meal. Jai Minghuan stared at the surveillance camera for quite a while before slowly looking away. If the Salvation Society people considered redesigning the camera to look like a penguin, maybe his morning grumpiness would be cut in half. Kong Yuling and Filio will be coming over shortly. Get ready. The instructor's gentle voice came through the speaker embedded in the ceiling. Can't you give a little advance notice? Jai Minghuan frowned as he spoke, getting out of bed. Dragging his skinny, skeletal body, he quickly walked to the doorway. Looking down, he saw two trays on the silver-white floor, one holding toast and milk, the other with toiletries. He crouched to pick up the second tray, then jogged into the restroom connected to the holding cell. He turned on the faucet, soaked the towel, and wiped his face clean, then squeezed toothpaste onto the brush and scrubbed his teeth. He even made sure not to skip the molars. Amid the sound of splashing water, he looked up at the mirror above the sink to examine that pale, thin face of his. Then he rose on tiptoes to compare himself against the mirror's height and realized he seemed to have grown taller. Makes sense, he was 12, it was growth season. But being locked up in a place like this wasn't good for development. The food the researchers provided was nutritious and diverse, textbook-level healthy meals, really, but in this place, nothing looked appetizing. He would have rather been at the orphanage sharing roasted sweet potatoes with the other kids. Unless he was starving, food just didn't taste the same without someone to share it with. Just like some people drink late at night just for the vibe. Before long, Jai Minghuan had finished washing his face and brushing his teeth. As for his messy hair, forget it. Disheveled chic was still chic. Every lazy person says that to convince themselves. Right at the 2-minute mark, a sound came from outside. The metal door swung open. Jai Minghuan lay back down and pretended to sleep, turning to face away from the cell door. A moment later, a cool hand lightly poked the tip of his nose, followed by a gauzy sensation brushing his cheek. It felt like someone had leaned down and accidentally grazed him with soft hair. "You never used to wake me up." Jai Minghuan opened one eye and looked at the white-haired girl, a sly smile curling at his lips. The two were face to face, noses nearly touching, like little animals meeting for the first time. He was curious why the instructor hadn't forbidden physical contact this time, but he pushed the thought aside for now. Kong Yuling sat at the edge of the bed, scribbling in her notebook with a pencil, then held it up. It read, "You weren't really asleep, you were faking. You caught me, you're sharp." Jai Minghuan sat up and scratched his messy hair. Under the cold lights, Kong Yuling lowered her red eyes, quietly watching him for a moment before handing him the notebook. Curious, he flipped through a few pages. It was filled with her idle doodles, an attic under the moonlight, two kids sitting on the rooftop, the frozen clock in the holding cell, looking like it had stopped moving, next to a little scribble. Time passes so slow, so slow. Beside it was a cartoon drawing of Jai Minghuan in a coated inmate uniform, with added fox ears. Letter 1E5F, letter 1D4EA, yeah, letter 1D664, letter 1D587, E circumflex. Jai Minghuan lowered his gaze and quietly looked for a moment, then wrote in the notebook with a pencil. "Do you have a TV over there? They gave me a lot of discs and a CD player. Lucky you, I'm bored to death in here. What have you watched? Tell me." Kong Yuling thought for a moment, then wrote, Kamen Rider Xaid, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Code Geass, Kamen Rider Amazons. Why does it all sound like stuff boys watch? Jai Minghuan tilted his head. "Can I watch it?" She held the notebook against the lower half of her face, eyes staring directly at him as pale strands of hair tickled the handwriting. "Of course you can. I figured you'd like it too, so I watched them, so I could share them with you." "I knew it. But if I said I already saw all of them, wouldn't that mean you watched them for nothing?" Kong Yuling paused, then puffed her cheeks slightly like a little snowman swelling up. They used to watch anime together in the computer room, and Jai Minghuan was the one who downloaded them online. So the CDs she chose from the Salvation Society people were all carefully picked to be ones they hadn't watched together before. But now he said he'd already seen them all. He must have watched them alone. "Okay, fine, I didn't actually watch them," Jai Minghuan said. "I just meant it's okay if you watch whatever you like. It's boring here, no need to do stuff just for me." "I liked them." Kong Yuling froze a bit, then shook her head. "Oh, then that's good," Jai Minghuan said. "Tell me the plot, won't take much effort." So the two kids sat on the bed chatting about those anime and tokusatsu series. Kong Yuling drew while Jai Minghuan hugged a pillow and listened quietly. Now and then he clicked his tongue, dramatically critiquing her descriptions. "That Kamen Rider Amazons is way too gory and dark. Is that even Kamen Rider? Sounds more like Diary of a Madman, just cannibalism on repeat." Kong Yuling asked what he did in here every day. Jai Minghuan couldn't exactly say he just laid around like a corpse, so he said he trained daily, really went hard at it, and claimed he was the next muscle pageant champion. Then he dropped to the bed and did 2 push-ups before collapsing like a lifeless body. Lying on the bed, turning his face away from Kong Yuling's gaze, he actually wanted to say he'd been learning international chess lately or practicing the art of bondage. He really wanted to share what he'd seen outside, like how he'd seen Tokyo Tower. Back when they flipped through travel magazines at the library, Kong Yuling always focused intensely, her eyes glowing. Jai Minghuan had once written, "After we leave the orphanage, let's travel the world together, go see those places." But now he'd seen Tokyo Tower alone, breaking their promise. He also wanted to tell her that having a family felt strange. Even if it was a fake one and would eventually fall apart, it was still kind of nice. Having a big brother who looked after him in every way, a sister who didn't say much but cared a lot. Of course, there was also a nasty old dad, damn old dad, rotten old dad. Tomorrow he'd make a little paper doll in the room to curse him. To avoid blowing his cover, he'd even make a version that looked like Uncle Ghost Bell, so the guy would have to hold back and stay silent. But whether it was funny or terrible, he couldn't say any of it to her. Thinking this, Jai Minghuan lowered his eyes, staring quietly at the silver-white floor for a while. The person he most wanted to share with was right here beside him, but he had to swallow the words. For a kid, there's nothing sadder than that. But he thought again. Once they got out of this research facility, he'd tell her everything he saw and felt during this time. Share it all, every last bit. Kong Yuling tilted her head, staring silently at his quiet profile. She seemed unsure what he was thinking. After a while, she suddenly reached out and touched his forehead. The cool, gentle touch startled Jai Minghuan. He turned to look at Kong Yuling. "Sick," Kong Yuling wrote, one character at a time, and held up the notebook. Jai Minghuan shook his head. "It's boring here, but seeing you makes it better." The white-haired girl thought quietly for a moment, then looked up. Her pale hair gently swayed. "Me too," she didn't write this time, but mouthed the words. "Those shows are only fun when I watch them with you." Just then, a loud noise caught both their attention. They turned at the same time. At the doorway, the metal door suddenly opened. A boy in a black-coated inmate uniform stood in the entrance. He stood motionless, head down, eyes blank and cold. The door closed, leaving the 3 children alone together, 2 sitting on the plain white bed, the other quietly standing by the entrance, back against the closed metal door. Jai Minghuan and Kong Yuling's heads leaned close together, both raising their eyebrows, eyes wide open as they curiously studied the boy's wolf ears and the long tail that looped all the way across the floor. "He looks like a puppy," Kong Yuling wrote in her notebook. Jai Minghuan nodded lazily. Honestly, setting aside those inhuman features, Filio looked more like a mixed-race kid, delicate and well-defined facial features, though his hair and eyes were both black. For a moment, the 3 of them in the holding cell just stared at one another. In moments like this, it's always the newcomer who feels awkward. Filio clearly had no idea what to do and could only stand there stupidly. "Ah, a big puppy," Jai Minghuan suddenly shouted, pointing at Filio's tail dragging along the floor. The dead silence of the holding cell was broken by that completely nonsensical statement. Kong Yuling froze for a second. Filio also blanked out. From under the hair almost covering his eyes, that cold, numb gaze cracked, showing a trace of panic and avoidance. He clearly had been locked up for quite a while and didn't know how to interact with other kids his age, especially when being pointed at so directly. The next second, Jai Minghuan jumped barefoot off the bed and swaggered right up to Filio, greeting him. "Hello, may I touch your tail? I heard in Africa, dogs use their tails instead of shaking hands." "Stay away from me," Filio replied, a flicker of hostility showing in his eyes. Jai Minghuan instantly frowned. "Come on, is that really necessary?" He tilted his face slightly, putting on a generous look. "Call me boss and I'll look out for you here in the lab. No other kids would dare mess with you." At this point, he suddenly lowered his voice into a whisper. "I'm telling you, if I hung myself right now, even the instructor would drop to his knees and beg me not to die." "Rejected. We wouldn't give you the chance to hang yourself, though we might get on our knees and beg you not to die." The instructor's voice rang from the speaker system, echoing through the holding cell. His tone was gentle, like a chill university professor suddenly jumping into a student debate, laughing and joking along with them. Jai Minghuan curled his lips, thinking, we kids are chatting, what's an adult doing barging in? But in the next second, he switched faces and boasted smugly. Hear that? Even the instructor says he'd kneel to keep me alive. Know who's the real top dog in this place now? Got it. Got it. As he spoke, he patted Filio on the shoulder. He did that on purpose, to see if touching Filio would trigger the collar's shock function. But clearly, nothing happened. Now he understood why. Back when he tried to touch Kong Yuling's hair, the Salvation Society people had forbidden physical contact. At the time, they probably hadn't figured out how to suppress psychic-type Esper powers, and were afraid Jai Minghuan and Kong Yuling might connect mentally and communicate in secret beyond their supervision. But now, they'd likely gained control over that, which is why they were allowing Jai Minghuan and Kong Yuling to have physical contact right under their noses. As he was thinking this, Filio slapped Jai Minghuan's hand away with a sharp smack. Don't touch me. Filio's voice was even colder. Jai Minghuan lowered his eyelids and said indifferently, fine, not playing with you anymore, making me look like the bad guy. Not far away, Kong Yuling couldn't hear what the instructor said through the broadcast, but she could read lips, so she could roughly tell what Jai Minghuan and Filio were talking about. Ra letter FF40, oh cute letter 1D401, yes, hatcheck. Under the cold lighting, her red eyes blinked as she looked at Jai Minghuan's back. Only Kong Yuling knew why Jai Minghuan was suddenly acting so lively, like a different person. He used to do the same thing, so the other kids in the orphanage wouldn't bother her. He'd always act like the bossy kid in front of them and drive them away. Once in the library, while reading, Jai Minghuan had said to her, kids are the worst. They don't know anything, so they'll do anything. They don't care about others' feelings, especially the ones in the orphanage who haven't had proper education. So don't take their malice as your fault. Now, after so long, Jai Minghuan had brought out that familiar side of himself again. Whenever he met strangers, he'd put on a mischievous act, regardless of who they were or the consequences, just shamelessly rushing in. Always shielding Kong Yuling behind him, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Over time, everyone would forget he used to be just a quiet kid who loved reading. Maybe, even he forgot what he was really like. At this moment, Jai Minghuan stared into Filio's eyes, clearly still wary of this unexpected guest. But the instructor was insistent that they befriend Filio, and thinking about it, the reason was simple. Demonkin didn't exactly sound like easy-to-tame creatures. The instructor probably wanted Filio to have a peer to help stabilize his emotions. Jai Minghuan understood perfectly well that he was the most important one here. If this little werewolf went nuts and bit someone, the instructor would definitely drag him out first. So he put on that "this school is my turf" childish act, waving a hand, "Sit, big puppy. You're late, the VIP bed's already taken, but there's still a chair over there." Then he sat back beside Kong Yuling. Who is he? Kong Yuling wrote in her notebook and showed it to Jai Minghuan. His name's Filio. He's the child of a human and a demon. Demon. Kong Yuling clearly hadn't heard about exorcists or demons from the instructor. Yeah, just think of him as the kid of Pleasant Goat's mom and Big Wolf's dad. Then one day he went full wolf and ate mom. So dad got mad and kicked him out of green grassland, permanently expelled from the wolves. Jai Minghuan spun some nonsense, keeping his voice low so Filio wouldn't hear. Under their watch, Filio quietly found a corner by the wall and sat down, hugging his knees. He hung his head, eyes fixed on the floor, gaze turning back to that same hollow, blank stare. He looked pitiful, like an abandoned puppy. Kong Yuling tugged at Jai Minghuan's sleeve. Jai Minghuan ignored her. She tugged again. All right, I get it," Jai Minghuan said, with a hint of impatience. Without another word, he got off the bed and sat beside Filio by the wall. Kong Yuling also followed and sat down on Jai Minghuan's right, hugging her sketchbook silently. Can I ask you a question? Jai Minghuan turned to Filio. Filio stayed silent for a while, then seemed to recall the instructor's instructions and slowly spoke. Go ahead. How did you get into my bedroom? I still don't know what it's like outside. The reason Jai Minghuan didn't ask Kong Yuling was because he didn't want her to get punished, but Filio didn't matter. They weren't close, so he didn't need to care. Plus, being half-demon, Filio was probably tough enough. Filio thought for a moment and said, I walked out of my own room. The hallway lights were so bright they hurt my eyes. I followed the broadcast instructions for a long time, then slowly ended up in your room. Other than that, I couldn't see anything. Hearing this, Jai Minghuan glanced at Kong Yuling. She nodded lightly. Looks like both she and Filio got here the same way, from their own rooms. And with Kong Yuling's light-sensitive eyes, she definitely couldn't have seen the path clearly. But Jai Minghuan hadn't expected to learn the facility's layout from them anyway. Still, now he at least knew there was a long, winding hallway outside the holding cell, and that hallway connected to all the kids' rooms being kept here. When the day came to strike the Salvation Society, Jai Minghuan would free those kids one by one, take off their inhibitors, and let those gentle adults taste the consequences. After thinking for a bit, Jai Minghuan asked again, Can you transform? Like Saiyans turning into giant apes. As long as I take my meds regularly, I won't transform, Filio said. Though his tone was cold, it carried a faint tremble. Great! Jai Minghuan nodded in satisfaction. The instructor told me you were sent here when you were really little. Is that true? Filio stayed silent, then nodded gently. Don't you miss your family? Jai Minghuan intentionally avoided mentioning the mother he ate. Didn't the instructor tell you? Filio buried his head lower. Tell me what? I ate my mom. Dad must be really mad. I'm afraid if he finds me, he'll eat me. Filio said softly. It's better hiding here. I don't have to be around others. If the instructor hadn't insisted, I wouldn't have met you guys. So, you better not come near me either. I might eat you too. Sure, your dad's mad, but he's still out there searching the world for you, you silly kid. Even while pillaging and murdering along the way, Jai Minghuan thought, shrugging to himself. Don't you miss him? Jai Minghuan asked. I'm a monster. Monsters belong in here, Filio said. Only the instructor accepts me. Only he treats me like a human. Everyone else hates me. He paused, burying his head into his arms wrapped around his knees, and whispered, To me, the instructor is my father. Jai Minghuan froze for a moment, slowly lowered his head, the corners of his mouth twitching, trying not to laugh. Moments later, he tilted his head back and let out a long sigh at the ceiling, thinking, Oh mighty demon lord, please come rescue your son already. He's over here calling the enemy Dad. If you don't hurry up, your family's gonna fall apart for real. Under the cold-toned lighting, 3 children sat against the wall in silence. Jai Minghuan glanced at Filio, his mind swirling with questions. If his Unit 2 body brought White Greedy Wolf to rescue Filio one day, would Filio side with the instructor or with his father? If he stood with the instructor, wouldn't that mean Jai would have to take down that big dog? Just how many kids had already been mentally controlled by the instructor and turned into his puppets? Was he going to have to fight these kids one by one in the future and take them out? Jai Minghuan leaned the back of his head against the wall, staring absent-mindedly at the ceiling. After a while, he spoke to Filio. Try to think positively. It's just you thinking your dad hates you. You haven't even seen him, so you don't actually know how he feels. So don't be so pessimistic. Maybe he's already forgiven you. To avoid suspicion, he added, the instructor will help you find him. He thought to himself, yeah, right, they'd love nothing more than to keep you locked up forever. Even if they found your dad, they'd probably just lock him up with you for research. A parent-child comparison group would make experiments twice as efficient. I don't want Dad to find me. Filio's voice sank. I'm scared to see him. Jai Minghuan glanced at his expression, then rested his hand on his bent knee and tactfully changed the subject. All right then, let's talk about me. I didn't even eat my mom, but my parents still abandoned me, didn't they? I was only 4 years old when they locked me in a closet and left. Honestly, we're all pretty screwed, getting thrown into this godforsaken place. No parents coming for us. They don't care if we live or die. Kong Yuling hadn't said a word. She held her sketchbook and quietly stared at the floor. She was thinking of her mother again. Even though Jai Minghuan wasn't looking at her as he spoke, he suddenly reached out and patted the top of her head. At least we still have the instructor who cares about us, Filio said out of the blue. Looks like that ideological education really worked on you. Well, makes sense. A puppy raised from childhood, of course it'd be loyal, Jai Minghuan thought. The instructor works really hard taking care of so many kids. If you can, try to be more obedient, especially you. Filio lowered his voice and glanced at Jai Minghuan. The instructor says he worries about you a lot. He talks to me about you all the time, says he really likes you. But you're dangerous, just like me. That's why he has to keep you safe here. This Demonkin kid only seemed to talk more when it came to the instructor. His empty eyes lit up slightly. Jai Minghuan tilted his head back and let out a dismissive sigh. He said, "If he likes me so much, why won't he even give me a TV? Liking someone should be shown through actions, not just words, you get that." He looked at Filio, trying to balance things out in his head. "Don't tell me he won't let you watch TV either." Filio shook his head. "I don't watch TV, but I do play computer games, just not the bloody ones. The instructor doesn't allow those. Stuff like tile matching games are okay. Letter 1D445 Alpha, Ing letter 1ED5. Jai Minghuan shrugged and silently flipped off the surveillance camera on the ceiling. So other people were treated like little princes, good food, fun games. He sneered in his mind. What were they afraid I'd awaken some Asper ability while watching TV? How meaningful. Turns out I awakened just by sleeping. Like you could have stopped it anyway. I'm Filio." The Demonkin kid suddenly introduced himself. "Kong Yuling," the white-haired girl wrote in her notebook. "Jai Minghuan." The boy sitting between them drew lazy circles on the floor with his finger, answering unwillingly. Filio went quiet for a while, then said, "This is the first time I've talked this much to kids my own age." "Thanks." "You're welcome. I'm bored out of my mind here anyway. Come hang out whenever." Jai Minghuan spoke like a shopkeeper, like he was running a friendly chat emporium. "Aren't you scared I might eat you?" Filio asked quietly. "You're still wearing your collar." "True. I think, if none of us had suppression collars, you'd be the one who should be scared of me." Jai Minghuan teased, "They say I'll destroy the world someday. That's way worse than just eating people. I might swallow the earth whole." Filio turned to look into his eyes and said softly, "Even though we've only just met, I feel like you're a good person. The instructor says you're a good kid too. He thinks you'll do those things in the future, because you can't control your powers. Funny, I feel like I've got my Asper ability under control just fine. If anything, it's the ability that has me under control." Jai Minghuan thought dismissively, while mentally glancing through the perspectives of his two game avatars. Right now, Gu Wenyu and Xia Pingzhu were fast asleep in a Tokyo hotel. In the dark, he could hear their soft breathing. "She doesn't talk." Filio looked at the name Kong Yuling had written. "She's been that way since she was little," Jai Minghuan nodded. "Oh, but she can hear us, right?" "Nope. But she's really good at reading lips." Filio froze, then turned to Kong Yuling past Jai Minghuan. "Hello," Kong Yuling wrote in her notebook and held it up. "So sad," Filio murmured without thinking. "Don't pull that crap." "She doesn't like being pitied," Jai Minghuan said calmly. "She's amazing. Even with her limitations, she never complains. She does everything seriously, eats seriously, studies seriously. Her grades are excellent, better than a lot of kids in class. She just never had the chance to go to school." He paused. "Because the orphanage adults wouldn't let her go, I decided not to go either. Who cares about school anyway?" Kong Yuling was stunned. This was the first time she'd heard Jai Minghuan explain why he didn't go to school. He used to say, "There's a library, who needs school? Only idiots go to school." And she had foolishly believed him. She lowered her head, her snow-white bangs covering her eyes, and unknowingly her eyes turned red. I'm sorry," Filio panicked, thinking he had made Kong Yuling cry. He buried his head into his knees in a fluster. Kong Yuling shook her head, her pale hair swaying gently. "Hey, I guess we're friends now." Jai Minghuan seized the moment. "Can I touch your tail?" Filio nodded. "What about your ears?" Kong Yuling wrote, holding up her notebook to her face, red eyes watching him mischievously. Filio hesitated, then nodded again. So the two kids pounced on him like he was a family pet. One rubbed his wolf ears while the other scratched at his tail. "That tickles. It really tickles." At first, Filio kept a straight face, but soon he couldn't help laughing. He hadn't laughed in a long time. Just then, the lights in the holding cell went out. The room fell into darkness. Then the exit door slowly opened, revealing a corridor. Two men in white stood there, wearing sterilization masks and holding iron rulers. "That's enough for today. Little Filio, Kong Yuling, it's time to go to bed." The instructor's gentle voice came through the speakers, echoing in the room. In the darkness, Jai Minghuan and Kong Yuling reluctantly let go of Filio's wolf tail. Goodbye, Kong Yuling mouthed silently. Goodbye, I'll come see you again, Filio stood up and whispered. A faint smile still lingered on his lips. Bye-bye, little wolf boy. Jai Minghuan didn't even lift his head as he said it. In the dark, he hesitated a second, then gently reached out toward Kong Yuling beside him, like he wanted to hug her, or maybe he was just reluctant. The dim corridor light caught his outstretched arm, but it quickly slipped back into the shadows. In the end, he only nudged her shoulder slightly and said in a low voice, Hey, you should go too. We'll see each other again soon. Kong Yuling nodded. She lowered her eyes and hesitated, holding her sketchbook close. Then she closed her eyes and gently leaned her head against his shoulder. 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds of warmth, but Jai Minghuan felt like it lasted forever. When he came back to his senses, she had already stood up and was walking quickly toward the exit. Jai Minghuan sat alone by the wall, watching the researchers lead them away through the corner of his eye. With a loud bang, the door shut again. The bedroom fell quiet. He was the only one left, lying on his side, staring idly at the metal door. The instructor had said he'd talk about Jai Minghuan's parents next time, but after seeing Kong Yuling and Filio, the promised broadcast never came. After a long time, the door still showed no sign of opening. He couldn't be bothered to wait anymore. Who knew what tricks that old fox was playing? Whatever, I'll just sleep. Tomorrow I have to hand the recorder to Dad. Gu Zhuan didn't bring his battle suit to Japan, but if we warn him in advance, he'll definitely be ready by the time the auction starts. Hopefully, he can keep Big Brother safe. With that thought, Jai Minghuan lay down on the plain white bed and slowly closed his eyes. Before falling completely asleep, Jai Minghuan squeezed out a bit of time to enter his mental world. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was a library. Outside the window, the setting sun hung low. Beneath a sky like blood, the lingering glow of dusk stretched the 2 shadows on the floor. Jai Minghuan lowered his eyes and glanced expressionlessly at the shadows on the ground, then slowly raised his head to look at Black Cocoon and the player hanging from the ceiling. Their limbs dangled downward, heads drooping, completely motionless. Black Cocoon looked like a wet black umbrella hung up to dry. The player resembled a piece of jerky meat hung on a butcher's hook, slowly rotting under the sunset. Today, with nothing better to do, Jai Minghuan had suddenly figured it out. Why, after creating game characters, his mental world manifested these 2 corpses. Because they weren't actually corpses. They were proxy personalities. The system had said before. If he didn't activate full split mode, then whenever he wasn't controlling the game avatars himself, the proxy personalities would take over the operation of the bodies. From that perspective, calling them tool personalities wasn't wrong either. So once Jai Minghuan activated full split mode, the proxy personalities effectively died temporarily. And during that time, they behaved like AIs, constantly learning his behavioral patterns, absorbing his experiences, preparing for the next awakening. The moment full split mode was turned off, these 2 corpses would immediately come to life again, taking over the bodies of Black Cocoon and the player. Sounds convenient, but Jai Minghuan didn't want to take that risk. At least until the auction ended, it was best if he handled everything personally. He leaned back into the last row of the library, picked up a novel, and the white-haired girl's phantom appeared beside him, silently reading with him until drowsiness crept in. Jai Minghuan slowly closed his eyelids and not long after sank deeply into slumber. Thud, the book in his hand fell to the floor. The night passed in silence. Whatever time it was in the holding cell didn't matter. On the Japan side, the body woke up right at dawn on July 14. There were now 7 days left until the Tokyo underground auction began. Just die already. Jai Minghuan yawned, as usual saying his daily morning blessing. Refreshed and alert. He then controlled Unit 2, Xia Pingzhu, to slowly get out of bed, pulled up the character's attributes panel, and quickly allocated the attribute points gained from yesterday's main quest. Your Unit 2, the player, has changed. Mind attribute upgraded. Be right arrow B+, the power of your chess piece is enhanced accordingly. He then opened the character skill tree panel. Branch 1, Swarm. Recruit pawns, learned right arrow pawn training, learned right arrow forge rook. Requires 1 skill point to learn. Branch 2, Valor, chess piece evolution condition. Requires total of 3 skill points spent in other branches before it can be learned. Requires 1 skill point to learn right arrow unknown, unknown. Branch 3 Soul. Demon Hunter. Requires 1 skill point to learn right arrow unknown, unknown. Jai Minghuan just skimmed over it. His skill point strategy remained unchanged. First forge the rook, then go for branch 2's chess piece evolution. That's the fastest way to boost short-term combat power. With that in mind, he held down the Forge Rook skill icon until it gleamed with a red-black glow. 1 skill point consumed. Successfully learned Forge Rook under branch, Swarm, forge a new rook piece in your chess arsenal. Next skill in branch, Swarm, now unlocked for learning. Jai Minghuan rubbed his temples and glanced at the newly unlocked skill under Swarm. Cavalry Training. Train one of your pawns into a cavalry unit, mounted on a warhorse, equipped with a lance. When cavalry is present, all other pawns gain significant combat boosts. Our retroflex, Anu letter 1 d7 letter 1 d5 1f, Eomlaut letter 1 d8. A cavalry commander, wonder if its speed on horseback can match the Queen Colossus. He picked up the phone beside his pillow, powered it on, and glanced at the incoming texts. Origami Ice, Units 4 and 9 arrived in Japan today. Come meet them, and I've got something to tell you. It was sent at 4 a.m. Clearly, this kimono girl was a total night owl. Zia Pingzhu, what time? Origami Ice. Right now, West District of Minato Ward, that abandoned amusement park, will be waiting. Zia Pingzhu, on my way. He washed up, then put on his human skin mask in front of the mirror. Only after the face fully molded to his skin and the person in the mirror had become someone else did he grab his keycard and leave the room. Jai Minghuan took the elevator to the ground floor. Not long after stepping out of the hotel, he saw a familiar figure on the street. When he looked up from his phone, the tall figure had already brushed past him. Dad. Jai Minghuan was inwardly surprised for a moment. He turned his head slightly and glanced back from the corner of his eye. Gu Zhuan's back looked a bit hunched, unsteady on his feet. The smell of alcohol was heavy on him, not completely drunk, but clearly he'd had a lot. Recently, because of the underground bar explosion, caused by Arlen's, all bars in the Tokyo area had been temporarily shut down pending official investigation. Only izakayas were still open. So Jai Minghuan guessed. His dad probably went to some late-night izakaya to drink away his sorrows and had just now started heading back to the hotel. Jai Minghuan remembered that after his mother's death, Gu Zhuan had been a hopeless alcoholic. But lately, at home at least, he'd been behaving. Neither Gu Kei nor Jai Minghuan had smelled alcohol on him. Yet now, here in Tokyo, he'd fallen back into old habits. Of course, Gu Zhuan probably still hadn't let go of letting the Rainbow Wing members escape at the airport. Knowing he watched the very people he'd been hunting for years just walk away, how could he possibly sleep? With his personality, there's no way he'd forgive himself any time soon. He could only rely on alcohol to numb his anger and regret. Come on, Dad's mental state is already such a mess. If I pile on more, he's gonna explode, isn't he? Jai Minghuan had originally planned to give him the recorder today and tell him that the one who'd been blocking him all along, Blue Arc, was actually his beloved son, Gu Kei. But seeing Gu Zhuan like this, Jai suddenly felt worried. Would this old man totally lose control afterward? Would he do something crazy and irrational? Truthfully, Jai Minghuan didn't even know whether he really had feelings for them or if it was just all about utility. Use them if they're useful. He did have Gu Wenju's memories, but that didn't mean he was Gu Wenju. He'd only skimmed through those memories like a movie, like watching some absurdly long film or finishing a massive novel. And when you finish such a long story, sure, you might develop subtle emotions for the characters. But it's hard to truly step into a book's world to genuinely connect with the people inside, because there's always an unbreachable barrier between reader and character. Dad has to attend this auction, save his precious son and daughter. Make sure they don't die. Otherwise my Unit 1 loses 2 main questlines, might as well scrap it. Thinking that, Jai Minghuan didn't hesitate anymore. He synced his consciousness into Unit 1, Gu Wenju. He controlled Black Cocoon to rise from bed, pulled the recorder from his suitcase, gripped it in hand, wrapped his whole body in binding restraints, phased into invisibility, then climbed out the window. Gu Zhuan had drunk quite a bit and looked tired. He couldn't have gone far. As long as he was still in Tokyo's Minato ward, with Black Cocoon's elite tracking skills, locating an unguarded Gu Zhuan wouldn't be difficult. No matter if he breaks down or not. Today, I have to tell him Blue Ark's identity. In the fleeting seconds that followed, Jai Minghuan made his decision. While thinking, he withdrew his gaze from Gu Zhuan's back and controlled Unit 2 to move forward. Walking in the opposite direction, he gradually disappeared into the crowd at the intersection. The moment he stepped into the crowd, Jai Minghuan synced his consciousness with both avatars. Different perspectives overlapped in his mind like a kaleidoscope, forming a bizarre and dazzling visual. It felt almost like symptoms of withdrawal. He focused slightly, and the two viewpoints were immediately split by a vertical line, like a co-op video game screen. This way, Jai Minghuan could distinguish between the two perspectives without confusion. Unit 2, Xia Pingzhu, was headed toward the meeting spot Origami Ayas had mentioned, catching a train on the way. He grabbed a hand strap and closed his eyes for a short rest in the swaying carriage. At the same time, Unit 1, Black Cocoon, left the hotel and ran across the skies of Minato Ward in Tokyo. His tall, black figure was completely wrapped in transparent binding restraints, moving in the direction Gu Zhuan had just left. He swung past neon signs in Japanese, grabbing at the restraints, flying beneath glass facades and billboards. The Tokyo before him wasn't aglow with nighttime lights, but held a kind of quiet elegance. In midair, he closed his eyes. His binding restraint sensory unfurled completely, like a net cast wide over the surroundings. Moments later, Black Cocoon used the restraints to reduce gravity and landed on the top of a silver commuter train. He peeled off a strip of restraint from his sleeve and left behind a binding restraint trap on the roof. This would allow him to hear nearby sounds and see what was happening on that street. As the commuter train clattered forward, the trap captured every sound along the route. 5 minutes later, Black Cocoon sat on the railing of a rooftop, looking down. Below, a tall but hunched figure walked into an alleyway. It was clearly Gu Zhuan. The clothes, hairstyle, and facial features all matched. Gu Zhuan slowly walked deeper into the alley, knocking on a door behind a retractable iron grate. A voice came from within. Password. Gu Zhuan leaned on the wall, thought for a second, then recited 3 words. White shark, black tengu, red tassel. The door cracked open. Someone peeked out and checked a list on their phone. Guess no. 15, please come in. Gu Zhuan entered in silence. The door shut behind him. Still camouflaged, Black Cocoon dropped into the alleyway, wrapped a restraint around a billboard, and hung upside down beneath it. He extended a restraint. From behind the door, voices reached him, bursts of soft sounds spreading out. Ambient music, customer chatter, the clink of glasses. It seemed to be an illegally operating underground bar. Ra eng letterwindefavwinef, omelet letterwindefeta. Illegal, because all bars in the area were officially shut down pending investigation. A bar still open now must be unregistered, likely serving certain underground figures only. And if Gu Zhuan could get inside, he clearly had some underworld connections in Japan. He had been bouncing around internationally investigating Rainbow Wing for the past 2 years. Kinda curious who Dad's meeting in there, but there's no way I'm walking in myself. Black Cocoon decided to lie in wait, still camouflaged beneath the billboard, hanging silently as he waited for a lucky customer. Soon, a man in a floral shirt and sunglasses came strolling down the alley, humming a tune. Hands in his pockets, knees bent as he walked, his posture was sleazy. He stepped into a blind spot in the surveillance, and just as he was about to dig into his nose with his pinky, a black restraint shot down and wrapped his wrist. A ghostly voice came from above. Sir, nose-picking is uncivilized behavior. Before the man could scream, a restraint looped around his head, tied it tight, gagged him, and pulled him up toward the rooftop. With a bit of force, Black Cocoon knocked him out. The man fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The dark restraint stripped off all his clothes, leaving only his underwear. If someone asks why he stayed in that surveillance blind spot so long, just say he got excited and started doing something weird. Thinking that, Black Cocoon used the new skill he just learned, binding restraint clone. He raised his right arm. A strip of restraint peeled from his sleeve, dropped to the ground, and began forming a humanoid shape. Mimicking the man's features, Black Cocoon whistled while adjusting the clone's appearance until it matched him exactly. Then he dressed the clone in sunglasses, floral shirt, and slacks. A black market bigwig was now ready to roll. All yours. Black Cocoon stood with one hand on his hip, patted the clone's shoulder, handed it the recorder, and turned to leave. At that moment, a new perspective entered Jai Minghuan's mind. It was from the binding, restraint clone. Its senses were also far sharper than a normal person's, though it only had 30% of the original stats. A knockoff Black Cocoon, essentially, but that's more than enough. Thinking so, Jai Minghuan controlled the clone to hide the recorder inside its sleeve. Crossing the railing, it dropped precisely into the alley's surveillance blind spot. It got up and resumed the same sleazy stance, hands in pockets, knees slightly bent, and walked to the bar's entrance. Then it knocked on the door. Password. White shark, black tengu, red tassel. Jai Minghuan modified the clone's throat to emit a low voice. The door opened. Someone peeked out, glanced at the clone, then said respectfully, "Guest number 10, please come in." The clone stepped through the door, walked down a long corridor where a suited man stood with a scanner. The leader stared at him and said slowly, "Sorry, but before entering, we require all electronic devices to be surrendered. They'll be returned later." Hearing that, Jai Minghuan had the clone walk forward slowly while extending a restraint from its wrist to wrap around the recorder and shield it, passing the scanner's check. The device didn't make a sound. The restraint blocked all detection. The man nodded at him and gestured for him to proceed. At the end of the corridor, a woman in a kipao opened a door. Inside was a lavishly decorated underground bar, small but elegant. The clone walked in with hands still in pockets, eyes darting around slyly. The bar was small, so it was easy to spot Gu Zhuan. At the bar, Gu Zhuan sat chatting softly with a woman in a red dress. She had an air of sophistication, seductive eyes, bold red lipstick that contrasted with otherwise plain makeup. She looked like the proprietress. The clone took a seat casually and extended a restraint from its sleeve to eavesdrop on their conversation. "What I left with you, did you keep it safe?" Gu Zhuan asked. The woman leaned closer, smiling. "Of course. I've kept Mr. Gu's battle suit well maintained. Our tech staff services it regularly. So, do you have time to share a drink with me?" She paused, still smiling, though her tone turned a little disappointed. "But from the looks of it, you came here already drunk. That's a bit of a letdown." "Just say what you called me for," Gu Zhuan replied. The red-dressed woman leaned on the bar, resting her chin in her hand, lips curling. She said, "There's an auction in Tokyo in a few days. The top brass from my family will be attending. They're recruiting elite bodyguards. If I could find someone impressive, it'd win me major favor. If Mr. Gu would help me with this, I'd be truly grateful." Jai Minghuan's eyes lit up. "Say yes, say yes, say yes, please say yes, Dad. That way you three can reunite in the bodyguard team." But Gu Zhuan's answer was not what he'd hoped. "Hiring Ghost Belle as a bodyguard? You're crazy. We've known each other for years." "I refuse," Gu Zhuan said flatly. "I don't want to get involved with Japan's underworld again. I don't owe you anything." He paused. "I'm traveling with some kids. I just want to enjoy a vacation, not get into trouble." "What? You're vacationing?" Jai Minghuan twitched. "Come on, just take her request, or you'll be enjoying your vacation while waiting for news that your son died." The woman leaned in and whispered near Gu Zhuan's ear. "Fine, I figured you'd say no. Let's change the subject. You're rarely in Japan. How about going on a date with me?" Gu Zhuan was silent for a moment. "We already talked about this." "What a shame. It's rare for me to fall for someone for this long." She turned her eyes away and laughed bitterly. "Guess the living can't compete with the dead." Surprisingly, Gu Zhuan didn't get mad. He just paused and thought. "My son said the same thing to me." He spoke quietly. "Because that's the kind of man you are," she said, then slowly turned and walked away. At that moment, Jai Minghuan had the clone stand up and approach the bar. It sat beside Gu Zhuan, pulled the recorder from its sleeve, and placed it on the bar counter, sliding it toward him. "Someone asked me to give this to you," it said softly. In the dim lighting, Gu Zhuan frowned, looked at the recorder, then at the clone. "And you are. Listen to the recording, you'll know." The binding restraint clone said in a low tone, got up from the bar stool, hands in trouser pockets, and walked away with a gangster swagger, never looking back. He turned his head, watching the man in the floral shirt walk away. Gu Zhuan didn't stop him. If they were in a different place, maybe he would have gone after him and asked for answers, but he didn't want to draw attention in this underground bar. After all, everyone here was a major player in the underworld, definitely not the kind of crowd you wanted to mess with. The bar's proprietress was an old college classmate of his, Amiya Chihiro. She had transferred from Japan back then. Gu Zhuan had known her for many years. Amiya Chihiro had witnessed his relationship with Su Wying, falling in love, getting married, and then spiraling into madness and obsession after the Rainbow Wing incident, abandoning their child to set out alone on a path of revenge. She had helped him a lot along the way. You could say Amiya Chihiro was perhaps the only person left in this world who still understood him, even just a little. Today, she'd said she wanted to meet. He'd come just for a brief visit, but ended up caught in this mess. At the thought of that, Gu Zhuan frowned and looked down at the voice recorder left on the bar counter by the man in the floral shirt. After a moment, he slowly picked it up. He turned the device over in his hands, examining it as he took the drink the server brought him. No matter what was in this recorder, since it appeared here and was given to him by name, it definitely wasn't something simple. He stood from the bar stool and headed toward the bathroom. Seeing no one around, he entered a stall. Slowly closing the door, he put the toilet lid down and sat on it. His head throbbed. Even though his extraordinary species physique was far superior to that of normal people, he had definitely drunk too much last night. His vision was still fuzzy. He rubbed his forehead, then leaned forward to study the recorder closely. He powered it on. The screen showed only one audio file. He turned the volume all the way down, selected the file, and pressed play. With a beep, a clear recording began to play inside the stall. Mr. Guke, you were only 13 when it happened. Right from that day on, you've harbored resentment toward those reality-altering espers who abused their power under the guise of justice. You wanted to earn enough prestige within the Reality-Altering Esper Association. Get recommended to join the UN organization Rainbow Wing and find the Esper who crushed your mother like an ant. How do you know who I am? Silence. Dead silence. Gu Zhuan froze, as if struck by lightning. The hand holding the recorder trembled like a spasm. A delayed reaction, his pupils slowly shrank to pinpoints. QIYE. He murmured hoarsely. Gu Zhuan had followed the hostage incident at Lijiang Square involving Blue Arc and Green Wing, and he had heard of the mysterious new figure, Black Cocoon. But he'd only skimmed the reports. He hadn't watched the footage closely. Letter 1D597, letter FF4 Omicron, Upina letter 1S67. So he had never heard Black Cocoon's voice. But the last voice on the recording, he knew it too well, it was Blue Arc's voice. What shocked Gu Zhuan even more was the name at the beginning of the recording, Gu Kai. That was his son. The recorder fell from his hand, spinning once in the air before hitting the ground with a crisp sound. Clack. Tap. In the silence, Gu Zhuan slowly nodded, his trembling gaze fixed on the unremarkable recorder, as if staring into a blinding sun. No, this is fake. Someone in the underworld must know my identity and is using this recording to throw me off, but who could it be? How do they know so much about me and those around me? Could it be Amiya Chihiro betrayed me? Gu Zhuan sucked in a deep breath, trying to calm the storm in his mind. His head hung low, shrouded in shadow. As if anticipating his suspicion, a moment later, the recorder spoke again. By the way, Mr. Gu Zhuan, no one betrayed you. This recording was made on the night of July 9. That night, I helped your good boy, Gu Ke, defeat Green Wing and bail him out. Then we had a private meeting on a path near the square, and that's when this recording was made. Now then, you should know who I am, right? Black Cocoon, a strange, twisted figure, suddenly flashed through Gu Zhuan's mind. After a moment, the recorder played that teasing voice again. That's right. It's the name you're thinking of, Mr. Ghost Bell, on July 15, tomorrow night. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop of an abandoned building near Rainbow Bridge in Tokyo Bay. I only want to meet with you privately. Otherwise, I'll reveal both your identities to the world. Supercriminal Ghost Bell and reality-altering Esper Blue Arc are father and son. I imagine that headline will explode across the world instantly. If you don't want to see that happen, you know where to find me. Black Cocoon, Black Cocoon, Black Cocoon. Gu Zhuan stared deeply at the floor, veins bulging on his forehead. He repeated that name over and over in his mind, recalling the final moments of the Green Wing incident, how Blue Ark had vanished at Lijiang Square. Although Blue Ark had denied it, many online speculated that Black Cocoon and Blue Ark had met privately that night. Putting the pieces together, Gu Zhuan slowly arrived at a shocking conclusion. The recording is real. He sat frozen like a statue, eyes blank, sweat pouring from his palms and forehead. In that second, his thoughts crashed over him like a tsunami, nowhere to run. He clenched his jaw, clutching his head, suddenly remembering the first time he fought Blue Ark, how he'd torn half the mask from his face, and saw that blood-stained face beneath it. For a moment, Gu Zhuan had been stunned. Maybe it was because he hadn't been home in 2 years, but he'd felt like that bloodied half-face looked just like his child. No, no way, impossible. He whispered hoarsely, pressing his fingertips harder into his forehead until his nails broke the skin. Cold sweat ran down his cheek to his jaw and dripped to the floor, leaving a small black dot. Staring at that blood-colored dot, Gu Zhuan's pupils shrank. He suddenly recalled how he had battled Blue Ark time and again like a beast, wounding him without holding back. He could still hear the crack of bones when his fist struck Blue Ark's chest. Still see the wrist blade slashing across Blue Ark's neck, how clean that line of blood was, the way it sprayed through the air with electric arcs. Blood. Soaring blood. The thrill he had felt then had now multiplied into unbearable guilt. The blood that had splattered on Blue Ark's mask seemed to return now, splashing mercilessly into his face, dyeing his entire vision red. He felt like the entire world was soaked in blood. Blue Ark's cries were still ringing in his ears, over and over, echoing endlessly in his mind. The blood on the mask flowed like a river, drowning him. My son is Blue Ark, Gu Ke is Blue Ark, how could that be? How could that possibly be true? Suddenly he laughed. Hey haha. Gu Zhuan's face twitched violently. A twisted smile broke out across his face. He hadn't smiled in 5 years, not once since his wife died. Yet now he laughed. Like he was mocking himself, or laughing at how ridiculous the lie was. But even now, his right hand still trembled. The body doesn't lie. He knew he was afraid. To overcome that fear, he slowly reached down and picked up the recorder, his hand shaking as he pressed the play button again. He wanted to confirm whether the recording was just a hallucination. But before he could hit play, his knees gave out and he collapsed to the floor, head hanging low. Fear had engulfed his heart. He clutched at his neck with both hands, like he wanted to choke himself. To silence the wails in his mind, to wipe away the blood on the mask, even though when his trembling fingers scratched at his face, he found no mask there. But the blood-soaked mask wouldn't come off. His son's blood still flowed from it. Gu Zhuan's eyes bulged from their sockets. He tilted his head back, mouth slowly opening wide, letting out a soundless, guttural scream. A scream from the depths of his soul, as if his chest were about to burst. In that moment, a beast-like roar erupted from the bathroom, echoing throughout the bar. Mistaking it for trouble, a few bodyguards rushed in with guns, surrounding the stall. Bang, bang. Bang, dull thuds kept coming from within, like some monster was slamming its head into the floor over and over. The stall door shook, and the dim orange light flickered. Sweat the size of beans dripped down the bodyguards' foreheads. They had never seen anything like this. Moments later, Gu Zhuan pulled himself up, leaning on the stall door. He gripped the recorder tightly and pushed the door open. Blood ran down his head. His eyes were hollow, but his expression was like a mad bull's. He exhaled like he could spew steam. The bodyguards immediately raised their weapons to his head, but then froze. The man looked up. His crimson eyes seemed to shoot fire. A wave of pressure slammed into them, like they were aiming at something no longer human. Gu Zhuan lowered his head, staggering out between them like a dying, trapped beast. Maybe it was a hallucination, but they swore they heard a bell tolling. Like a funeral bell beginning to ring. As Gu Zhuan walked back into the bar, a soft female voice stopped him. What's wrong with you? Turning slightly, he saw Amiya Chihiro in a red dress leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Her gaze was low, and she didn't even look at him as she continued. Don't tell me it's the same old problem again. Is your Asper ability going out of control? There's a bug in your guest list. A bug? Amiya Chihiro blinked in surprise and turned to look at Gu Zhuan. This underground bar had been founded by the underworld family backing her. Every guest was hand-picked and had to be someone with real standing in the underworld. On top of that, they were all required to sign strict confidentiality agreements. In a place like this, how could a bug sneak in? Who had the guts to try that? Help me investigate that guy in the floral shirt from earlier. Contact me once you've got something. With a hoarse and cold voice, he threw out the line and walked straight toward the bar's exit without looking back, leaving the proprietress puzzled. Gu Zhuan didn't spare her a single glance from beginning to end. He cries too. Amiya Chihiro whispered softly to herself, still hugging her shoulders, and looked again at Gu Zhuan's retreating back. He stumbled away, his figure like a mad dog that had its spine ripped out. As soon as he stepped out of the bar, morning light spilled down from above. Gu Zhuan raised his arm to shield his eyes, squinting, his bloodshot pupils trembling. A moment later, he slowly lifted his head, and suddenly saw a figure hanging in the alleyway. Someone had been suspended midair by black straps, their body wrapped in layers of black binding restraints, forming a huge ball that floated in place. Through the gaps in the restraints, he saw a man unconscious inside. The man's face, and the floral shirt he wore, it was exactly the same as the guy who had handed him the voice recorder. The man's sunglasses slowly slipped off his face and fell through the gap in the restraints with a crisp clink. Black Cocoon. Gu Zhuan muttered the name with a grim face, a flash of rage glinting at the corner of his eye. He walked past the man in the floral shirt and disappeared into the sunlight at the end of the alley. 10 minutes earlier, after the binding restraint clone handed the voice recorder to Gu Zhuan, it had left the bar. Returning to the alley, it quickly scaled the apartment building to the rooftop, found the unconscious big brother, and returned the floral shirt, suit pants, and sunglasses, strictly following the principle of borrow and return, the model of a good, honest citizen. Prescription A umlaut new letter 1D2, letter 1D41B, Yas Hachek. Then Jai Minghuan had the binding restraint clone extend its right arm over the railing and peel off a strip of binding restraint trap onto the top of a nearby billboard that featured actress Aragaki Yui endorsing cosmetics. In an instant, the black restraints wrapped around a corner of the billboard like a swarm of snakes, completely covering Aragaki Yui's beautiful face, but quickly became transparent again, making the billboard look just as it had before. Active skill released, binding restraint trap. Cooldown time, 1 day generates 1 trap per day, max storage, 2 traps. Available binding restraint traps. Zira. Next, Jai Minghuan had the clone throw the now fully dressed man in the floral shirt into the trap. The moment it triggered, the restraints burst out and swallowed the man instantly. He swung in the air like a pendulum for a few seconds before settling down, floating in place in the alley. This way, when Dad comes out, he won't waste time digging into the underworld. He'll come straight for me. There's no way he'd actually think I'm some underworld figure, right? Thinking this, Jai Minghuan smiled in satisfaction as the clone on the rooftop dissolved into hot vapor and dispersed. The real Black Cocoon had already returned to the hotel and was lying on the bed doing nothing. Tomorrow night, Jai Minghuan would meet Gu Zhuan in person on top of the building near Rainbow Bridge in Tokyo Bay. He figured that after being threatened like that, Gu Zhuan would have no choice but to show up. So for now, the only one still busy was Unit 2. At this moment, on the other side of Tokyo, Jai Minghuan was operating Unit 2, Zia Pingzhu, as he arrived at the meeting place Origami Ix had mentioned. He looked up at the abandoned amusement park ahead and stepped over the no entry sign. The giant stuffed animal at the gate was torn and unrecognizable. Even 100 stitches wouldn't restore it. Most of the rides were so old they looked like they'd collapse at a touch. The pirate ship's wooden body was full of holes, and wood shavings piled on the ground like snow. The black sail had been worn down to a faded white scrap. Wandering through the amusement park, he soon found one area that still showed signs of movement. It was the carousel, a spot where parents most often brought their children. Only now, what appeared in Zia Pingzhu's eyes was anything but child-appropriate. 9 tall figures in suits and dress shoes were hanging from the top disc of the carousel. Their eyes were rolled back as they spun slowly with the ride. Not a drop of blood leaked from any of them, they were disturbingly clean. The ride was unnaturally pristine, making the whole scene even more eerie. Seated among the 9 bodies, atop a red carousel horse, was a woman with long, pale gold hair in a red dress. Her figure was graceful and tall, about 179 centimeters, even taller than Xia Pingzhu. She had a delicate, poised demeanor with a faint sense of danger beneath it. She sat sideways on the horse, the Tokyo wind stirring her golden hair like gentle waves. Her crimson eyes turned slightly, gazing down at Xia Pingzhu from above. She curled her lips and said slowly, "You're the new guy they've been talking about." "Number 12, Xia Pingzhu," Jai Minghuan replied calmly. His eyes lingered on the bodies spinning with the carousel. Looking closely, you could see something was off. Though they looked intact, their bodies were actually in pieces, stitched together by threads of blood, holding the fragments in place and creating the illusion of whole corpses. The most terrifying part. When Jai Minghuan got closer, he realized these weren't corpses at all. They were still alive. Their breathing was audible, but they could only stay frozen in those positions, dangling in the air. Their eyes rolled grotesquely upward, their faces twisted, foam dribbling from their mouths, visibly suffering. Creak. The carousel's top disc suddenly stopped, and the horses ceased spinning. The 9 suited men swayed slightly and fell still. Then the woman in the red dress on the red horse spoke. "I'm number 9 in the brigade. I don't have a name. Most people call me Bloodline. Some call me Vampire. You don't have a code name." Jai Minghuan shook his head. "I don't have one for now." Bloodline gave a faint smile. "I see. If we have names, we use them. If not, we use code names. And if even that's not an option, we go by our numbers. But usually, only members who don't get along use numbers with each other." "I see," Jai Minghuan replied blankly. "What's with these people?" Bloodline said casually. "They're Aspurs hired as bodyguards by the Amiya family. Judging by how they felt, each one's about QE level. I ran into them on the way and thought they looked fun, so I killed them." Jai Minghuan examined them for a moment, then looked away. Slowly, he said, "Your ability must be blood control. You split their bodies into pieces, then used blood as thread to stitch them together, keeping their blood flowing as normal. That way, even though they're in pieces, they don't die right away." "Oh, you figured that out." Bloodline raised an eyebrow and stared straight at Jai Minghuan, a curious smile tugging at her lips. Jai Minghuan asked again, "So, you could just drain someone's blood dry?" "No," Bloodline replied frankly. "I can only control someone's blood once mine comes into contact with theirs." She paused, cupping her cheeks in her hands. "Sounds like you're scared I'll suck you dry." Jai Minghuan met her aggressive gaze. Then, suddenly polite, he asked, "Number 9, would you mind giving me your toys?" He nodded toward the 9 men dangling from the carousel's top disc. Bloodline blinked. "Why?" she asked curiously. Jai Minghuan answered flatly, "My tank power is special. It grows stronger by killing extraordinary species." He didn't even blink as he lied, staring straight into her crimson eyes. In truth, if these 9 really were QE-level Aspurs, killing them would absolutely count toward the development of Unit 2's growth system, Winter of the Hunt. No reason to waste those heads. Bloodline thought for a moment, then tilted her head. "I see, so your tank power is the same type as Jack the Ripper's, huh?" That made Jai Minghuan raise an eyebrow. He'd just been wondering if this made-up excuse would be exposed. He didn't expect that there really were tank powers in the world that grew stronger through killing. No wonder dismembering people was as easy as drinking water for Jack the Ripper. She had to kill to level up her tank power. As he thought this, he replied, "Maybe." "Well, then you're pretty lucky," Bloodline cut in. "Powers like that usually have really high potential. Like Jack the Ripper, she's only a second-tier exorcist, but she's already that strong. So, I get to handle them." Jai Minghuan glanced at the 9 men still hanging from the carousel's disc. "Of course," Bloodline smiled. "Since you want them, I'll let you have these toys. I'm bored of them anyway." As she spoke, the blood-red threads suspending the 9 guards snapped. Their bodies, wrapped in blood, floated like they were cocooned, drifting over toward Jai Minghuan. Then, in the next second, the blood glow around them vanished, and the bodies dropped to the ground one after another. Plop, plop like chunks of rotten meat hitting the conveyor belt in a meat factory. "Go ahead, newbie." Bloodline rested her cheek on one hand, gripping the carousel pole with the other, smiling teasingly. "You're adorable, like a little kitten begging me for food." "Do you need a reason to kill?" Jai Minghuan asked. "I'm curious, Are there rules in your brigade for that? If I'm happy, I kill. Why do I need a reason? Bloodline turned her face to him, her predatory crimson eyes locking onto Jai Minghuan's. What? Are you scared? I'm just saying, it's good to know. Jai Minghuan replied flatly, turning his eyes toward the 9 suited men on the ground. Their faces were twisted in agony, their eyes filled with fear. In an instant, he summoned the tank power inside him. A black and white halo rippled from his skin, forming a Möbius ring around Xia Pingzhu's body. Illusory chess pieces appeared on the ring, spinning around him. He reached out and picked 3 pawn pieces from the black and white ring. They shattered, and 3 black iron soldiers materialized, now each equipped with a giant square shield on their left arms, thanks to the shield guard skill. Their footsteps were heavier now, weighed down by the shields. The black iron soldiers advanced step by step toward the 9 men on the ground like executioners approaching a chopping block. With each swing, their blades pierced the already fragmented bodies like cutting through tofu. At that moment, Bloodline cruelly dissolved the blood threads that had stitched the men together. Thousands of blood chunks fluttered through the air like a snowfall, dyeing the playground red. The black iron soldiers were splashed with blood. One splatter even landed on Jai Minghuan's cheek. Bloodline remained composed. Her elegant red dress fluttered in the breeze like the evening sky. Then a system prompt popped up in Jai Minghuan's eyes. Detected. Player has killed 9 C-class or higher Espers. Unit 2's exclusive development system, Winter of the Hunt, task progress updated kills. 3 right arrow 12 letter 1E5B. Umlaut letter FF4E letter 22F. Letter 10331. Umlaut letter 1E61. Second phase complete. Kill 1210, extraordinary species or demons. Reward, 1 attribute point received. Third phase, kill 18 C-class or higher extraordinary species or demons, current total. 12. Jai Minghuan showed no expression. He didn't know how many more people he would have to kill or how many of them would be good or bad. But staying in the White Crow Brigade meant killing was unavoidable. To them, killing was no different from eating, drinking, or breathing. And when the underground auction began, this city was bound to be drowned in blood. Bloodline twitched her nose slightly, savoring the scent of blood in the air. After a moment, she asked, "Just to confirm, you didn't take those toys from me because of some naive idea like better to kill them now and free them from their suffering, right?" "You're really something," Jai Minghuan said. Calmly, he wiped the blood off his cheek with the back of his hand. A storm of blood was now flying backward into the clear Tokyo sky. Jai Minghuan slowly looked up, blood still on his face, his gaze fearless as he locked eyes with Bloodline. He said, "The way you talk, it's like a little girl scolding me. I gave you my toys, and you didn't take care of them properly." Bloodline blinked, then burst out laughing. She smacked the carousel horse's head as she giggled. You're way more fun than I expected. No one's ever called me a little girl before." Wanna guess how old I am?" 19. "Add a 0 to that," Bloodline said teasingly. "Then cut it in half, and you'll be close." An old hag, Jai Minghuan, rolled his eyes inwardly. "You're 100 and still look like this. Are you a vampire pretending to be an Esper?" he asked, genuinely curious. "Who knows?" Bloodline smirked and winked. "But I'll say this, you feel familiar somehow." "Familiar how?" Bloodline lowered her gaze, falling silent for a moment. Then she said, "Decades ago, when I was still a little girl, I met someone." She lifted her hand and touched her chin. "He gave me the same feeling you do, like he was close, but very far away, his eyes always fixed on something else. I guess you'd call it detachment, but that's not quite it." "What was his name?" Jai Minghuan asked, intrigued. "He forgot his name, but he said he'd been looking for someone for a long time, a white-haired girl, and still hadn't found her. So he wandered the world alone." She shook her head. "It was during the World War. He saved me on the battlefield. He was looking for someone." He said, "A white-haired girl." Jai Minghuan froze slightly, staring at her. Slowly, he squeezed the words from his mouth. "A white-haired girl." Bloodline didn't answer. She looked off into the sky, dazed. "What did you call him?" Jai Minghuan asked. 1001, Bloodline said. He called himself by that number, said it's the only thing he remembered. 1001. Jai Minghuan murmured the number, his heart stirring. Suddenly, he remembered. His own designation in the Salvation Society was Restricted Level Esper, 1002. His instructor had told him that 1001 was the previous restricted level Esper, and that he died in the last century. Could it be that the Esper bloodline met a century ago was actually the previous restricted level? Thinking that, Jai Minghuan looked back at Bloodline and asked again, "What did he look like? Can you tell me?" He looked young, Asian. Black hair, black eyes, a cute face, Bloodline said casually. But he was strong, crazy strong. He was the weirdest Esper I've ever seen, just couldn't be killed. He took so many bullets for me on the battlefield but got up every single time. She fell silent for a moment, still staring at the clear blue sky. I was an orphan, didn't have a name, he gave me one. That name was a secret between us, the only bond we shared. So for many, many years afterward, I told people I didn't need a name. They could just call me by a code name. And that's how I ended up with Bloodline. She paused, then smiled faintly, almost mocking herself. Living this long, sometimes I can't help but wonder who I really am, what my name used to be. And when I do, I always remember him. So even after 100 years, my memory of him is still crystal clear, as if it happened yesterday. She finally turned to look back at Jai Minghuan, her crimson eyes meeting his. That's enough of that. I let you hear a bunch of weird stuff because you remind me of him. Too bad, you don't look anything like him. She said it while staring at Xia Pingzhu's face, reflected in her pupils, then looked down at the carousel horse beneath her. Jai Minghuan thought for a moment. It's been 100 years, and you're still looking for him. Yeah, Bloodline nodded. I know a normal person's lifespan isn't nearly as long as mine, but I'm still searching for him. That's actually why I joined the brigade. Jai Minghuan was silent for a while. Then, without expression, he said, "You're really devoted, I hope you find him." What would Bloodline do if she ever found out that the person she was looking for might actually be a restricted level Esper, and that he'd already died last century? Jai Minghuan stared into Bloodline's eyes, wondering curiously. "Thanks," Bloodline said. "I feel like I'll find him too, just a gut feeling." She paused, then suddenly turned her head toward the entrance of the amusement park. "Look, they're here. Keep what we just talked about a secret, or those D*MN guys will start calling me a long-lived love-chasing old hag again." "All right then, long-lived love-chasing old hag." Jai Minghuan grumbled inwardly and turned his head alongside her toward the entrance of the amusement park. He saw a black-haired girl in a russet kimono walking slowly toward them. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was as expressionless and delicate as a Japanese doll, her pupils so hollow it was chilling. Them. Jai Minghuan repeated the word. He only saw Origami Ice, but Bloodline had said, "They." Where was the missing person? Bloodline gave a faint smile and pointed her chin behind him. Just then, a deep and heavy voice came from behind Jai Minghuan. "So this is the newbie." He froze for a second, then turned around to see a black figure slowly rising from his shadow. This person was about 2 meters tall, clad in a full black ninja outfit, revealing only a pair of sharp, icy eyes. The towering man in ninja garb stood behind Jai Minghuan, his shadow blocking the sunlight and completely casting Jai into darkness. "That's number 4, Oda Takegij," came Origami Ice's cold voice. She stopped in front of the carousel and introduced him. "Takegij used to be my butler. After I left the family, he came with me." Oda Takegij looked down at Jai Minghuan's head from behind and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "Nice to meet you." Jai Minghuan looked up at the tall ninja, then turned to the girl in the russet kimono. "What do you want from me?" Origami Ice replied, "Nothing major, just some advice." She paused. "Don't move around on your own from now on. Arlen's made too much noise at the underground bar last time. It's dangerous out there." "What should I do?" Jai Minghuan asked directly. Origami Ice silently looked at him. 2 emotionless faces stared at each other, speaking in flat tones like robots interacting. If anyone saw them, they might panic thinking the AI uprising had started early. She said, "Until you're strong enough, pick any team member and stick with them. Arlen's, White Greedy Wolf, Jack the Ripper, Robert, choose whoever. They probably won't say no. Worst case, tag along with that long-lived love-chasing old hag over there. Just be careful, she likes to suck blood. She might crawl into your bed at night." "What about sticking with you?" Jai Minghuan thought for a moment and then asked. Origami Ice paused slightly, stared at him for 2 seconds, then turned her head and said coolly, "I don't mind, just don't annoy me." Bloodline stared at the two of them, then burst into laughter. Her light golden hair rippled like waves. Oh my, already got sponsored by the kimono-wearing lowly princess. Our newbie has good taste. Letter 1E5F, A letter 2115, letter 1ED1, omelet is hatchik. Jai Minghuan said, one of you's a long-lived, love-chasing old hag, the other's a kimono-wearing lowly princess. Why do I feel like you two should be together? Shut up, be quiet, they said in unison. A moment later, Origami Ice said calmly, then the newbie will follow me from now on. Hurry up and take your little kitty with you. Don't let him cling to me anymore. Bloodline sat on the stopped carousel, hands resting behind her on the horse's body, smiling carelessly. I'm not a cat, Jai Minghuan tried to reclaim his dignity. Little kitty, hush. Origami Ice replied expressionlessly. An old, tattered newspaper suddenly rose from the ground, split apart, and formed two cat ears that perched atop Jai Minghuan's head, but didn't touch his hair, as if trying not to mess up his hairstyle. I'm not a cat, Jai Minghuan repeated, reaching up to pull off the paper cat ears on his head, but couldn't touch them no matter what. Little kitty, hush. Origami Ice said indifferently again. The cat ears formed from newspaper fragments twitched on Xia Pingzhu's head, making him look like he was acting all cutesy. Although Jai Minghuan's face remained emotionless, he'd clearly been handled by Origami Ice. Bloodline was doubled over in laughter on the carousel. Oda Takegage looked away silently. Crap, I'm turning into the team's pet. Is this how survival of the fittest works here? They know I'm the weakest, so they're bullying me hard. Jai Minghuan was speechless inside. Oda Takegage spoke slowly. Enough playing around, let's go. His voice was hoarse and deep, and combined with his 2-meter height, it was extremely intimidating. I'll check if the gang's got any eyes nearby. With that, Oda Takegage turned into a pool of black ink and splashed down into the shadow beneath his feet. Then, I'll go find something to eat. Newbie, see you next time. Bloodline waved at them with a mischievous smile as she spoke. The top of the carousel began turning again, rotating the wooden horse beneath her. By the time it came full circle, the tall and elegant vampire woman had vanished, along with her annoying grin. Jai Minghuan felt like the pressure in the air lifted just a little. He stared blankly at the carousel, silently filling in the blanks in the White Crow Brigade roster in his head. Number 1, Unknown Captain. Number 2, Jack the Ripper Exorcist, Tank Power is a dark red dagger. Number 3, Origami Ice, Esper, ability to control paper-based objects. Number 4, Oda Takegage Esper, ability to merge into and manipulate shadows. Number 5, Unknown. Number 6, Unknown. Number 7, Robert Esper, can open a door on walls leading to different places. Number 9, Bloodline suspected Esper, manipulates her own blood. Number 10, White Greedy Wolf Demon, ability unknown, probably turns into a big dog. No. 11, Arlen's Esper, summons a slot machine, getting 3 bazooka icons causes a huge explosion. Number 12, Xia Pingzhu, team pet, responsible for meowing and witty retorts. Without him, there wouldn't be a full team of 12. According to the mental chart, the only ones he hadn't met were the captain, no. 5, number 6, and number 8. Strangely, it felt like collecting stamps, except they were the world's most dangerous, most vicious killers. Just then, the newspaper fragments forming the cat ears on Jai Minghuan's head suddenly dropped, rearranging into a line of text in front of his eyes. What's the little kitty daydreaming about? He glanced at the paper words, then turned around silently and followed behind Origami Ice. Jai Minghuan piloted Unit 2 and followed Origami Ice to Shibura Pier, where they boarded the water bus along the Tokyo waterline. The trip to Harumi Pier would take about 25 minutes. He stood on the open deck, arms crossed on the railing, staring absent-mindedly at the sea. The ship was moving farther away from the port area. In Jai Minghuan's view, Tokyo Tower gradually shrank into a thin orange rod, while the glass facade of the Mori Tower at Roppongi Hills reflected a cold glint. Seagulls flew in on a chilly sea breeze from afar, lifting Jai Minghuan's hair. The seawater shimmered under the morning sun, and in the distance, the majestic outline of Mount Fuji could faintly be seen. No one knew how much time had passed before the boat entered Tokyo Bay, approaching the Rainbow Bridge. Jai Minghuan turned his head and looked toward the bridge's pillars. A couple of seagulls were perched on the rust-stained maintenance ladder. Suddenly, he recalled why Bloodline and White Greedy Wolf had joined the brigade, so he turned to Origami Ice beside him and asked, "Why did you join the brigade?" "I'm not interested in answering, but if this is a little kitty asking its master, that's another story," Origami Ice said coolly, her pupils reflecting the sea. Jai Minghuan thought, "Can you people give it a rest already?" Then, expressionless, he said, "Meow." Even his voice somehow sounded expressionless. Origami Ice was slightly stunned. She turned to look at Xia Pingzhu. She had only made a joke in passing, not expecting this emotionless newbie to actually pick up on it. A faint smile unexpectedly blossomed on the pale, expressionless face of the girl. If someone didn't know, she was a member of the White Crow Brigade, a wanted criminal guilty of countless atrocities. Just seeing this smile, they'd think she was an ordinary Japanese girl. "Number 12, are you secretly flirty?" she wrote using paper, the letters fluttering midair. Onlookers gasped. Local Japanese passengers exclaimed "Suge," while an Italian man whistled and cheered "Bravo," thinking the kimono girl was performing a magic trick. Someone tried to film it with their phone, but found the camera lens covered in a thin white layer. When they turned the phone around, they saw a thin sheet of paper stuck to the lens. It wouldn't come off no matter how hard they tried. "You still haven't answered my question?" Jai Minghuan asked in a low voice, his black hair tossed high by the sea breeze. Origami Ice thought for a moment. "Staying with my family was boring. It was like being a puppet, everything arranged, my whole life mapped out." And then, the boat passed directly beneath the Rainbow Bridge in Tokyo Bay. The bridge's shadow blanketed the passengers' faces. The pale cheek of the girl was also covered in shadow as she said, "The captain came to me. He said, 'Isn't it more fun to be a villain than a puppet?' And your answer?" I said yes. "So take Gidge, join the White Crow Brigade with me." The sound of waves drowned out their hushed conversation. As they continued talking, the water bus arrived at Harumi Pier. With the cries of seagulls around them, they disembarked and headed to a cafe near Tokyo Bay. The place was elegantly decorated, furnished with redwood chairs and tables, oil paintings hung on the walls, and a conspicuous business license framed up. Letter 1D667, letter 1D586, Abeta Open letter 1E65. There weren't many customers, just one or two tables. But the cafe only had 4 tables total, so any more would have been too much. This cafe used to be run by Takegidge. After joining the brigade, he handed it over to a junior. Every time a brigade operation ends, he comes back here. It's safe, gang members won't show up. Origami Ice introduced the place expressionlessly. Jai Minghuan nodded, then glanced around at the customers. His expression subtly shifted. Among them, he spotted a familiar figure and involuntarily raised an eyebrow, silently mouthing the name. Li Qingping. That's right, the person sitting inside the cafe was none other than Li Qingping. Across from him sat a foreign youth. This young man had long golden hair, deep blue eyes like the ocean, and wore a white casual shirt made of expensive-looking fabric. If Jai Minghuan's guess was right, this blonde youth must be the second prince from the Whale's Garden, Li Qingping's current charge. If anything happened to the second prince during the auction, his good buddy might have to crawl back home. Right now, Li Qingping looked a bit distracted. He hadn't touched his coffee and was looking down, focused on sending a message from his phone. He hesitated for a while, editing and rewriting in the chat box before finally hitting send. "You really know how to pick a spot. If you want your bro dead, just say so, okay?" Jai Minghuan thought to himself and synced his consciousness with Unit 1, Black Cocoon. As soon as his eyes opened, a ding sounded. He checked the phone by his pillow, and sure enough, it was a WeChat message from Li Qingping. The guy had been struggling at the cafe, thinking about how to message Gu Wenyu. "Li Qingping, you up? Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to meet my foreign friend? Wanna come to the cafe? This coffee might just kill someone." Jai Minghuan couldn't help sighing. Truth be told, he only planned to meet Li Qingping because he had nothing better to do, and he was curious about what this second prince looked like. That way, he wouldn't mistake him during the auction. If Li Qingping needed someone to keep an eye on the prince so he could act boldly, Jai Minghuan would jump out and help tie the guy up, giving Red Dragon a chance to shine. Since the goal was accomplished, there was no reason to drag Gu Wenyu into the mess. Better to keep Unit 1 safe. No way he'd use binding restraint detection to measure the brigade member's stats, right? The moment he did that, Black Cocoon's hand would probably get snapped by origami ice, or worse, he'd be dragged into a shadow and executed by Oda Takegij. After some thought, he decided to bail on Li Qingping openly and honestly. Gu Wenyu suddenly got sleepy. Good night. Li Qingping saying good night in the morning. D*MN ditching your bro again. Classic. Gu Wenyu, don't you have your foreign buddy? Went to Japan and didn't even tell me. Now you wanna play the brother card, huh? Li Qingping, like you told me anything. Gu Wenyu, touche. Have a seat. Order whatever you want. Origami Ice's voice pulled Jai Minghuan's attention back to Unit 2. It's free. As she spoke, she shot a glance at Oda Takegij, who was pretending to be the cafe owner behind the counter. Following her gaze, Jai Minghuan, through Xia Pingzhu, turned his eyes over. Oda Takegij had already changed out of his ninja gear and was now wearing casual clothes. Even while sitting on a low stool, his massive 2-meter frame made him stand out, so Jai Minghuan instantly recognized him. His chiseled face showed no expression. He blinked at Jai Minghuan, then looked back down to his newspaper. Jai Minghuan was secretly shocked. Tokyo Tower and Rainbow Bridge were several kilometers apart, yet Oda Takegij beat the water bus there and even changed clothes in the meantime. Clearly, no one in the brigade was normal. So this is what a ninja is, huh? He gained a new appreciation for the number 4 member and silently reminded himself. Before the auction starts, tell Su Zimai to watch out for Oda Takegij. Otherwise, she might get dragged into a shadow without even knowing how she died. At the table next to Jai Minghuan, Li Qingping and the second prince were chatting casually. Where's your friend? The blonde youth asked, sipping his coffee. He ditched me. Li Qingping replied expressionlessly. He didn't seem to show much friendliness toward anyone from the whale's garden, not even the prince. Jai Minghuan remembered him acting the same way toward the gatekeeper last time. Maybe he was high-ranking over there and liked to act all aloof. What a bad guy, the second prince said wistfully. Yeah, bad guy, Li Qingping echoed with a sigh. Sure, sure. Smiles in person, cold stab in the back. Gotta love that brotherhood. Thinking that, Jai Minghuan took a sip of his sugar-sweetened coffee and stopped glancing sideways at the pair. July 14th, 9:30 a.m. Japan time, inside Oda Takegij's cafe. Jai Minghuan sat on a couch in the corner, trying to stay calm as he took a sip of his latte. Steam rose from the cup, forming a warm mist that blurred his vision. Morning light spilled into the cafe, casting mottled shadows on the floor. It should have been a relaxing morning, but right now he felt a little on edge, his eyes darting between Li Qingping, Origami Ice, and Oda Takegij. When he switched to Gu Wenyu and bilayed on Li Qingping via text, he'd actually felt uneasy, afraid that Big Brother Red Dragon might get furious from being stood up and end up throwing down in a bloody cage match with the 2 brigade members inside, dragging Xia Pingzhu into the mess as collateral damage. Whatever, let's just allocate some points first. Jai Minghuan pushed aside his real-world worries and silently pulled up Unit 2's attributes panel. A stream of data entered his vision. Unit name: Xia Pingzhu. Unit attributes: Strength, D Speed, B Spirit, B+. Available attribute points: 1. This attribute point came from finishing off the 9 QE level Espers he'd inherited from Bloodline. After delivering the final blows, his Winter of the Hunt system had progressed dramatically. He tapped the plus sign next to Speed attribute. For the Xia Pingzhu unit, balanced development was the safest strategy. Too little speed would result in a pawn that had brute strength, but couldn't even touch the enemy. Plus, speed improved the player's own reaction time, helping with real-time battlefield decisions. Your Unit 2, player, speed attribute has changed. Be right arrow B+, your pawn piece's speed will also increase accordingly. Turns out the old, when in doubt, add a point, wisdom still held up. Jai Minghuan quickly received great news. Li Qingping and his second prince didn't get into any conflict with the brigade members at the cafe. The 2 paid their bill and left, vanishing into the summer heat outside. Jai Minghuan glanced out the window. Streets and alleys looked like shimmering mirages, warping in the scorching air. Cicadas screamed from the trees. The AC above blew out cool air. He let out a small sigh of relief. like he'd just sent two walking disasters out of his living room. Origami Ice was sipping tea in small, measured sips. This kimono-clad lady probably had no idea she'd just unknowingly run into the opposition for the auction, and even let them go without batting an eye. A retro Showaira song played in the cafe, Ishikawa Sayuri's Tsugaru Kaikyo Fayujashiki. It fit Jai Minghuan's mental image of Oda Takege as a gruff old man perfectly. Since joining the White Crow Brigade, this was the first time the Zia Pingju unit had experienced such peace and leisure. It was like suddenly getting a PE period in the middle of a crushing high school schedule. Everyone sprawled across desks, sweating buckets while tiny handheld fans blew their hair skyward. Origami Ice sipped her tea and without looking up said, "Tastes good." "As long as you're happy, my lady," Oda Takege replied. Jai Minghuan thought for a second, then asked, "So, Uncle Ninja, since you joined the brigade with no 3, do you take orders more from the captain or from her?" As he spoke, he raised his eyes from his steaming coffee to look at number 4, Oda Takege. Origami Ice cut in first. "Don't call me by number. Call me master." Jai Minghuan ignored her. "I usually prioritize the captain's orders," Oda Takege said as he wiped down a cup with a towel. "But if the young lady's life is in danger, I'll ignore all orders and put her safety first." Letter 1E59 Letter 1D4EA, no open L Letter 1E61. "No need," Origami Ice shot him a look. "That kind of situation won't happen." "What kind of person is the captain anyway?" Jai Minghuan thought for a moment and asked again. "You'll know when you meet him," Origami Ice said. "A terrifying person, but also someone worthy of respect," Oda Takege said. "Well, anyone who can gather this many monsters in one place." Jai Minghuan sipped his coffee and thought. "So bitter," he murmured, tearing open a sugar packet and dumping a bunch into his cup. Origami Ice said, "Little kitty, no taste." "I already told you, I'm not your little kitty." Jai Minghuan couldn't be bothered to look at her. Origami Ice said, "Little kitty's rebelling." Jai Minghuan kept his poker face and ignored the clueless kimono girl. Resting his cheek on his hand, he played with his phone, thoughts wandering. There didn't seem to be a single, normal, person in the White Crow Brigade. But no matter which member it was, they all shared a defining trait: a lack of basic moral compass and an ease with killing. In that sense, Jai Minghuan actually fit in pretty well. Because to him, this was just a game. Killing an NPC didn't bring any guilt. It was like watching a 2D character vanish into a stream of data. Was he supposed to lick the screen in remorse? With nothing better to do, Jai Minghuan looked up and asked the two of them, "When are the remaining 3 members and the captain arriving in Tokyo?" "No idea." "Those 3 aren't here yet. I'll let you know when they come," Origami Ice said. "As for the captain, forget it. He's always the last to show up." Jai Minghuan set down his coffee cup and looked down at the tiny whirlpool spinning inside. He thought, sounds promising, the best always comes last. Other than what he'd heard from Bloodline about another potential restricted-level Esper, nothing much had happened that day. Time quietly slipped by until evening. Above the cafe was an attic. Origami Ice had Zia Pingju sleep up there with her, saying it was to better protect her little kitty. Oda Takege found another place to stay. Jai Minghuan laid out a futon on the floor and glanced at the bed in the attic. Origami Ice looked tired and was sleeping soundly on her side. She'd used sheets of paper to draw a dividing line between them. If he crossed it, she'd notice. Might even kill him. Jai Minghuan flopped onto the futon and went still, shifting his consciousness to Black Cocoon. Black Cocoon got up from his hotel bed, raised his left and right arms. Binding restraints extended from both hands, spreading toward the front and back walls. The binding restraint sensory seeped in like rainwater, letting him see inside the rooms of Gu Zhuan and Gu Kei. Both were empty. Not a soul in sight. Knew none of you would behave, Jai Minghuan yawned and opened the character development system. Current progress. Training Mission 2, form friendly cooperation with 3 Espers, regardless of faction. Reward. 1 attribute point. Training Mission 2 completed. Reward received, 1 attribute point. Training Mission 3 unlocked. Form cooperative relationships with a total of 10 extraordinary species. Progress. 310. Current allies. Reality-altering Esper Blue Arc, Exorcist Suzimai, Exorcist Kikurui. He opened the Attributes panel and quickly assigned the newly earned point. Your Unit 1, Black Cocoon, speed attribute has changed. B+, B++, the movement speed of your binding restraints will also increase accordingly. A ding notification sounded from his phone. Jai Minghuan grabbed it from the bed and checked. Su Zimai, come out to eat. Su Zimai, don't you dare ditch me. Gu Wenyu, where? Su Zimai, a ramen shop in Rawpungi. I've sent you the location. Jai Minghuan tapped for details and checked the address. He thought, tonight is the perfect time to clear Gu Wenyu's name. I have to completely shatter Ki Kurui's suspicion that I'm Black Cocoon or Blue Arc. That means I need both personas to show up in Tokyo at the same time. So he opened his browser bookmarks and pulled up a sketchy Esper site. These blacklisted sites often streamed live Esper incidents, usually recorded by bystanders. Let's see if there's anything fun. If not, I'll have to stir something up. Jai Minghuan muttered under his breath, scrolling through the livestream zone for Tokyo's Minato ward. At that moment, the top headline on the front page was a high-traffic livestream with a striking title. Japanese Metropolitan Police are currently pursuing a spur criminal, Winged Man. You'll do. Jai Minghuan grinned. Tonight, I'll make all of Japan remember me. With that thought, Jai Minghuan sat up from the bed and stepped down onto the floor. He slipped on the slippers by his bedside, walking toward the floor-to-ceiling window as he extended his right arm. Lowering his eyes, he watched as the black binding restraints surged from his sleeve, spilling onto the floor like a rushing tide. The restraints quickly assembled into a pitch-black humanoid figure. The eerie figure retrieved a casual tracksuit from the suitcase, slipped it on, and then pulled on a pair of pants in just a few movements. Jai Minghuan focused briefly and instantly adjusted the clone's appearance to match Gu Wenyu's exactly. Then he controlled it to pick up the room key and phone. The moment the key was pulled out, the lights in the hotel room went dark, plunging it into silence. The clone left the room and headed toward the Kawasaki ramen shop. I'll just send the binding restraint clone to meet Su Zimai. Back at the underground bar, even Dad didn't notice anything off, let alone Su Zimai or Ki Kurui. With that in mind, Jai Minghuan wrapped his main body, Unit 1 in binding restraints, and slipped out through the window. An awkward, over-the-top ad jingle echoed over the city as he soared like a transparent bird, wings outstretched past glass walls, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind, dissolving into the night breeze. At the same time in Rawpungi, Minato Ward, Tokyo. The binding restraint clone, now in the form of Gu Wenyu, followed the address Su Zimai had sent. Looking up, he saw a wooden ramen cart parked outside the shop. 2 stools sat under the awning, with customers slurping noodles and the chef cooking from inside the cart. These carts were designed to hawk ramen in alleyways, but for a well-established ramen shop like this, the cart was mostly for ambience and helped with marketing. He glanced at the people on the stools and couldn't picture someone like Ki Kurui, who had money, sitting on a tiny stool on the street. So he headed inside. Letterwen de sextata, letter towen winfav letterwen deta, ba ya letterwen deata. He lifted the warm curtain at the entrance, and a burst of noise and warmth hit him, along with the rich aroma of pork bone broth. He deliberately made the clone sniff the air and then looked deeper into the shop. He immediately spotted Su Zimai. Today, she was wearing a light green tracksuit. Her hair was down instead of tied in a ponytail, and her expression was as indifferent as ever. As if sensing his gaze, Su Zimai looked up from her phone and met his eyes. She froze slightly, lips pressed together, saying nothing. She still found it hard to believe that the sickly-looking older brother in front of her was the flamboyant Blue Arc from the TV. But no matter what, today she'd find out if it was true. The two of them stared at each other from across half the ramen shop. She opened her mouth slightly, lowered her gaze for a moment, then finally muttered a distracted greeting. "Oh, you're here." "Yeah, came for the free food." Jai Minghuan, controlling the binding restraint clone, walked over and said it as casually as if he were clocking into work. Then he pulled out a chair and sat down, turning his head to glance at the person beside Su Zimai. She was still sitting with Ki Kurui, who still wore her trench coat and newsboy cap. But now there was someone new beside them, a man with dreadlocks, dressed in a black high-neck trench coat. His face had sharp, metallic features, and his eyes gave off a detached weariness. "Miss Ki, who's this?" Jai Minghuan asked. "Su Sanyan, a friend of mine." Kikurui replied as she removed her cap, an unusual gesture from her. Her hair was glossy black, like powdered ink, falling softly over her shoulders. Jai Minghuan sighed dramatically. Miss Ki, you really went all out to prove you're not into girls, huh? Kikurui rested her defined knuckles under her chin and smiled at him. Classic you, dropping verbal bombs from the first line. She paused and teased, but let's not talk about me. Wasn't it someone else who confessed to being into guys via text? Who could it be? Surely not our little Gu Wenyu. Jai Minghuan ignored her and turned to the man with dreadlocks. Hi, Gu Wenyu. Su Sanyan, he replied, a cigarette dangling from his lips, then added pointedly, straight, by the way. Hearing that, Jai Minghuan rolled his eyes and shot a glare at Kikurui, who was smirking. He wished he could tie her up with binding restraints and hang her from Tokyo Tower for 10 days straight. Bro, can I ask you something? Su Zimai suddenly spoke. What is it? Are you Blue Arc? She asked. Jai Minghuan froze. She stared unblinkingly into his eyes, as if searching for a flicker of panic or hesitation. But sitting next to her wasn't a real person, it was a human-shaped figure made of binding restraints. There was no way it could slip up. Not to mention, Jai Minghuan himself had nothing to feel guilty about. Please, master, I beg you, stop chanting. Jai Minghuan felt like he was Sun Wukong under the Tang monk's spell, itching to knock his sister out and flee on his cloud. Huh, he said, what kind of truth or dare game are you playing? I'm serious, Su Zimai replied. If I were Blue Arc, would I be diligently studying and aiming to be a model student? Jai Minghuan said, doing a quick calculation. First I'd drop out of school, then quit the association, open a live stream at home, wear a mask while playing games, and the fans would line up to throw money at me. I'd be set for life. Su Zimai said slowly and clearly. I'm being serious, so please answer me seriously, okay? You running a fever. Jai Minghuan tilted his head and stared at her for a moment, then raised his hand to touch her forehead. Su Zimai stayed silent. She let his hand rest on her forehead. Suddenly, she recalled a time when she had a fever as a kid. Gu Ke and their parents weren't home. It was Gu Wenyu, only a year older, who couldn't find any neighbor to help and pedaled a tricycle to take her to a nearby clinic. She remembered leaning on his shoulder, his stubborn little back, and the warmth from his back. She knew that after Mom died, Gu Wenyu was the one who took it the hardest. He locked himself in his room, refused to speak to anyone, and completely shut down. But lately, it felt like her considerate brother was coming back. He chased her down at the park to comfort her, cracked jokes to cheer her up, and patted her head like he used to. He was hurting too, but maybe he was finally moving on from Mom's death. Maybe everything was going back to how it used to be, so maybe she should change too. After a moment of silence, Su Zimai looked up and met Jai Minghuan's gaze. She opened her mouth and said, Bro, I'm an exorcist. The words dropped, and a silence fell over the group of four. The ramen shop owner's friendly shout still echoed, mingling with the relaxed chatter of off-duty customers. Kikurui and Su Sanyan, sitting beside them, visibly froze and turned to look at Su Zimai in shock. This clearly wasn't part of their plan. Jai Minghuan was also taken aback. He even forgot to make the clone react. Thankfully, his emotions weren't linked to it, so nothing showed. The clone just looked at her, exasperated. Did you really have to go that direct? Are you trying to blow this up right now? Still stunned by his sister's move, Jai Minghuan slowly gathered his thoughts and had the clone react. He pulled his hand back from her forehead. The warmth on his palm faded, but her burning gaze never wavered, making him feel like he was in a steaming cage. I mean, you don't feel hot, he said. What even is an exorcist? Some kind of game class. Su Zimai paused. We're the same, doing dangerous things. That's why I don't want to keep secrets from family. She lowered her head, voice soft. So don't hide it from me. I already know everything. This is the last time I'll ask you. She looked up again, eyes locked on Jai Minghuan, and said each word with deliberate care. Bro, you're Blue Arc, aren't you? Bro, you're Blue Arc, right? Su Zimai said. Facing his sister's intense gaze, Jai Minghuan rolled his eyes and slowly replied. Let me guess, did you lose a round of truth or dare to your teacher? Before Su Zimai could respond, he looked away nonchalantly, glanced around at the surrounding Japanese people, and muttered. First it's exorcists, now it's I'm Blue Arc. If the Japanese folks could understand us, they'd probably think we're a bunch of lunatics doing a team-building exercise. Might even call the cops on us. Su Zimai stared straight into his eyes and said in a low voice, "You still haven't answered my question. Aren't you bored of this already?" Jai Minghuan looked into her blazing eyes and replied helplessly, "I'm not Blue Arc." "Happy now?" Then, Su Zimai looked down, thought for a moment, then looked up again, still refusing to let go. "Swear it to me, bro." Without a second's hesitation, Jai Minghuan rattled off a string of curses. "If I'm Blue Arc, may Big Bro step on dog sh*t tonight, fail every college exam, never graduate, and even if he does, never find a job." Su Zimai frowned and pressed on. "What's that got to do with Big Bro? I want you to swear for yourself." "Big Bro isn't me." Jai Minghuan dropped the topic and turned away from his clingy sister to look at Ki Kurui. He sighed, put his hands together in a prayer pose, and dragged his words out pleadingly. "Please have mercy, I just came out for a free meal. Did she really have to torture me like this? I'll be a better man. I'll never accuse you of being into girls again." As he rambled, the waiter came over with a steaming bowl of ramen and placed it in front of him. Like he was turning sorrow into appetite, Jai Minghuan picked up his chopsticks and dug in, ignoring the other three. Seeing Gu Wenyu not responding anymore, Su Zimai looked conflicted, her eyes glimmering. After a moment of silence, she exchanged a glance with Ki Kurui. Su Sanyan remained quietly watching the television above them. "This is serious," Su Sanyan said casually, his gaze fixed on the TV broadcasting the news. Hearing that, Jai Minghuan slurped noodles while following Su Sanyan's line of sight. On the TV, Tokyo News was live-streaming a sudden incident in Shiba Park. The serial killer, Winged Man, was in a standoff with the Japanese reality-altering Esper, Sakurabu, on the Tokyo Tower exhibition platform. A small helicopter carried a reporter and cameraman, broadcasting the scene to Tokyo's public. The rotor blades buzzed in the night air. Sakurabu was a dragon-level Esper working for the Japanese Esper Association. She was a tall young woman wearing a kendo uniform, with a sword sheathed at her waist and a katana in her hand. The blade shimmered faintly pink, the sheath reflecting bits of moonlight from above. Letter 211, letter 1D00, Ank letter 1D2, letter 1D41B, open as. Her ability could turn anything she touched into cherry blossoms, while retaining its properties. She used it in her swordplay, transforming the katana's blade into countless sharp sakura petals that could shred opponents invisibly. Meanwhile, standing 10 meters from her, the Winged Man looked bizarre. A balding, middle-aged man in a yellow raincoat, with a metal rod growing from his skull, connected to a rotor blade like a helicopter. He was like a grotesque fusion of human and industrial machinery. Winged Man, a serial killer. His Esper ability allowed him to turn his body into a helicopter rotor, letting him abduct victims from crime scenes and kill them horrifically in unreachable places. At that moment, he was pressing his right hand's fingers to the neck of a female hostage. "Don't come any closer," he barked. "If you kill her, you'll have no way out," Sakurabu said slowly, enunciating each word. She quickly mimicked the tone of a well-known figure, Black Cocoon. "Think about it. If she dies, which one of us ends up worse off?" "Tell your people to back off first," Winged Man growled. His yellow coat flapped in the high-altitude wind. His right hand's fingers twisted together, transforming into a small helicopter blade that began spinning rapidly. "Ah!" the hostage screamed, knowing that Rotor could easily slice her throat open. The camera feed was expected to cut off at any moment. But just then, out of nowhere, a black shadow slithered behind Winged Man, striking like a snake. Black straps extended from a sleeve, pulling his arms wide and snapping tight around his wrists. Then the shadow gave a gentle push, toppling the hostage toward Sakurabu. Sakurabu blinked in surprise, then leaped forward to catch the hostage, looking up with a startled expression. In the ramen shop, as the black binding restraints appeared on the TV, Ki Kurui raised her brows. She couldn't help but smirk and said, "Our collaborator sure is active." Big fluttering moth, Su Zimai frowned at the shadow on screen. Black Cocoon's figure slowly came into focus. He wore sunglasses and crouched like a black cat on the Tokyo Tower railing, the binding restraints swirling around him like flowing water. "Who the H*LL are you?" Before Winged Man could react, the restraints coiled around him, bundling him up like a black dumpling in seconds. Let me go, a minute, Winged Man growled. With a deafening hum, the rotor on his head spun wildly, trying to use its torque to break free and escape into the night sky. But the next moment, the restraints glowed strangely. His rotor suddenly shrank and transformed into sparse hair on a shiny bald head. The exposed scalp was tragic, almost moving. Why? Winged Man clutched his nearly bald head and roared in disbelief. Who knows, sir, it's my first time seeing someone pay for using their powers with hair loss. Maybe the heavens couldn't bear to see you keep humiliating your pitiful hair and took your powers back. Black Cocoon shrugged, mocking him as the restraints tightened around his throat, bringing him to the ground and yanking him into unconsciousness. Released, Winged Man collapsed like a puddle of mud. Watching the scene unfold, Kikurui speculated. Do his restraints suppress Esper abilities too? Susanyan puffed his cigarette. Looks that way. Otherwise, no way his powers just cut off like that. Su Zimai let out a rare sigh of relief and begrudgingly acknowledged Big Fluttering Moth's strength. Okay, maybe he's useful, even if he's still just a sh** T-stura. Just a big fluttering moth. Jai Minghuan muttered through the binding restraint clone, propping his chin in his hand with a lazy tone. Meanwhile, the helicopter's cameraman zoomed in on Black Cocoon. Sitting on the Tokyo Tower railing, he turned toward Sakurabu behind him and said, "Take the poor hostage to the hospital. She's lost too much blood to last much longer." Sakurabu still had questions, but seeing the hostage's condition, she let them go. Carrying the woman, she leaped into the moonlight and vanished from the frame. Now only Black Cocoon remained on screen. He retracted the restraints, slowly sat on the outer railing, hunched down, and lowered his face. Then, turning to the helicopter's camera, he waved. It seemed he was about to put on a show. This was a nationwide live news broadcast across Japan. In the high-definition footage, Black Cocoon sat on the railing of Tokyo Tower's exhibition deck, legs crossed, pulling out a notebook and a pencil from who knows where. He began humming as he sketched and doodled in the notebook with the pencil. After a while, he slowly turned the notebook toward the helicopter's camera. The cameraman zoomed in as much as possible. The reporter directed the spotlight onto the notebook to show all of Japan exactly what Black Cocoon was writing. Before the image became clear, everyone expected it to be a crime announcement. But the truth defied all expectations. On the page was an adorably drawn silver hamster. The hamster wore a signature silver battle suit and held a miniature model of Tokyo Tower, clearly a Chibai fan-style cartoon of Lord Silver Swallow. The hamster had a cold expression as it raised the tower model high, tilting its head up and opening its tiny mouth like it was figuring out how to devour the whole Tokyo Tower. Next to the drawing was a line of cutesy, girlish Japanese text. Silver Baby is super hungry. Silver Baby loves to gnaw on iron. If Silver Baby gets too hungry, he might even eat the Tokyo Tower. Watch out, Japanese people. This instantly blew up the livestream chat across the internet. Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter. Silver Chan is so cute. Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese letter. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. If it's Silver Chan, it's totally fine to eat Tokyo Tower. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. What? Black Cocoon and Silver are that close. Totally shocked. The Japanese viewers were loving it. But far away across the East China Sea, Silver Swallow.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.